Bonjour tout le monde. Hello everybody and welcome to the Circuit Paul Ricard, the karting circuit beside the venue for the French Grand Prix. This is the battle that everybody has been waiting for in the karting world, the chance to represent their nation on the world's stage. It is a great honor for any contender in world karting, but here today, this is a little bit of history. The second running of the FIA Motorsport Games, the first in 3 years, and this is already being coined as everybody's favorite venue, the Racing Olympics. It is going to be a fantastic weekend in a magnificent setting. The sun is out, the sky is blue, the wind is just a little bit breezy, but we're going to have an amazing spectacle here at Paul Ricard for the FIA Motorsport Games. Hello everybody, Jake Sanson here. Beside me is Guillaume Alvarez. What a spectacle. The chance for the first time ever to race for the gold medal in Sprint Junior and Sprint Senior.
Bonjour à toutes et tous. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to France, the beautiful south of the country, under the sun of Le Castellet, the racing track and the karting track of Paul Ricard, the epic center of the motorsport world for the FIA Motorsport Games, second edition indeed. After 2019 at Vallelunga in Rome, we're here in France for the first ever time with a record number of 72 nations from all four corners of the globe. Kart racing is well represented with 4 different classes, as we are getting ourselves busy with the sprint for the juniors and the seniors, as well as a 4-hour endurance race later this morning. So plenty of action, plenty of entertaining on this track. We are here on the karting track of Le Castellet. There's a kart track for drifting. There's a track, of course, for the GT rally and all sorts of series. 16 series represented all throughout the weekend here in Paul Ricard. But now we're getting ourselves ready for the first of 3 qualifying heats for the junior category, and a lot of names that can play a role up front.
Indeed we are. A fantastically competitive qualifying session yesterday in Sprint Junior. It was Team Israel that came up with the goods in yesterday's qualifying practice groups that were split into 2 different categories for the first junior qualifying run. But it was the Israeli driver Yam Pinto that has put it on pole position. And of course, in this competition, it is 1 driver per nation that is allocated. There are 30 contenders in both junior and senior. There were 31, but there have been 2 withdrawals, 1 in each category. So it is Israel that leads the way from Brazil going into the junior sprint heats, ahead of France and then Peru, ahead of Denmark and Belgium. A really exciting battle as the nations will quest for glory. And here in the karting paddock, not only do we have the Sprint Junior and the Sprint Senior, but we also have the endurance category, which is going to be a 4-hour race for the gold. So we will have a gold medal ceremony today, but we will have 2 tomorrow as well. It really is going to be exciting. We've had so many competitors come from far and wide, from North and South America, from across Europe, Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, and it's going to be a fantastic situation for all of the contenders as they move their way forward. We are really excited about how things are going to progress. Of course, the medal ceremonies will take place officially on the main part of the circuit, but we are really excited to see what these competitors can do in the karting paddock. It is going to be a fabulous battle, and 3 gold medals are up for grabs. So all of the international motorsport teams are looking to this circuit for their young and old chargers to try and grab a top spot on the podium. And in junior, there is a plethora of talent from all over the world.
Just 3 medals up for grab and 30 candidates, 60 in total, 30 per races, as we have more than 100 drivers, including as well all of them competitors in the endurance race. So plenty of clients, a lot of new skills, a lot of new talents and fresh faces from all over the world. As you can see, the junior drivers getting themselves ready onto the pre-grid.
So it's Sprint Junior qualifying heat number 1 for our younger contenders, and we are very excited to see how it's going to progress. They will leave the holding area, and now we are ready to go racing for the first time ever in Sprint Junior karting in the FIA Motorsport Games. For Israel, Yam Pinto. For Brazil, Gabriel Cunican on the front row. Then France, Jules Caranta. And for Peru, Andres Cardenas. Then Mikkel Pedersen for Denmark, Tibor Ramekes for Belgium. Aaron Garcia of Spain. Sweden's Scott Lindblom. For Slovenia, it is Alex Bogunovic. For Australia, it is Peter Andrew Buzanelos. For Estonia, it is Mark Dubnitsky. For Lithuania, it is Markus Silkunas. For the Czech Republic, Jakub Kamenik. For India, Ishan Madesh. For Poland, Boris Liesen. For Mexico, it is Edgar Rodriguez. For Slovakia, it is Mate Koenig. For Portugal, it is Rodrigo Seabra. For Indonesia, it is Ali Wibowo. For Costa Rica, it is Diego Ardiles. For Mozambique, it is Ghazi Motlakar. For Turkey, it is Alpak Soy. For Finland, Kimitani. For Germany, Matilda Pats. For Switzerland, Elia Epifanio. For Georgia, Lado Kukianic. For South Africa, Divian Naidu. For Malta, Kian Gauchi. For Uzbekistan, Amir Kamrav. And for the Ukraine, it is Mark Brovko.
30 drivers onto the track as we don't have Baruch Roybeko from Nigeria as is no longer part of the event. Oh, and one driver, the 107, unfortunately in trouble. Let's try to see who that is. The 107.
Is Australia.
Yes, indeed. Peter Andrew Buzinelos, who's stuck onto the track. Cannot see it quite yet as the drivers go around for the warm-up lap before the rolling start. If you're used to the kart racing in the FIA Karting Championships or in other international series, this will be a rolling start procedure as the drivers need to get the tires up to temperatures first, but we have a disappointment already for one of the drivers from Australia, indeed, who's stuck on the gravel.
We are ready to go for Sprint Junior qualifying heat number 1 here at the FIA Motorsport Games at Circuit Paul Ricard. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez with you as we talk our way through the action on this first race of the day. Israel in pole, Brazil in second, from France, Peru, Denmark, Belgium, Spain and Sweden as we get ready to go racing, and it is a false start. We are going to go round again. So it is not quite ready to go. All of the contenders obviously out of position in the middle of the pack. And we've had a issue before the start of the race for Peter Andrew Buzinelos, the Australian, unfortunately unable to take the start. That is devastating bad news for the Antipodean. And obviously we're going to have a very exciting race battle for all of the other contenders, but it's very close indeed between Israel and Brazil in terms of the lap times they have set in warm-up and practice. So it'll be a very interesting challenge as they gear up for an exciting show. The drivers bring it to the starting grid once again, forming up in their 2 rows of formation, so we can try again.
It's fair to say the last sector is very technical and bumpy as well, so it doesn't make the life of the drivers even easier to get into the grid formation, as the pole setter Jan Pinto from Israel is the one having to show the pace to everybody.
Out of the final turn, Sprint Junior Karting Heat 1 is about to get underway. Israel on pole, Brazil in second. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez with you as we get ready to start racing. This time we're underway up to the first corner, and it's a great start from Pinto. Kunikan is going to try and go round the outside. Is everybody going to get through? There's already some contact, 2-3 karts in the mix, and unfortunately that is already a problem for the 108. That's Team Mexico. Edgar Rodriguez in trouble. So too is the 128. That is Team Poland for Boris Liesen, and it looks as though there's another kart involved. That is Mozambique, Ghazi Motlakar in problems there. So the Joker is already in trouble. And look, that is a big charge forward from Jules Caranta. Team France running in second position behind our pole sitters, Israel. So it is already a very strong challenge. Yellow flags, yellow flags. So we are under yellow flag proceedings for a couple of cars. Oh, and that's a problem. Into the hairpin. That is Mikkel Pedersen of Denmark. So Pedersen has had a problem. So I'm afraid Team Denmark already in trouble, and that's the reason we're under yellow flags. We've got karts off at the first hairpin, so I'm afraid it's already game over in the first heat of the day, the first heat of the weekend for Poland, Mexico and Mozambique. We also lost Australia before the start of the race, of course. Peter Andrew Buzinelos unable to take the start, and problems too for Pedersen of Denmark. Has he been able to get going again? I don't think he has. So problems. There is Mikkel Pedersen trying to push the kart, and it's not going to happen. So Denmark are out on the first lap as well. What a dramatic start to this first junior sprint qualifying heat. We've lost Denmark, Australia, Poland, Mexico and Mozambique.
Yeah, what a start of proceedings indeed. Quite unfortunate for Mikkel Pedersen. Is being coached by the legend himself, Bas Lammers, this weekend, trying to get the best out of his machinery. But this time around, unfortunately, it didn't go according to plan. It is a very, very hectic opening lap. And in the meantime, I think that Gabriel Konikian from Brazil was able to take the lead. The 124. Jules Caranta is now your personal leader as he made his way through the turn number 11 that happened just before the interruption at the yellow flag. You can see the yellow crash helmet of Jules Caranta from France. So France is leaning on home soil as we speak, still under the yellow flag proceedings, as Konikan from Brazil, Jan Pinto, your pole sitter from Israel, is down in third place. All the drivers are having to respect, of course, the slow proceedings, trying to get back some temperatures into the tires. Harder tires than usual for the competitors of the junior class as well as for the seniors this weekend, which means that they take longer to get up to temperatures, down to 5 or 6 laps. So it was a very, very hectic challenge in qualifying, and now it's all down to the first half of the disqualifying heat, long of 11 laps to try to find a good grip into those tires. But Caranta had a good start indeed, took advantage of the chaos of the opening lap, as I think that everybody is getting ready to go back to action.
Great progress being made from several drivers in the field in this one. 9 places made up for Germany. Matilda Pat's doing well. South Africa have made up 9 as well. That's Divian Naidu. And 8 places made up for Ukraine. That's Mark Brovko. 7 made up for Costa Rica for Diego Ardiles. And 6 for Portugal for Rodrigo Seabra. Are we going to go racing this time by? We're waiting for them. No, they're going to go round one more time. So there are the positions at the end of 3 laps. 2 of those having been run under yellow flag conditions. Jules Caranta is your leader in front of Brazil's Gabriel Koeniken. And then we have Israel's Jan Pinto in front of Belgium's Thibaut Ramakers. For Peru, it's Andres Cardenas in P5. In 6th, it is Scott Lindblom of Sweden. Then for Slovenia, it is Alex Bogunovic. For Spain, it is Aaron Garcia. For Estonia, Mark Dubnitsky. And rounding out the top 10 for Lithuania, it is Markus Selkunas. Then we have Kamenik of the Czech Republic. For Portugal, it is Rodrigo Seabra up to 12th. For Costa Rica, it is Diego Ardiles in 13th in front of India's Ishan Madesh. In 15th place, it is Germany's Matilda Pats. For Slovakia, it is Mate Koenig. And then for Indonesia, it is Adi Wibowo in 17th place in front of South Africa's Divian Naidu. Then 19th is Finland's Kimi Tani. For Switzerland in P20, it is Elia Epifanio. For Turkey, it is Alparslan Aksoy. For 22nd for Ukraine, it is Mark Brovko. And then we have Georgia's Lado Kukinajic and Malta's Kian Gauchi in front of the Uzbekistani driver Amir Kaimraev. So a very interesting situation, but it looks as though we are going to go under starters' orders this time by... Well, they thought it is green flags. Green flags, we go racing, and immediately up the inside, Koenikan tried to get the bid there on Caranta, and it didn't work, and it's backfired. So Pinto has come through in a second, and now Koenikan is under pressure from Thibaut Ramakers.
Yeah, let's see what the young Belgian can do. Is prove this pace into the Academy Trophy this season as well as on national soil. But the battle is raging, and you can see Caranta is more than willing to shine here in France before his peers, and is already putting a bit of a gap as the green flag is waving all over the track. No one seems to be into trouble into this restart. Down to corner number 11, you can see the drivers going down. This is pretty much a roller coaster into this last sector of the track. Very technical indeed. This is where you get the most chances to see overtaking happen, as Jules Caranta is looking over his shoulder. A bit of a gap already for the French driver, almost 0.6 of a second from Israel, Brazil and Belgium in 4th. Thibaut Ramakers with the national colors on his crash helmet. The 110 in front is Gabriel Koenikan, who was the fastest in this morning warm-up session. Brazil against Belgium, as there's a gap as well. Andres Cardenas from Peru down in 5th, trying to catch up as well, is leading the second wagon, as Jan Pinto is putting the fastest lap in this race, 46.2. Almost halfway through this first qualifying heat, which is a tiny bit... Oh, there's a move for the second place. Beautifully made by Gabriel Koenikan from Brazil. He takes second and hold on to it. Thibaut Ramakers on the inside as well after number 12 up to 3rd. Beautifully made from Belgium in 3rd position.
So Brazil and Belgium move up to 2nd and 3rd then at the expense of Israel. There could be a challenge forward from Peru as well. Cardenas looking like he's hungry to try and move up into P4. Spain is there in P6 as well for Aaron Garcia. But at the moment, it is France all the way on home soil. Jules Caranta leading comfortably and has almost a second on the challenges further back. But Team Belgium are pushing hard in 3rd place for their young charge, Thibaut Ramakers, as he closes up on Brazil's Gabriel Koenikan. So it is a very international competition, a very tough race in Sprint Junior. And after 6 laps, it is still very tight in behind. And there's the move up the inside. That is the 121 making the bid there. That is Garcia getting his move on the inside line. So Team Spain comes forward in front of the team from Peru as Cardenas loses ground to Garcia. Up to the first corner, Slovenia still in 7th for Alex Bogunovic, then for Sweden in 8th, Estonia 9th and the Czech Republic in 10th place as the drivers continue to battle away. But look at Thibaut Ramakers, the Belgian, in 3rd position, all over the back of Gabriel Koenikan. He may well feel, well, do you know what? I don't think I can catch the Frenchman up front, but I can certainly go for 2nd place, and he is hungry for the overtake.
And you have to be careful on this track where to put your tires, because if you have noticed, on the inside and outside of the line there's some bumpers actually, because this track has been conceived for rental karting mainly, and you have those big bumpers on the outside and around on the inside. Beautifully made from the 121. This is Aaron Garcia, Jan Pinto from Israel. Israel is dropping a place in fourth. Aaron Garcia, the Spanish champion, is putting on a charge and is now in fourth place at the moment with less than 3 laps remaining. As we said, sector number 3, this is where you have to catch your attention. This is where the overtaking will be mainly happening. The first 2 sectors very fast flowing indeed, very tiny, a few actually heavy braking points. Jules Caranta, the leader, responding to the opposition with the fastest lap, 54.4. As we keep an eye on the battle for second between Brazil and Belgium. Tibor Ramakers, the 106, very close indeed. On the way down to turn number 11, very heavy braking point down to the roller coaster, 12. And this is where you have to kick the throttle wide open to climb onto the fast finish straight to complete the lap. Sorry. As you can see, the beautiful replay. This is sector number 3. The move for the 121 of Aaron Garcia. This is the battle for fourth place, and Jan Pinto actually didn't see this coming. The door was way too open. There was nothing he could do.
It was very nicely handled, to be fair, and he managed to get the overtaking move pretty neatly sorted out. Koenigsegg now sets the fastest lap of the race with 2 laps to go, but Caranta is just keeping it nice and planted in the lead of the race. He's got almost a second on Koenigsegg, so he doesn't need to put too much pressure on himself as the field works its way through. We're just watching the battle a little further back between Matilda Paz and Adi Wibowo, and that's another kart in trouble, is it? The 119. That's Elia Epifanio, the Swiss driver, has lost his kart, so I'm afraid Epifanio is out of the race now as well. So Team Switzerland, I'm afraid, out of this first qualifying heat as well. As we go into the final lap, Jules Caranta looking strong. There is a very unhappy Mikkel Pedersen, the Danish driver, alongside Elia Epifanio on the right of your screen. But it's looking good for France, Belgium and Brazil. Brazil are going to come through in second place here for Gabriel Koenigsegg, who sets another fastest lap. But it's not going to be quite enough to close up on Jules Caranta before the end of this epic opening encounter in Sprint Junior. The first qualifying heat of the weekend. There's yellow flags out, of course, for Epifanio's kart, which is being cleared away very well indeed by the marshals here. But out of the final turn and up the home straight, it is first blood to France in Sprint Junior. A great victory on home soil for Jules Caranta and France. For Brazil, Koenigsegg is in second. For Belgium, Tibor Ramakers is third. From Spain's Aaron Garcia, Israel's Jan Pinto, ahead of Peruvian Andres Cardenas, the Slovenian Alex Bogunovic. For Sweden, Scott Lindblom. For Estonia, Mark Dubnitsky. And for Lithuania, it is Markas Sirkunas. But it's France that comes through in first place in the first heat of the weekend.
Just outside of the top 10, we have Jakub Kamenik for Czech Republic, followed by Matej Konik in 12. For Portugal, Rodrigo Seabra in 13. Good recovery for both Konik and Seabra, 5 place gain up in 12 and 13 respectively. Ishan Madesh for India is done in 14, followed by Diego Ardiles. Then we have the German driver Matilda Paz, 8 places recovered up to 16, followed by Poland, Atinia Ibowo in 17. Then we have Turkey, Apashan Aksoy in 18 place, followed as well by South Africa with Divan Nado in 18. P20 for Finland with Kimitani, followed in 21st by Ukraine and Mark Brovko. Then we have Kian Gauchi as well as Lado Kianazzi. Here's the classification in full with a beautiful victory indeed for France. Jules Caranta from Brazil. Then we have Belgium and Tibor Ramakers, Spain and Aaron Garcia. Jan Pinto for Israel. Andres Cardenas from Peru. Then Alexander Bogunovic further back in 7, followed by Sweden and Scott Lindblom. Mark Dubinski for Estonia, and the top 10 rounded it by Markas Sirkunas.
So really exciting opening battle. Good to see drivers putting in a good show to open up the bid here in Sprint Junior. It was always going to be very competitive all the way through. Sadly, a few retirements. We lost Amir Kamraev, who had a problem on the very last lap there, I noticed, for Uzbekistan. Elia Epifanio had a problem with 3 laps to go. And on the very opening lap, we also lost Denmark's Mikkel Pedersen, Australia's Peter Andrew Buzanelos, for Poland, Boris Leisen, for Mexico, Edgar Rodriguez, and Mozambique's Ghazi Motlakar, unfortunately, having problems there as well. So only 23 of the 30 starters were able to take it to the finish of the Sprint Junior qualifying heat. But there are still some more races to come. Let's look over the highlights. This was the incident at the first corner. And watch as round the outside, Koenigsegg tries to get the bid. There was a little bit of a clumsy moment there in the middle of the pack. And I couldn't quite make out who started that chain reaction, but it was certainly around sort of row 5, row 6. Two drivers coming together and ended up banging wheels, and it slowed up the pack. And that's how these three got spat out. And unfortunately, Pedersen didn't last much longer as he ended up having a problem through the first hairpin. And I'm afraid the Danish driver was out on the spot. Problems there for him. Obviously, we ran under yellow flags. And then on the restart, this was the big move from Kunekan, which gave him the second position spot. Ramaker's able to repeat the move in the same breath. Garcia having a good run as he managed to get through past the Peruvian Andres Cardenas. So some good work there through the race. And Kunekan obviously then controlling the pace. Garcia managing to get up as high as 4th position in the end, making the moves on Jan Pinto. But a very sturdy end to the opening qualifying heat there. A problem for Elia Epifanio, the Swiss driver, unfortunately retiring from the race. And that was a very disappointing end to the race for him. But for France, Jules Caranta opens his account with a victory here at Paul Ricard. And that'll do very nicely indeed, as the French team are already favourites now to go for the gold tomorrow. So a fabulous situation and a great run there from Jules Caranta that opens the ball nicely for us here on the Circuit Paul Ricard. You can see a few of the karts coming back. They're all on identical chassis, of course, all Kart Republic chassis as they gear up ready for the action. Kart Republic engines, MG tyres, Yami engine, Yami tyre, I'll try that again, shall I? Kart Republic chassis, Yami engines, MG tyres. There we go, that's all three of them. Honestly, the bacon sandwich hasn't kicked in yet, Guillaume, I do apologise.
Yeah, why did you put in your coffee this morning? I must ask.
We'll get it sorted out in the end. So there is a little bit of a clean-up job, obviously, to do from a few of the competitors from the previous heat. 23 of the 30 starters managing to come through to the finish. 11 laps for the Sprint Junior heats, but there are 14 in the offing in the senior category, and it's already been a pretty exciting challenge for all of the contenders ahead of what promises to be a really thrilling competition. And this is the first time, of course, that we've had sprint karting in both the junior and senior categories at the FIA Motorsport Games.
Yeah, it very much looks like the Academy Trophy, isn't it? With different liveries, different material, different package, of course, that's what we've been used to for the past few years now. But the principle is roughly the same. We have same material, same package, same chances, same colors, and everybody representing the nations on top of the motorsport world. So the juniors is done. Now it's time for the senior category with the first qualifying heat along of 16 laps coming our way in just a few moments. 10:40 local time. We will be ready to go as soon as the service of the track is ready as well. As you can see, the plateau and Simone from the CAK FIA making sure that all the proceedings are being run accordingly. We have Pasquale, our race director, on track. Everybody getting busy to get the drivers back to the Parc Fermé for further proceedings and feedback after what happened, trying to digest, of course, the disappointment of this opening race. 16 laps is the length of qualifying heat number 1 for the senior category coming up here in Le Castellet. You might actually hear, maybe on the stream, some of the noises from the background. This is down to the engines of other categories as well. We have rally, we have GT, we have drifting, a lot of series, 16 in total competing this weekend in Paul Ricard. So this place is buzzing with motorsport activity, and all for the greater good for the second edition of the FIA Motorsport Games. We went from 49 to 72 nations represented. This is more than 460 drivers in total, more than 100 only in kart racing. So a beautiful representation, a beautiful showing from all four corners of the world. And we cannot be more thankful, of course, to everybody here. Once again, thank you for joining us and tuning in on FIAMotorsportGames.com, on YouTube, on Facebook. We are all over social media to give you a close look and close coverage of all proceedings here from the karting track of Paul Ricard. The last drivers making their way back to the pit lane at Parc Fermé and the scrutinying area. These are the same proceedings. These are the same business, of course, as usual for the sprint race. Endurance racing will be a sort of different beast. We had the competitors, the 16 teams competing this morning for the qualifying practice. The 4-hour race will follow the first heat of the senior category at 11:30 local time. As you can see, it's 10:40, past a few seconds, as we're waiting for the drivers to make their way onto the track. One warm-up lap to get the tires up to temperatures for the driver of the senior category. And this will be at 2:45. My apologies. In 5 minutes' time, we'll be ready to go in for the qualifying heat number 1 of the sprint senior class. So what happened yesterday and so far into this category? We have 30 drivers entered, each representing the nation from all 4 corners of the globe. There's been a lot of things happening so far, as Ellie Goldstein from Belgium will get to start from pole position.
Back into the action then for Karting Sprint Senior here at the FIA Motorsport Games. The host city is Marseille. The host circuit is the Circuit Paul Ricard. And we are just a stone's throw away from the start-finish line of the French Grand Prix here on the Circuit Karting, which is just around the back. 964 meters, one of the shortest circuits in the world for this level of motorsport. But certainly the Sprint Seniors have come into this with eyes wide open after we have had first blood for France in Sprint Junior. Sprint Senior has a few very interesting stories to tell. One, the least of those, is the guy in pole position for Belgium. Ellie Goldstein has a real chance to put in a bit of history here. Let's not forget that his grandfather, Francois Goldstein, was a 5-time karting world champion, one of the greats of our sport. And this is the first time that Ellie Goldstein has ever attended an FIA karting event as a competitor. This could be a chance to win a gold medal on his debut.
Yeah, that's something that is certainly willing to achieve. Ellie Goldstein has been achieving a lot in other series. 4 times champion of Belgium, as well as for the first time winner of the IAMA Euro Series this season. So there's been a lot of achievements in on the path of young Ellie Goldstein. But as you said, first ever opportunity at the wheel of an OK chassis. Of course, he's been used to driving Car Republic machines with VDK Racing in the past, but we got a chance to discuss the differences between other categories, and the OK and the power valve is very much what strikes him the most, because that's something that you have to get used to. That's another sort of driving. You have to adapt your driving style to cope with that extra pressure that you have on the exit of the corners. So a very interesting comparison brought by Ellie Goldstein, was very much on a charge. It's been one of the fastest in the practice sessions that we had before, a bit less than 2 minutes before the start of this qualifying heat number 1 for the senior class. Goldstein, the fastest on one occasion in the free practice that we had yesterday. He was the fastest in the first part of qualifying. That was enough to put him on pole position. Nacho Tunon from Spain was the fastest in group number 2. But we had the likes of Ariel Elkin for Israel and Joel Bergström for Sweden putting themselves on top of the chart. So these are some of the names that might sound familiar to you in the karting world. Some of them have been participating in the FIA Karting European World Championships of the past few seasons with strong performances and strong showings. And this is the chance to add another good performance representing the nation this time around. So we're not talking about teams. Everybody is driving on Car Republic IAMA package. The Italian constructor, the Italian factory is with us this weekend, providing technical services and technical support to everybody, both in the junior and the senior class, while our partner for the endurance race is Tillotson. So once again, thank you very much to both factories for participating, for joining us for the FIA Motorsport Games. So everybody on the same package, everybody with the same chances, 1 mechanic per driver in the junior and the senior class, and it's down to them to try to maximize the performance, find that bit of extra time, that bit of extra setup to be able to make the difference. And in this class, in the senior class, there's more than 1 driver who will be battling at the front and dreaming of gold medal. Ellie Goldstein on pole position is one of them. The drivers just had the last briefing from the FIA and the FIA officials and Pasquale, our race director, Nacho Tunen, Joel Bergström, as well as Valdemar Agerholm are some of the names on top of the grid, as well as with Ariel Elkin and Yevan David, who will be starting from 8 on the grid representing Sri Lanka. Here's another great story about Yevan David that we were lucky enough to witness at the very first time that he really made a name for himself in the FIA Karting Championship.
Yeah, there are some really good names here to battle for the gold medal. It's not going to be easy to determine who's going to get it. In terms of the quality and the caliber in Sprint Senior, there is an amazing array of drivers. Ellie Goldstein for pole position for Belgium, of course. For Spain, Nacho Tunen, always there on the crest of greatness, has a real chance to get this sorted. Joel Bergström, the Swedish talent, he's going to be there looking for his opportunity as well. So there's a lot of great talents who are going to be trying to go up at the front end of the field here. For Sweden, Joel Bergström has a really good chance of this gold medal, and he has absolutely one objective only. He's not thinking about anything except gold medal. He thinks he can do it. He feels he has the experience, the tenacity. He's ahead of a lot of drivers who he might have struggled to beat in time qualifying as well. So this is definitely his opportunity. Valdemar Agerholm, the Danish driver, looking very strong here so far, considering this is his first outing at an FIA karting weekend, and he is being coached by a World Cup winner. Baz Lammers is looking after him this week, as well as, of course, with Mikkel Pedersen, the other Danish driver. So you can't really learn from much better than that, can you, over the course of a weekend? Balázs Jirancic, the Hungarian, has done a very solid job in time qualifying to put himself on the third row of the starting grid. A lot of people have got their eyes glued to Ariel Elkin, the Israeli. For the last 2-3 years, that kid has been unstoppable running at the front end of the field. So there's a lot of great talent in this field. Sprint Senior qualifying heat number 1 is on the run for their 2 formation laps. So let's talk it through the grid. For Belgium, Ellie Goldstein. For Spain, Nacho Tunen. For Sweden, Joel Bergström. For Denmark, Valdemar Agerholm. For Hungary, Balázs Jirancic. For Israel, Ariel Elkin. For Chile, Gustavo Suarez. For Sri Lanka, Yevan David. For Germany, Max Schleimer. For Hong Kong, Jukka Pol. For Austria, Oscar Wirtz. For Estonia, Carmen Krav. For Poland, Adrian Labuda. For Slovakia, Matej Borec. For Lithuania, Andres Ardiles. For Venezuela, I should say, Andres Ardiles. For Brazil, Joao Maranhão. For India, Karl Kumaran. For Barbados, Callum Maloney. For the Ukraine, Dimitru Moravchik. For Indonesia, it is Kainan Sini. And then for Lithuania, it is Adrijas Rimkevicius. For Malta, it is Lucas Pace. For Portugal, Francisca Queiroz. For Nigeria, Philip Gana. For Costa Rica, Gabriel Kawa. For Mozambique, Christian Boucher. For Australia, Ava Anagnostadis. For Panama, it is Valentin Flamini. For Chinese Taipei, it is Ting Chu Chun. And finally, the back of the grid for Kuwait, it is Farhad Al-Khaled, who didn't get a lap time in qualifying. So we'll be charging through from the back.
30 drivers. As for the juniors going on to the track, 30 drivers, 30 nations from all 4 corners of the world. And that young man in the lead from Belgium, Ellie Goldstein, putting everybody on pace, putting the tires up to temperature as well. So there's a couple of talents out there that we've seen fighting at the forefront of international karting for the past few seasons. Some of them maybe that we don't expect at the forefront. This will be interesting to see which of those drivers, which of those wild cards, so to speak, will be able to make a difference. One name interesting as well in the pack is Callum Maloney, the brother of Zane Maloney, who is going to make his way up to Formula 2 for next season.
Time to go racing then in the first of our Sprint Senior qualifying heats. It is Belgium on pole, from Spain in second, Sweden, Denmark, Hungary and Israel giving chase. Let's go racing here at Paul Ricard, and it's a perfect start for Belgium into the first corner. Looks as though Sweden are going to get there to second place. Is everybody going to get through? Just about. It's a little bit of a nudge and top through the first couple of corners, but everybody's managed to make it through without too much interest in it until they get to turn 3, and we've got 3 karts facing in the wrong direction at the top of the hill. So already there are some problems, and it's India's Karl Kumaran in front of Mozambique's Christian Boucher and Panama's Valentin Flamini. So they're all in trouble. There they are. The only 2 that are left on the scene are Panama and Mozambique. So Valentin Flamini and Christian Boucher, unfortunately their races are already over. Looks as though Flamini was trying to get going again. I'm not sure how successful that's going to be, because you have to push yourself to get going. You don't have a starter motor. You have to keep the car in motion to actually get it up and running. but it's Belgium out in front of Sweden and Spain at the start. Yellow flags are waving because of the incident at the top of the hill, but there's already some good drama as Suarez of Chile has got into 4th place in front of Elkin of Israel and Juranchik of Hungary.
One lap completed, 15 to go, as Goldstein was able to manage from pole position to keep the lead. But for how long? That's the question. The chase is on. Joel Bergström and Nacho Tunan, Sweden and Spain, may be willing to work together to try to put the pressure on Belgium. This is your top 3. Pulling away already from the second wagon. You can see them into turn number 11, diving through sector number 3, away from Gustavo Suarez, indeed, taking Israel from Ariel Elkin as well in 5th. Then we have Balas Juransky from Hungary in 6th. This is your top 3, running up another lap, and further back Ariel Elkin is losing patience already into turn number 1. The young driver from Israel has been shining in Italy this season with the TB Kart Factory team. Let's see what he can do. Ariel Elkin putting the pressure as we keep an eye on top 3. Elkin on the outside is going to go, certainly trying to go for place number 4 outside of turn number 7. Let's see if that did happen for Ariel Elkin. I think he came close, and he's going to keep on attacking the young driver from Israel as Goldstein keeps it steady in the lead.
Little bit of a nudge there from Tunion. He tried to get a little too close to Bergström. So the Spaniard actually nudges the back bumper of the Swedish driver, Joel Bergström. And Joel Bergström manages to keep hold of second for the moment, but Tunion so nearly threw it all away there. I really want to see that again because he came so close to binning himself out of 3rd position completely, and that would have given Gustavo Suarez and Ariel Elkin the chance to move forward. So hopefully we can have another look at that moment as Tunion almost threw himself out of the race there, but out in front, Elie Goldstein is very much following in his grandfather's footsteps. Francois Goldstein, the 5-time world champion, is going to be so proud of Elie Goldstein here, putting on such an amazing effort. And a little bit of a run wide there from Tunion. That's at exactly the same point. But Bergström has started to catch up to Goldstein now. Goldstein is still out in front. We look back, and here is the battle between Elkin, who is now in front of Gustavo Suarez. So the Israeli has managed to get through into 4th position. And fair play to Ariel Elkin. He is one of the stars of karting as he comes up through the ranks. He's been fast in direct drive. He's been super fast in gearbox. The kid can handle anything.
Yeah, and then anything indeed. As always very proud when we talk to him, representing Israel on the international karting scene. But while doing so, making his way up to 4th, he lost a pile of time, 2.2 seconds down from Nacho Tunan in 3rd place. Joel Bergström from Sweden is putting the fastest lap in this race. Look at the battle that we have right now, the 201 on your picture. This is for the back, this is Oscar Wurst for Austria, all the way down to 10th place, battling along with Jevan David from Sri Lanka, as well as Adrian Aduba. There's a lot of move going on outside of the last turn. Look at them, the 212 side by side. We're back with the 214 and the 209. These are your leaders, actually. Elie Goldstein from Belgium still in the lead, but Joel Bergström is adding some more pressure corner after corner. He's waiting for the good moment at the end of lap number 6 with the fastest lap in the bag. Goldstein is going defensive already, can kick on the throttle. Let's see if he's going to be able to do something.
I think we've lost Yu Capo. I think we've lost the young driver from Hong Kong. There he is. So I'm afraid that is Yu Capo, who has had a big problem. He was running up in the top 10, and I'm afraid his race just ended. Didn't quite see what happened to him, but I'm afraid his race is over for the moment. Look how close Bergström has got to Goldstein. This is Belgium versus Sweden. And Bergström really feels he's got a chance here to get through on Goldstein. You've got to remember that Goldstein does not have as much experience on an original kart compared to his programs in X30 in Europe. So this is a big knife edge for Goldstein to play with here. Bergström knows the OK kart very well indeed. So this is very much his bread and butter. He has a great chance here. The only advantage that Goldstein has, of course, is that neither driver knows this circuit very well. So obviously everybody has been learning all through the weekend. So can Bergström of Sweden make his attack on Goldstein of Belgium in the lead of this race? It's looking very tight and very tenuous between both drivers. But as they come up over the top of the hill, Goldstein is doing his best to hang on from Bergström.
And the question is where to pass, where to make that overtaking maneuver happen, because the first 2 sectors, as you can see, there's barely any heavy braking point. You know, there's very fast flowing. The drivers keeping the line, shutting all the doors, and there's pretty much nowhere for those OK karts to find a place to go through unless we can make it happen in sector number 3. This is where the hairpins are. This is where the heavy braking points are. And this could be certainly coming down to turn number 11, this particular one. as well as 12 and 13. This is where actually something could be made. Hey, look at Joel Bergström from Sweden, how fast. And and the 208 out of this race. Unfortunately, this is Chung Ting Chu. Unfortunately, it was out of this race. I think it just happened outside of turn number 2.
Yeah, Ting Chu Chun, unfortunately for Chinese Taipei, is now out of the race as well. So that's 4 retirements now. Ting Chu Chun, Yu Capo, Christian Boucher and Valentin Flamini all out of the race. There is a very disappointed racer at the sidelines there. I think that is Ting Chu Chun. So problems there. But we can see how close Sweden are to taking the lead in this one. And of course, in both junior and senior sprints, every driver gets 3 qualifying heats where they obviously set the grid for the final. And they are 16 laps in length in senior sprint. It's a long qualifying heat. They come up over the top of the brow. Belgium leading, Sweden second from Spain, Israel, Denmark, Chile, then Austria, Sri Lanka, Germany and Hungary in the top 10 at the moment, with Estonia's Carmen Kraft doing her best to work herself into the top 10. And she's been going beautifully all weekend, to be fair. She has a good chance here of cracking the top 10. But this is going to be a very tough battle, a very tough race to bid for. And Bergström is absolutely resolute. The Swede wants to win.
Yeah, the trouble is, even though he's very, very fast on the start-finish straight, this isn't long enough for him to try to attack on turn number 1, for instance. And he's keeping it steady. He's keeping himself very, very close to Eli Goldstein, who has nothing else to do to keep his line as well, to go defensive. He's not looking over his shoulder on the way back to the fast finish straight. This is lap number 11, 10 completed, and they've never been so close. They've never been so close. Belgium against Sweden. Look at Bergström clipping the curb, going aggressive, trying to find a bit of extra pace and maybe destabilize Goldstein in some of those corners where it's quite impossible to make an overtaking. But that could be something that Spain and Nacho Tunon might be willing to do as well. They're waiting for the good moment. They observe from a distance, 0.4 of a second, what might happen in front of him. As for the rest, we have Valdemar Algemov in 5th, Oscar Wurst from Austria making himself up to 6th in front of Gustavo Suarez. Jevan David from Sri Lanka is 8th from Schleimer from Germany, as well as Balas Uransky from Hungary running up the top 10. 5 places dropped, unfortunately, for him.
So here comes the battle for the gold medal. Goldstein, Bergström and Tunion. Of course, very early days in the weekend. The gold medal won't actually be won until the final tomorrow. But these 3 qualifying heats for each driver are to set the starting grid for that final. So you've got to be very calm, very focused. You have to be quite disciplined. The big question is, does Bergström go for the psychological upper hand by making the move on Eddie Goldstein? Or does he consolidate by sitting behind him and thinking, well, 2 points are not that many to carry. Of course, you score reverse points in the world of karting. Oh, he's going for the move. He makes the bid on the inside line of the hairpin. Beautiful launch there from Joel Bergström. And Sweden hits the front. So Sweden takes the lead then in qualifying heat number 1 for Sprint Senior. So it's Sweden from Belgium and Spain.
And here we go, the first move, the one we had been expecting for quite a while, a couple of laps. And now it's all down to Goldstein and Tunon to try to respond to the attack of Joel Bergström from Sweden. But look at him actually go, pulling a bit of a gap, a couple of meters from himself and the opposition. That could be the decisive move, as we have now less than 3 laps before the checkered flag of this race. Joel Bergström from Sweden with the Forza Racing colors on his racing suit. That's the team he's competing with in the FIA Karting Championship. But representing Sweden this time around for the Olympics of Motorsport. RL Elkin down in 4th from Israel. 1.8 second. Elkin has been trying as well from a distance. You can see him coming now in a minute. Yeah, there he is. Ariel Elkin has been trying to catch up as well with the top 3. Not quite able to do so. This was Oscar Wurst from Austria, the 201. But Elkin has been pushing like never before. 1.4 seconds. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that for him, the race is going to be a little bit too short to try to catch up quite enough to destabilize the top 3, but still a good performance. And what are the names to keep in mind for the rest of the weekend, as Goldstein now is having to go defensive against Nacho Tunan. So we went from Sweden against Belgium to Belgium against Spain for the battle for second.
And for those who are watching the FIA Motorsport Games and potentially karting for the first time, asking that question, Oscar Wurst, any relation to Alex, the Le Mans 24-hour winner and Formula 1 driver? Certainly is. He is the younger of his 2 sons. Charlie Wurst, of course, is racing in the F4 category for Austria here as well at Paul Ricard. So a fabulous battle for the 2 boys. Look at Joel Bergström. He's just disappeared in front of Goldstein and Tunion. He felt, I'm confident with this, I know the kart, I know the situation, I don't know the circuit very well, but then nor does anybody else. So I've got the mentality here, I can make this happen, I've got the physicality for an okay sprint race. So Bergström looking so strong, and the Swede has managed to extend a brilliant gap of a second over Eli Goldstein. The Swede looking absolutely demonstrative out there as he runs into the final lap. This is a great run from Bergström.
Yeah, 1 full second between himself and Goldstein. Tunan in third. Elkin 2.4 seconds down, who has been pushing his bit as well. But as we said, he might have needed a couple of more laps to try to seal the deal. But Bergström has been absolutely fantastic, waiting for the good moment to make his move. And this will be certainly worth a lot of confidence for the next 2 qualifying heats.
So it's been a very interesting qualifying heat as Belgium, Sweden and Spain have all had their chances to go for the victory. Israel might have done had Elkin got a bit higher a bit sooner, but it is victory to Sweden in the first of our Sprint Senior qualifying heats. Joel Bergström manages to grab the victory for Sweden ahead of Belgium's Eli Goldstein and Spain's Nacho Tunion. For Israel, Ariel Elkin in a strong 4th place ahead of Valdemar Agerholm of Denmark. Rounding out the top 10, it is Oscar Wirtz of Austria, Jovan David of Sri Lanka, Max Schleimer of Germany. For Chile, it is Gustavo Suarez, and for Hungary, it is Balázs Jurancic. But it's first blood to Sweden for Joel Bergström in Sprint Senior, and at that sort of pace, this could just be the start of an incredible fight for the gold.
Beautiful performance indeed for Joel Bergström, the 2:14 from Sweden. Goldstein led for the majority of this race, and 4 laps before the checkered flag. There was a bit of an open door into turn number 12. That was enough for Joel Bergström to make his move and pull away for 1.1 second in the end of this race. The driver is making their way back to the pit lane. You might see there's 2 different lines to the pit lane entry, one to the left, one to the right, and the driver is going for the first option. Here's the classification in full for Sweden, leading the way and winning this first qualifying heat. Joel Bergström for Belgium, Eli Goldstein for Spain, Nacho Tunion for Israel, Ariel Elkin for Denmark, Valdemar Agerholm. Then we have for Austria, Oscar Wirtz for Sri Lanka, Jovan David for Germany, Maximilian Schleimer. We have as well Gustavo Suarez in 9th place, Gustavo Suarez for Chile. Then we have Balázs Jurancic for Hungary running at the top 10, followed by Carmen Krav for Estonia. Then we have Adrian Labuda, the 2:05 for Poland, followed by Matus Boric, the 2:30 for Slovakia. Adrius Rimke-Vicius, the 2:04 for Lithuania, running up the top 15. Then we have João Victor Maranhão from Brazil in 16. Andrés Eduardo Ardiles, the 2:07 for Venezuela, down in 17, followed by Eva Anya Gostiadis for Australia in 18th position. Vahad Al-Khaled, the 2:26 for Kuwait, is classified in the end in 19th position, followed by Callum Maloney for Barbados. 21st for India is Kyle Kumaran. As we have the replay, the highlights of this race. Pretty good start for Eli Goldstein from Belgium, leading the pack, and a bit of a tussle, but everybody going through turn number 1 safely. But it was before turn number 2 where a couple of drivers, including the 229 Christian Boucher, unfortunately being pushed out of the way, as well as Valentin Flamini, as Capo Yu, as well as Chu Ting Chu, the drivers having to retire from this race. The battles in the opening stages of this qualifying heat number 1 on the inside, the 2:02, beautiful move put together by Maximilian Schleimer from Germany, who pushed the 2:12 Balázs Jurancic from Hungary a little bit wide on that particular maneuver. But in the lead, it was the battle from a distance between Goldstein and Bergström, the 2:27 of Capo Yu, unfortunately having to retire, the driver representing Hong Kong for the FIA Motorsport Games. In the lead, the pressure was on the shoulders of Belgium's driver Eli Goldstein. Bergström was waiting for the right moment, the 2:08 having to retire from this race. Chung Ting Pu, indeed, the 2:08 representing Taiwan for those Olympics. The pressure was on as Nacho Tunion from Spain was observing from a distance, but Goldstein led for the majority of this race. Bergström was waiting for the right moment to make that move happen, and it did, waiting into the last sector of the track, corner number 12, rounding up the inside, and there was nothing that Eli Goldstein could have done to prevent that from happening. Once in the lead, Bergström pulled away irresistibly, and there was nothing left for Goldstein then to go defensive against Nacho for Spain. So this was victory in the end in this first of 3 qualifying heats for Joel Bergström, putting Sweden in the lead, provisional in this sprint senior category from Elgorstein for Belgium and Nacho from Spain.
So a pretty fantastic start to the day then in FIA Motorsport Games on the karting circuit amongst our 2 classes that we have had so far. The first blood in Sprint Junior going the way of France, with Gilles Caranta taking the victory, and then of course just recently in the senior for Sweden. So France and Sweden currently lead the way. After qualifying, it was of course Israel and Belgium. So it's looking to be a very competitive weekend of racing here at the Circuit Paul Ricard. There is a little bit of a gap in our programming now as we get ourselves ready for the 4 hours of karting endurance. And this is where the first gold medal in the karting paddock is going to be crowned here this weekend. It's time for the FIA Motorsport Games Karting Endurance Final here at the Circuit Paul Ricard. It is going to be an absolutely fantastic battle as everyone is ready for an exciting duel here across the next 4 hours on the karting circuit. I'm Jake Sanson, my colleague Guillaume Alvarez will join me in the commentary box, and we have 16 teams ready to go racing for the first karting gold medal of this 2022 FIA Motorsport Games. All of the karts are identical in configuration, Tillotson chassis and engine with the Maxxis tyres, and with these being rentals, they are a very different beast to drive and to maintain over the course of the 4 hours. Obviously, it is a rolling start, same as it would be with the sprint, senior and junior categories, and there are 4 drivers per team. Every team must have at least 1 female in the squad, and one team, Team Portugal, has actually elected to go for an all-female squad, so there are only 15 of the 16 teams with male participants. It's a great spectacle. Drivers have come from all 4 corners of the globe to race here in this one contest. 4 hours of racing around the Circuit Paul Ricard. Karting endurance is a very physical discipline of motorsport. It's tough, it's grueling, and it's incredibly tactical. So all of the teams out there are going to be putting on a show. But just behind us, the drivers and the teams are making their way out onto the starting grid. So it is great to greet them all. Led out by Team Portugal, the one all-female squad. They will make their way out onto the starting grid, as will the team from the Czech Republic, who come forward to start in 2nd position for this karting endurance extravaganza. The teams are making their way out. They are greeted by their supporters and fans on the main straight. We greet them all to the start-finish line. Team Portugal, ladies and gentlemen, all 4 drivers of the female persuasion. They are going to have a great race. Team Portugal for Sofia Correa, Mariana Machado, Rita Teixeira and Anastasia Comin. They are ready to go for gold here in Paul Ricard. 2nd place team is Czech Republic. Ondrej Kocha, Ališ Berger, Ostadal Jenik and Sonia Pachikova are all going to be battling for the top spot. The teams come out for Team Belgium just behind them as well. Team Belgium will be starting from P7 for Maxime Druyon, Jeremy Pecklers, Sita van Meert and Antoine Morlaix, as they will represent Team Belgium in fine style. Just behind them on that starting grid, the team from the United Arab Emirates. They will come out to battle. Mariam Al-Hossani, Ahmad Al-Hamadi, Humaid Obaid Al-Ketbi and Ahmad Nabil Al-Boum. Great to see them all come forward. Team Malta are making their way to the starting grid as well. They are 4th on the grid for Ella Jamit, Niki Gauci, Owen Mangion and Kyle Macheka. Great to see them as they will battle for the top spot. Bahamas have made their way to the grid as well. The team all the way from the Caribbean. Ramando Hudson, Christopher Bain, Jashai Burrows and Giselle Liliano. It's going to be a fantastic battle for Team Bahamas. 2 boys, 2 girls, captaining the efforts to try and go for glory. It's going to be a fabulous battle as the contenders are making their way to the starting grid. But here comes the team in pole position, Team España. The team from Spain looking to go for gold. Alvaro Bajo Robles, Alba Cano Ramirez, Jose Manuel Perez Aycar and Ivan Velasco, all bidding for gold medal status here in Paul Ricard. Great to see so many teams and drivers battling up on the sharp end of the field. Team Georgia have made their way to the grid. They'll be starting P9 for Mariam Davidic and Mariam Siklauri, as well as Nika Kobrznica and Archil Simokiewicz. So great to see them all. Team Poland have made their way forward. They'll be starting from the 3rd row of the grid for Cornelia Olkucha, Jacob Rashki, Marcel Kuch and Adam Zilowski. And here comes Team UK, the United Kingdom, making their way to the 2nd row of the starting grid. Jack O'Neill, Rihanna Percox, Owen Genman and Mike Philippou, hoping to give the United Kingdom their first gold medal of the week. Chinese Taipei making their way to the starting grid as well for Yusun Yan, Lao Chunyao, Cheng Xiaoxiu and Chung Chenyu. They are there on the grid ready to go racing for Chinese Taipei. Great to see them out on the starting grid. So many incredible competitors from all around the world. Team Slovakia are here on the grid as well for 11th on the grid. Matthias Kocho, Imrich Jakal, Jodak Milicic and Veronika Dobratova. They're all going to be battling at the top spot, and it's going to be a great race for them as they try to charge their way forward. And of course the team for Israel are going to charge their way forward as well. Itzhak Shahar, Yarden Oved, Yanev Hershkovitz and Ran Ben Ezer. They're all going to be battling for the top spot. So many incredible contenders out here on the starting grid, ready for the quest for the gold. It is going to be such an incredible race as well. 4 hours of no holds barred, no nonsense, ultra competitive motorsport. There is the team for Chinese Taipei getting themselves ready for the quest for gold. Tsai Huxian, Lo Chunyao, Cheng Xiaosu and Chung Chenyu all ready for glory up at the sharp end of the field. It is going to be such an exceptional battle. My goodness me, have we got some stars down here on the starting grid, and the competitors are getting themselves ready for an amazing spectacle. 4 hours around this 924-meter circuit. It is definitely going to be tough out there for all of the contenders to go for the top spot, but it'll be ultra competitive. It's not just about being the fastest team over qualifying, it's about having the strategy, the tactics, the tenacity over the course of an entire race meeting. There is Team Portugal getting themselves ready, and Team Poland as well. Lots of great competitors to try and charge their way forward. Team Poland going off 6th place. Olkucha, Rashki, Kuch and Zhichlovsky all trying to go for the top spot in these identical FIA Motorsport Games machines, Tillotson chassis. It's going to be such an incredible spectacle. I genuinely couldn't tell you which team has got the best chance of gold medal, because there is so much talent on this starting grid, and the tactics and the strategy is going to be what really makes this such a difficult contest. We have the team though from Team Malta. They are just beside me. I'm going to have a quick word with Karl Macheca actually while we're here on the starting grid. Karl, Malta are there on the second row of the grid. There's a great chance for you guys to get a medal. How are the tactics looking?
They feel good. We try to make the best strategy throughout the race so that we make the less time and finish the race on the podium, or we try for first.
It's a fabulous opportunity. Good luck, guys. We wish Team Malta all the very best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. They are such a competitive team. All 4 of the drivers for Team Malta getting themselves ready for an excellent show. We're going to wander over. There are the team from the Czech Republic. They are going to start from 2nd position. The 5-minute board goes up, so there's still a little bit of time. Let's see if we can grab a word with one of our drivers from the Czech Republic. Let's see if we can grab a word with Mr. Kocha. Let's see if we can grab a word with Andrej Kocha, getting himself ready for the start. Andrej, 2nd position on the grid for the Czech Republic. There's a really good chance of a medal for you guys now.
Yes, of course, but a lot of good drivers are on the grid, so we will see. It's a 4-hour race, it's a long time, and we will see what happens during the 4 hours.
What's really good for you guys as well is that you're all very evenly matched within the team, so in terms of pace, you guys are very, very likely to get up to the front.
Yes, it's a good chance, but we will see. As I said, it's a difficult race, we will see.
Okay, well, good luck, and hopefully we'll see you guys on the podium ceremony later.
Thank you.
Excellent. Andrej Kocha of the Czech Republic team. Let's see who else we've got time for a quick word with. Obviously, Team United Kingdom are here, ready to go for a charge for victory. Let's have a word with Owen Genman. Owen, this is going to be an interesting challenge for you guys. It's very close indeed between the top 3 teams in qualifying, not even a 1/10 of a second covering all 3 squads. How do you try and make the difference over the course of 4 hours?
I think the important thing to start with is just sticking with the front group, trying to work together in the kind of snake, in the train, standard situation. Our cart's just lacking a little bit of top end, so if we can just stick with them, I think through the twisty stuff we've got good pace, and then it will come and kind of unfold a bit more later in the race. Really good strategy, good pit stops. That's where it's going to be won and lost. So yeah, we just got to stick in there to start with, and let the team boss Martin O'Neill, the strategist on the pit wall, he will put us well out in front.
And you've got 3 fantastic teammates in Jack, Mark and Rihanna, so you guys are well placed to go and get some medals.
Absolutely, no weak link at all, so confident we're going to have good pace throughout the whole race, and that is where the difference will be made really, the consistency of the rest of the teammates, drivers and in the pits.
Fantastic. Good luck Team UK.
Thank you very much.
So we've got the 3-minute board has just gone, so we're going to have one final word with our pole sitters. Team España will quickly get in and have a quick word with Ivan Velasco. Ivan, a great chance from pole position. How are you guys looking?
Okay, very good.
Good luck. Short and sweet. It's going to be a fantastic challenge for Team España. They are going for gold from pole position. The Czech Republic are alongside them on the grid. Team UK and Team Malta right behind them, with 12 other nations gunning for glory. Over to Guillaume Alvarez. It's going to be an absolutely cracking start here in the Karting Enduro.
Thank you very much, Jake Sanson. Thank you very much indeed, everybody, for joining us here live from the Paul Ricard karting track of Le Castellet. It was nice to get a bit of a time in just before we get ourselves ready for some action. It's going to last 4 hours, quite unusual to the format that we had before, and the next qualifying heat I will have as well later this afternoon for the sprint junior and senior. But now it's about time to go racing for endurance. 4 hours to seal the deal and to award the first 3 medals, gold, silver and bronze, at the end of this beautiful race. The first ever time that we have endurance racing as part of the FIA Motorsport Games for the 2nd edition of the Olympics of Motorsport. And as you can see, there's plenty of people joining us here on location and joining us live on FIAMotorsportGames.com from all 4 corners of the world. The world is very much represented here in Paul Ricard with 72 nations, as we have 16 of them here on this beautiful grid. 64 drivers in total, 4 by team, and a lot of strategies at play for the next 4 hours. Once we're going to have the start, the rolling proceedings will follow very, very soon. On the left side of your picture is the team on pole position, number 13 from Spain. Czech Republic by their side, United Kingdom and Malta on round number 2, as we have the last few seconds of waiting. 1 minute left before the Lions are unleashed onto this beautiful track of 964 meters, a bit less than 1 kilometer. This is a very sharp, narrow and technical track, fast flowing on the first 2 sectors, a lot of challenges and not a lot of space for those drivers to find to get overtaking done. So this will be absolutely interesting. My apologies, as the drivers are now flexing their muscles, getting ready to go for the first shift of maximum 45 minutes, because we can have a lot of action on track and off track as well in the pit lane, with a lot of pit stop proceedings coming our way.
Okay, I'm quite excited. 4 hours will take us through to the finish. Spain from the Czech Republic, United Kingdom from Malta, Peru and Poland, Belgium and Portugal, Georgia and the United Arab Emirates, from Slovakia, Chinese Taipei, Israel, Uzbekistan, Hong Kong and the Bahamas. It's going to be a very exciting race, and the contenders are going around on their first formation lap. This is going to be such a difficult race to predict. It's 4 hours of karting. The endurance is always a tough mission and a tough challenge. But these competitors have come from all around the world, across Europe, across Asia, across the Caribbean, to race here and represent their nation on the World Motorsport stage. People are already frantically calling this the Racing Olympics, and this is such an incredible opportunity to see what these guys can do. All the fans down here on the main straight, ready to greet these contenders. And the thing about karting endurance is this is one of the toughest, most physically demanding forms of motorsport that we're going to see in the FIA Motorsport Games through the course of this weekend. You've got to stay out there for 45 minutes, a couple of millimeters off the ground. You're working the throttle, you're working the brakes. The steering is very positive, but it's obviously going to put a lot of strain on the body. So this is a very tough discipline of motorsport. Never ever underestimate how physical the world of karting actually is. These guys are going to be pushed to their limits, and with 4 drivers only allowed 45-minute stints minimum, there's going to be some interesting tactics going through here. So it's definitely going to be an interesting situation off the start.
Definitely indeed, as the drivers complete their warm-up lap, rolling start to follow, as Spain will be leading the way in front of Czech Republic and United Kingdom.
The 4-hour karting endurance final is about to get underway. Spain in pole position, Czech Republic alongside from the UK, Malta, Peru and Poland. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez with you for the start of this incredible 4-hour endurance classic, and we're underway. Up to the first corner, a good start for Spain. No worries at all as they head to the first corner. Czech Republic are getting squeezed, and a little bit of pushing and shoving as teams are trying to work their way forward. UK have moved up into second position off the start, so already a very solid battle. But out in front, Spain leads the way from the UK. Looks like a good couple of overtaking moves further back. Who's that into third position? That is the number 2 car. That's Malta. So a good start for Team Malta as they have already come up into third position. A great start then from UK, and they're already pushing Team Spain into the corner of the ropes. So this is going to be an interesting challenge all the way through. Malta are already going full guns blazing, trying to close up to the leading 2 crews, and they are already on them. So it's Spain, UK, Malta. A great battle all the way down to the hairpin. You can see the number 4 card in the background there in P4. That is Poland. So Poland have come forward into 4th position. The 3 wide further back. Goodness me. Everybody wanting to have a piece of it. And that's a big skip of the hairpin there for one of the crews. I didn't quite see who that was. I think that might have been the 14 car of the Czech Republic, having to take the escape route across the hairpin, so that's a bit of a difficulty. Meanwhile, Belgium have got themselves up into 6th position. A good start. That looks like Sita van Meert behind the wheel. So the young lady driver has been absolutely astonishing off the start and has already made up a couple of places. So Spain leads from UK, Malta, Poland, Peru and Belgium.
Yeah, not the best of option to being pushed wide on the opening lap of a 4-hour race, isn't it? But that's part of the deal, and you can see now the driver is being a bit of aggressive outside of the turn right now. This is on the other part of the circuit, but indeed a bit of a trouble for Czech Republic, who tumbled down the order in 7th place. That was the car going wide on the outside of turn number 11. So a bit of a trouble to start with. The race is still very long, 4 hours now before the checkered flag, and already battling for the lead between Spain and the UK. So we're going to keep a close eye on the proceedings. There's going to be a lot of interesting maneuvers all over the place, not only in the lead, but as well as through the rest of the pack. So now it's one thing to lead, that's another to keep your distance, to keep your positions alive, because the effort will be long. And it's all about the strategy. It's all about keeping your head down, keeping the line, trying not to do anything stupid or unwise, shall I say. And that's going to be very, very interesting throughout the course of this race. Let's see who can come out on top. But Spain has taken advantage of a pole position into the opening lap. The UK second, Malta in third, Peru in fourth, Poland in fifth, Belgium in sixth, with indeed what looks like Sita van Meert. Sita van Meert was the lightest of all 4 drivers from Team Belgium. And she has a 30-kilo ballast because, as a reminder, all those cars have to weigh 190 kilos before the start of the race, meaning that depending on the driver's weight, compared to you have 120 kilos for the cart, the rest up to the drivers. And if you're too light, then you have to put ballast onto the cart to match the weight fixed by the rule book. So in the case of Sita van Meert, she has to go very light but with a lot of ballast, which means that she's first into proceedings before handing over to a teammate for the rest of the race.
She's just made the overtaking move. She's managed to get into P6 there past Poland. So Belgium move up into 6th position past Poland. So it's Spain leading. Here's the battle. They are still going at it. Belgium and Poland, and Belgium manages to get through into the position. So a nice overtake there for Team Belgium. Sita van Meert behind the wheel of that kart at the moment. As we see these two really gunning for it. That looks like Owen Genman, who we just spoke to briefly before the start, behind the wheel of the number 11 kart. Having a very solid race of it there for Team UK. But it's Spain who leads the way at the moment. Only just Malta in 3rd position in front of Peru, Georgia, then Belgium. The Czech Republic now ahead of Poland. Portugal in 9th from Slovakia. The United Arab Emirates, Chinese Taipei from Israel, Uzbekistan, Hong Kong and the Bahamas. So they run through in fine style. Everybody going full guns blazing as they run through to turn 1. Still the UK trying to pick off the overtaking move. They've got the fastest lap now, the first racing lap in under 60 seconds, and they make it a 59.99. So a very tough race already in the offing. UK are just shadowing Spain's every move at the moment. Just trying to work their way forward. Full credit though to Team Georgia. They have had a sensational race start and they have moved up 4 places. So Georgia are right up to 5th position from P9 on the starting grid. So Georgia definitely having a great race of it at the moment. And they are to be commended for the hard work they are doing out there on the course. Bahamas having a good run at the tail end there. They've definitely got the biggest fan club in the world of the Motorsport Games. And great to see them all putting on a great show and having great fun at the side of the circuit. Still Team UK hustling Team Spain as they come off the main straight. These early stages of the race, it's all about the sprint and trying to get yourself into a decent position. Malta have a little bit of opposition from Peru. Side by side nearly, as UK has a think about going for the lead. It's all about tactics. They're going to get side by side with Team Spain. They'll get a faster line off the turn. But Spain are having to go ultra defensive on most of the corners around the circuit here. And of course the endurance element, the rental kart element, this is exactly what this circuit was designed for. So this is karting in its element around this particular circuit. 964 meters in length, of course. So really good start to this endurance race. Spain out in front of the UK, then Malta in third position from Peru, Georgia, Belgium and the Czech Republic ahead of Poland, Portugal and Slovakia. And that's the top 10 rounded out. Chinese Taipei in 11th, currently in front of the United Arab Emirates, then Israel, Uzbekistan, Hong Kong and the Bahamas. Where's the gap back to Malta? The leaders are about to come through over the line. Here they come. So this is Spain ahead of the UK. And then in third position, we've got Malta and Peru. That's Team Portugal cheering on their squad. And up the inside, that's Peru getting into third position. Nice move. So Peru gets through past Malta, and that is the South American country getting through past Malta. Great job.
Great job indeed, and you could see the driver behind the wheel, and it keeps on battling between the 11 and the 13. This is the battle for the lead. Spain against the UK, as the Spanish driver is keeping the line and keep himself in the lead. It's about maximizing your time on track, isn't it? Because those drivers, as we said, are going to have to switch the wheel with their teammates, and the maximum time that you can have by shift before the pit stop proceedings is 45 minutes. It doesn't mean that those teams have to switch the drivers, but they have 45 minutes maximum before coming back to the pit lane to make the refueling, and they can decide either to change the driver or to keep the same, but they can do that only for a maximum of 3 hours on track, so 3/4 of the distance. So any teams actually might want to choose to keep the same driver for pretty much the distance of the race, and you can see the battle still heating up between Spain and the UK. But let's be fair, none of the teams will go for that option, because there's 4 drivers in each of those formations, and each of them is willing to have a bit of a track time for this race and shine before the eyes of the world motorsport. So we will see how it plays out, but one thing is for sure is that all the drivers might not have the same length of shift, depending of the pace, depending of the experience as well, you know. And we might see actually some drivers switching earlier than the pit stop windows when the pit lane, which is actually all the time open. Oh, there was a bit of a moment here in turn number 11, wasn't it?
Bit of a mistake there from the British kart. So unfortunate there, but just got a little bit wayward off the back. So that's caused them a little bit of a headache. There's Team Peru running in third position in front of Malta. So a very solid start to proceedings at the moment as it continues. But it is going to be a very interesting continuation as the drivers battle their way around the course here. But certainly an interesting opening phase, and the teams are already mixing it out of the front, giving themselves the best chance to battle away. Look how quickly that deficit's been made up already by Team UK, clearly feeling frustrated with themselves at the mistake, and not going to let that one happen again. So a fascinating little duel as the drivers continue to make good work of things here around the course. But it's going to be a really interesting challenge as everybody's still putting on a good display. Look how much of the curb is being used as well as they try and get the best trajectory through these apexes. But it's a long old race. The UK have just banged in the fastest first sector of the entire race so far as we come up to the end of the first quarter of an hour. And that's how you've got to do it really as a team. You build it up. I've done a couple of endurance races myself in the past at this sort of level before, well, certainly not as high as the FIA Motorsport Games, but certainly with karts of a similar stature and pace. I've even been a team manager of one on one occasion. We came second in a 24-hour 6 years ago, so trust me, I know what I'm talking about.
So now you're starting bragging.
Nearly. I definitely wasn't the starting driver. No, it's always interesting to get those tactics and everything, you know, running according to procedure. It's not just about having the fastest drivers in your team. There's got to be synergy. There's got to be connectivity between you and your teammates. You have to have that mentality of teamwork. It's a very different sport to sprint karting, where it's very much every man for himself. You look out for yourself, but you've got to keep the energy high, but you've also got to make sure that there's good rhythm, there's good communication with the team, as the Bahamas are about to be lapped here by Spain and the UK. Got to time it right though, because there's no obligation to get out of the way, because obviously it's about the faster drivers coming through and moving off the racing line and getting past. You do not, in karting, you don't really have a blue flag as such. So Spain and UK going around the far side, they both get through without incident there. That's fine and dandy. But as a result, UK starting to get a little bit alongside Spain, and the driver gesturing to UK, come on, don't race with me, let's just work our way forward. Now the warning flag there goes to the Czech Republic. Now one thing you're probably thinking about sat there at home watching, especially if you're a karting fanatic at this level, is are there going to be penalties and how are they going to be distributed in the endurance? Well, yes they are. Penalties end up being anything from time added on to drive-through penalties. So they will come up over the course of the race. We'll have to figure out how it goes. There have been a couple of warning flags so far from a few of the teams and drivers, but it certainly gives us a little bit of an indication how things are for all of the competitors. Now, we have been given a list of who is who, which is great to give us an idea of who's in the kart at the moment. So leading the way is the Spanish driver Jose Perez. So Jose Perez is currently out in the Team Spain car, leading the way from Owen Genman. Third position at the moment is the number 7 kart for Peru, Taylor Greenfield at the wheel at the moment. Malta currently in 4th position with Niki Gauci behind the wheel. Then in 5th position is Team Georgia. It's Nika Kobaznitsa who is in the kart at the present moment. It's up the inside. That's a bold lunge, and that almost worked. It didn't quite, though, for Chinese Taipei, having a go at Poland. So that was Jakub Rashki almost being overtaken there by Lo Chun Yao, but it didn't quite happen on that occasion. And that is Sita van Meert for Team Belgium. You can quite clearly see who it is whether by the race suit, but currently trying to make the bid there on Ondrej Kocha of the Czech Republic, who is currently running in P6. That brings us up to where we were, and up the inside, Belgium gets the move on the Czech Republic. Lovely overtaking move there as Sita van Meert overtakes Ondrej Kocha, but that is very nicely handled. Belgium goes P6.
Yeah, beautifully made by young Sita van Meert, 16 years of age, and a lot of experience in direct drive karting in X30 for the past few seasons. She's been progressing to the ranks. Oh, and back in the pit lane, there might be some switching of drivers already, because by the look of it, it's a bit too soon to get a refueling done. But this was done by Czech Republic, wasn't it? To
yes,
indeed got back into the pit lane for the first switch of drivers, and they got back out. The number 14, just as the number 12 of the United Arab Emirates goes through as well. So it was very quick. So there must have been certainly a change of drivers for the team of Czech Republic over there.
I wonder if that's a drive-through penalty, you know. It could well have been.
I think so?
Yeah, possibly. So we'll have to double check on that. They got a warning flag, certainly. I'm not entirely sure if a warning flag automatically means you've got to take a drive-through penalty. Maybe it does. We'll have to get an understanding of that one. So the Czech Republic refilters back in P12.
You might actually be right, because there was a fast passage into the pit lane, maybe a little bit too fast to allow any other driver to switch and get behind the wheel. So it might have been a drive-through penalty as a result of that warning flag. We'll get back to that as we're here with the leaders. Spain against the United Kingdom, the battle for the lead. Not so much of a battle, because you know the race is still very long. There's still a long way to go, and they're driving together. You know, they try not to push too much. Not to push each other too much, not to make any mistake. They're supporting each other, so to speak, because the mission for them is to have a proper, clean first stint, you know, before switching to the teammates. Yeah, and they have to bring the car back in one piece to the pit lane and make sure the performance is there as well.
This is so true. This is all tactical for Spain and the UK. They just want to pull away from the rest of the competitors, give themselves some breathing space, and then they can have their battle as the race plays out. It is a stunning situation in terms of the race battle going on at the moment. So a very exciting battle for all of the contenders out there. Here comes the opportunity. This is Georgia trying to make the bid up the inside of Malta. So this is going to be an overtaking move. And on the inside, that is Nika Kobaznitsa getting through on the inside of Niki Gauci. So nice overtaking moves there. And a very solid start to the race for Team Georgia.
That was interesting, because you could actually see the driver in number 2, Nika Gauci, gesturing to his opponent, in this case, indeed, Nika.
They both ran a bit wide there, the two leading cars, Spain and UK. This is Perez and Genman. Both drivers having a little bit of a wayward moment there as they ran wide and right off the racetrack.
So it's getting a bit of heat above those drivers' shoulders. But as I was gonna say, you know, you could see the gesturing from one of the drivers of the Malta team saying to the other, "Okay, let's go through, mate. You know, I won't fight here. I won't resist. You know, we're only getting started into this race, so there's no point battling along or resisting too much. So you can go through." You know, and I'll certainly fight you back later on into this race. So it's about sportivity as well into the endurance racing, you know, because you have to play it smart. You have to go with your head, keep it down, keep it steady and smart. You have to put in the performance, as we said. You know, you don't want to be unlapped too much by the fastest drivers. If you're able to fight with them, please do so. But it's all about consistency and sportivity. So we know that Czech Republic is still a long way. And it's about time, it's about reflection, it's about finding the proper space and the proper pace as well, because you have to be regular, as we can see the replay of the start of this 4-hour race, and as you can keep the live racing on the right corner. But a bit of a hectic start with some of the drivers clipping the curb on the inside of turn number 1. But thankfully everybody made it alive in one piece through the first opening lap, even though Czech Republic had quite a rough time. The driver behind the wheel of the number 14, Andrzej Koszka.
I'll tell you what, Nicky Gauci had a pretty dramatic start there for Team Malta, didn't he? He was being nudged from pillar to post. Here is the Peruvian squad. Third position, Taylor Greenfield currently behind the wheel, just getting himself sorted out. Let's go through a list of the drivers that are in kart at the moment. We have 16 teams, of course. Spain are leading the way with their man Jose Manuel Perez. He leads the way in front of Owen Genman for Team United Kingdom. Third is Team Peru. Taylor Greenfield is currently the man who is in that kart at the moment. Then we have the squad for Team Georgia. That is currently Nika Kobašnitsa, who is at the wheel of Team Georgia at the moment. They were in 9th place at the start, and they've worked their way all the way up to P4, so an excellent run from Nika Kobašnitsa at this moment in time. 5th position is currently Team Malta with Nicky Gauci at the wheel. P6 is Team Belgium, who are also in kart number 6. It's currently Sita van Meert, the very talented 16-year-old at the wheel of that kart. 7th place for Team Portugal. At this moment in time, it is now, which driver is currently behind the wheel of Portugal? That is Mariana Machado, who is at the wheel. Next up is Team Slovakia. That's Matic Sikart, who is currently in the number 16 kart in 8th place. Chinese Taipei are next up. They're in 9th place for Lo Chun Yao. So they are there in 9th position in front of the Polish driver Jakub Raszki, who is rounding up the top 10 at the moment, in front of the Czech Republic, the number 14 kart of Ondrej Kocha. Then in 12th position we have the number 12, that's the United Arab Emirates team of Humaid Obed Al-Ketbi. And then 13th place for Team Israel at the moment, that's Yarden Oved. She is behind the wheel of the number 15 kart at the moment. And then the number 10, that is the Uzbekistani squad, Faruk Uranov, who is there currently in 14th position. They're still running a good race. The 15th place kart is the crew from Hong Kong, that is Wong King Chi. So Wong King Chi is there in position now. They're in 15th place. And then for Team Bahamas, running in position 16 at the moment, it is Christopher Bain who is behind the wheel of that kart as it stands at the moment. 20 minutes completed, and it's still nothing at all between Spain and the UK as they run very much together, with Peru out in no man's land at the moment. Taylor Greenfield is in 3rd position on his own.
Yeah, it's quite not a bad position to find yourself in, you know, because we're only in the first stint, and being on your own allows you to really get properly into the running of this race, you know, to find your pace and not being bothered by anyone else, as indeed driving in the number 7 from Peru, Taylor Greenfield, is currently 4.7 second advantage on number 8 of Georgia with Nika Kopodidze. So plenty of time for him to reflect. He still has 3.3 seconds try to catch up on the number 11 of the United Kingdom with Owen Genman. So we'll see about that. The Belgian team on your picture, you could see Jacques Morlet, very well known figure in the motorsport world of Belgium. Jacques Morlet was the father of Anton Morlet, one of the drivers here in Belgium. Anton Morlet on the left side, Jeremy Peclers in the middle. These are some drivers competing, representing Belgium in the Olympics of motorsport. As we're going to see the replay here of the battle for the lead. Again, not really a battle, but you can see the pressure rising on the shoulders of the leaders. Spain against the UK. And there was a bit of a tussle further back, 3 side by side outside of turn number 12, with Portugal being put into a bit of a trouble with Sita van Meert on the Belgian on the right side with a number 6, and she made a move beautifully on the inside of Slovakia and Portugal in the mix as well. So it was nice to get some of the replays of the action we might have missed, or that we'd like to see once again, as you keep the race live on the below corner of your screen. We're back here with the number 7 on your picture. This is Peru, and at the wheel, Taylor Greenfield, the number 3 here, running at the moment all the way down to 15. This is the kart of Hong Kong with King Ching Wong. Hong Kong and Bahamas, 2 of the new nations competing into the endurance racing scene, as Bahamas, as we said earlier, is this is very much a new experience for the teams coached by our fellow Karting commentator Henri Baudet, who has been absolutely exciting and adamant that his team can do something to this race. The progress has been absolutely immense ever since those young guys and girls from Bahamas have been coming here to Le Mans, to Le Castellet. Le Mans was a little while ago, as Bahamas has been putting progress.
We don't know
indeed.
about there, Guillaume?
I haven't told you anything. No, I'm just kidding. As no, Bahamas, a very good story indeed from those young boys and girls from the other side of the world, pretty much, as this is their first ever experience on a proper karting track. Can you imagine? They've been practicing, but they told me that they don't have the specific facilities required for proper karting training, so they had to go on parking lots, they had to go on open roads, so to speak, to get the proper running before coming to Europe with the tutelage of Henri Baudet.
Now this is a replay of the number 1 crew. This is Chinese Taipei making their big lunge on the inside of Jacob Raschke for Team Poland. That almost worked, but it didn't quite work out in their favour. Now we're going a little bit further back in the pack, and this is 10 versus 9. This is Uzbekistan making their way past the Bahamas to lap them. So that is Faruk Uranov getting his way through to put a lap on the Bahamas driver Christopher Bain onto the main straight, and still Jose Manuel Perez is your race leader. So Jose Manuel Perez is your race leader in front of Owen Genman. So Spain versus the UK. There is the Peruvian Taylor Greenfield, 3rd position. Look back and we see Team Georgia. A great run for Nika Kopeschnitzer, who finds himself in 4th position at the moment. Then it is the team from Malta, Niki Gauci, in front of the Belgian talent Sita van Meert. And then for Portugal in 7th place now, so they've worked their way forwards. A good run so far from Mariana Machado in front of Team Slovakia. Mati Sikart is in the cart at the moment. Then in 9th place it is the team from Chinese Taipei, so Lao Chunyao has managed to overtake Jacob Raschke, the squad from Poland. So this is going to be an interesting one as they're lapping the traffic, and who's going to get past the Bahamas cart first? A spin from Chris Bain. So he just about managed to get out of the way of the leaders, but that could have been very messy indeed. We almost had a Hakkinen-Schumacher overtaking move as a result of 2 drivers going opposite directions of a backmarker there. But Spain and the UK, very closely matched, and I'm afraid it's UK that's come off worse in terms of the time lost. 1.2 seconds deficit now, and this is a battle for position. As further back, we've got 8 and 9 dueling away. Oh, that is the number 8 cart for Team Georgia, managing to work their way back past Bahamas to lap them, as you can see the Portugal crew cheering for their lady out on the circuit, Mariana Machado, currently running in P7. So there is Chris Bain for the Bahamas. Very far travelled indeed to be here, and this is the battle further back. You've got Czech Republic dueling with Chinese Taipei, and there goes the move on the inside line from Mati Sikar to get through on Lo Chunyao. And are they going to be able to hold station before Jacob Raschke, the Polish driver, comes forward to make the overtake? There are some good battles everywhere. This is further back. This is for 13th. We've got the duel going on between Yarden Oved and Faruk Uranov. This is Israel versus Uzbekistan. And still this 3-kart duel for position going on between the Czech Republic, Chinese Taipei and Poland. So 3 drivers there. Andrei Kucha, Lo Chunyao and Jacob Raschke having a really good duel between each other as they race tooth and nail out on the course. But it's not easy to see how this race is still going to play out. There's a lot to play for here. And on this 964-metre circuit, there is a lot of overtaking opportunities in these karts. Perhaps more even than there would be in Sprint Junior and Senior, but it's all about tactics. You've got to be very careful about when you position yourself around the course, how you deal with the situations around you. 24 laps have now been completed. So they're doing an excellent situation now for the contenders. Spain, UK and Peru running in the top 3. Then Georgia, Malta and Belgium. From Portugal, Slovakia, the Czech Republic and Chinese Taipei. This is a good little battle dueling away. This is Portugal versus Slovakia. They're having a nice little duel. This is Mariana Machado along with Mati Sikart. As that's Hong Kong getting their way past Bahamas to put a lap on them. And that's a dive up the inside. So that looks like Slovakia have made the move on Portugal. So that is Mati Sikart getting through on the inside of Mariana Machado. So Team Portugal drop back then into 8th position behind Slovakia. And these battles are going to be happening all the way through the race. You're going to get a lot of changes of position. You're going to get a lot of duels, a lot of tactics, as Spain have now managed to lap the crew from Israel. Have they lapped Uzbekistan as well? Because if they have, that's really put daylight between themselves and UK. Yes, they have. So Spain have actually increased the gap now to about 2.5 to 3 seconds. And that's crucial because UK are starting to fall into the clutches of Peru. So they haven't gone through the traffic in quite the same fashion as their Spanish counterparts, and Team UK are now on the back foot trying to recover.
It's about a long game, isn't it? But Spain and the UK stretching along 2.5 seconds at the moment as we are running with the number 4 a little bit further back in the classification. This is Poland, as we have Jakub Reinski behind the wheel. A very nice helmet, very nice crash helmet, and the Cosmic colors as well. The Cosmic that used to be one of the official teams in the FIA Karting competition of the OTK group, brought together under the same brand ever since this season. The number 5 on your picture, this is the battle for position number 7 between Slovakia and Portugal. In Portugal, we have Mariana Machado behind the wheel, and Slovakia, the number 16, is being driven ever since the start by Matej Siskar at the moment, and a good battling along as well. The number 6, Sita van Meer from Belgium, is trying to resist the pressure, and around the inside goes the number 16 of Slovakia. Beautiful move on, there was one of the number 9 indeed as being lapped. This is one of the cars of the Bahamas. Oh, and not particularly happy. Unfortunately, this is Christopher Bain from Bahamas, who was trying to keep a steady line, but he was pushed a little bit on the outside of the track, not particularly happy. He was gesturing in disbelief. From Peru, on your picture, the number 7 at the moment in 3rd place, 0.8 of a second behind UK, so we could see a bit of a tussle coming our way for 2nd position between UK and Peru, as right now we are on board with the number 1. This is Chinese Taipei, with the driver behind the wheel being Chunyao Lo, and is about to have the pressure of Poland just behind in the number 4, Jakub Reinski, trying to get close to the Chinese driver. We're going to see this is a battle for 10th position at the moment into this race. Very, very close indeed, Jakub Reinski. Let's see where he can actually make a move, and it was already difficult for the competitors in the junior and the senior sprint, but with those Tillotson machinery that are larger and heavier than what we have in the direct drive class, this is even more trickier to find the proper space to get the overtaking done. And there he goes, beautifully made around the inside. That was a close call, but it was successful. Poland goes ahead of Chinese Taipei for 10th place, and it was in turn number 10, just outside of the 2nd sector, all the way down to 11 and 12, this particular part of the track at the bottom of this technical circuit. And there goes back in the pit. This was Poland indeed, after making that maneuver happen. Back in the pit, let's see if he goes back out, but I think there was no warning whatsoever, so I think this is indeed a change of driver for the team of Poland, as Jakub Reinski just got out of the kart, and one of his teammates, and we'll have the identity of the teammate in just a few moments, will get behind the wheel. As a reminder, the pit lane is always open, which is not always the case in the endurance race.
Nice dive there from Portugal to dive through on the inside line there and make the move there on Belgium. So Belgium has slowly been dropping a little bit of pace. Slovakia's got through, and now Portugal's got through as well. Potentially time for a pit stop. We are going to have to see. It looks as though they might well be. Yes, indeed, Belgium pitting. So Belgium making a pit stop. That kind of explains the pace. So a good opportunity there to see how the drivers are getting on. Guillaume is going to wander down to pit lane to see how things are getting on. And we're obviously going to be wandering our way down to pit road through the course of the race to catch up with some of the drivers as they fare. But as you can see, UK versus Peru having a really solid race battle for 2nd position now. So this is all going very close indeed. But this is Owen Genman battling away along with Taylor Greenfield, and Greenfield is definitely giving him some pressure down the home stretch. So Peru hoping to get into 2nd position here. Owen Genman trying to hold the back of the kart at the moment. This isn't so easy. Some of the best endurance races in karting from around the world have come here to be in this one. So it's not easy to predict who's going to come out on top. Spain looking good, 3.4 seconds clear of the UK and Peru. But this is all about momentum. It's not easy to try and gauge who is going to have the front end of the field for long. That's the thing about it being an endurance race. You never really know what's going to happen next. Always very tough to predict who's going to get the best of it. Spain is 3.4 seconds in the lead here from the UK and Peru. Taylor Greenfield all over the back of Britain's Owen Genman. And here's the move, is it? Oh no, you're not going to get that overtaking move done. Not with Owen Genman in the position. So he chops across on Taylor Greenfield there into the apex, just averts the attack. Georgia going well in 4th position with their driver doing a grand job out there at the moment, Nika Gobeschnitzer. And Nika Gobeschnitzer really doing a very solid job there at the moment. So a very strong run. So out in the pit lane at the moment, I think Guillaume Alvarez is down there, might be able to grab a word with a couple of people. We'll see how things are going in a few short moments. Still the UK soaking up the pressure from Taylor Greenfield. But Owen Genman versus Taylor Greenfield is turning into quite a nice battle at the moment. These two dueling for 2nd place. There's a bit of a gap back to Georgia as they are trying to challenge their way forward. But there is Team Spain leading the race, and they're currently still working their way through the traffic at the moment, having just put a lap on Team Belgium. But then of course Belgium have made a pit stop, so that doesn't put them out of position by any way at all. So who is that that's now gone into the Team Belgium car? Because that has changed of late, of course. It was Sita van Meert. I think that might be Jeremy Pekles, who is now in the Belgium kart. So we'll double check as things get updated, but certainly a new driver in the Team Belgium kart at the moment. Looks to me like it might be Jeremy Pekles. And it is indeed, yes. So Team Spain still working their way through the field. And Jeremy Pekles manages to bring the Belgian kart up another position as well. But certainly for the leaders for Team Spain, it's all going very well from their perspective and their point of view. Up through to the far side of the course and dipping down the drop. And then working their way through to those last couple of positions on the far side of the circuit. Still all going very well. So Spain leads the way from the United Kingdom. Then it is Peru in 3rd from Georgia, Malta and Slovakia. Portugal in P7 from Czech Republic in 8th place. Here comes the move from Spain to lap the United Arab Emirates. Dives through on the inside, and that could allow Belgium to get back through into position, and it does. So nice opportunistic overtake there from Team Belgium to get past the United Arab Emirates and move back into 10th position. Good bit of a situation there. Not a lot that the UAE driver can do except just watch it unfold in front of him. So the battles continue here, and the contenders are still making good work of things. But it's a really exciting run as the drivers continue to give us good action and good drama out there on the course. So we're going to have some really exciting competition as the contenders are giving us plenty to discuss and good things to talk about here in this 4-hour endurance. Still in the early stages. Spain going well in front of the UK and Peru. Georgia, Malta, Slovakia is the top 6. Then Portugal just in behind them. The Czech Republic, Chinese Taipei and Belgium, who have just been lapped, but they have made a pit stop and none of the drivers in the karts in front of them have done so. So down to the pit lane, we should be able to get a word with Guillaume Alvarez, who has gone to investigate what is happening down in pit road.
And there's a lot of things happening down in the pit lane, my dear Jake. It's buzzing with action all over the place, and I'm with one of the youngest drivers of the field. A brand new experience for you, Sita van Meert. Of course, a familiar face in the karting world, but not so much in the 4-stroke rental. So how was it for your first experience on track?
It was very fun. Like the speed difference was quite strong, so it was really hard to get to know the kart because we only had one testing. So it was very difficult, but I think we managed to do it. So yeah, we're starting P7, and now the first switch has come. So we'll see how far we can make up and how far we can get to the top.
So you have a lot of experience in direct drive karting, and what's the biggest difference? What are the biggest things that you had to learn very quickly at the wheel of a 4-stroke rental engine?
I think normally in the steering wheel you have to like make bigger turns, and now you have to be really careful because the speed is so low. And I also think that wait, can I do that again, or is it live?
It's okay. It's okay. It's already good information that you're giving us. But I've been told by one of your teammates, Maxime Drion, that you were below the time that they expected for you to lose in that particular stint. That was certainly the most difficult because of the traffic. So good for you. You had the good pace, and keep that way.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Hartelijk bedankt. Sita van Meert from Team Belgium. You can go. We'll let you go to the business, of course. And there's a lot of things still to happen into this race. But Sita van Meert had a first stint at the wheel of the kart of Team Belgium. So a very interesting first experience for Sita van Meert, who's been competing in international karting and national karting in Belgium for quite a few seasons now with very, very strong results. So a brand new experience for her, and good pace already for Team Belgium, P7 at the end of this first stint.
Thank you, Guillaume. Good to hear from Sita van Meert doing the opening stint for Team Belgium. Jeremy Pekles is now the one that has taken over that kart. So they will continue to give us plenty of excitement as the contenders are gearing up ready for an excellent showcase. The drivers are still working. So UK, 4.7 seconds deficit to Team Spain at the moment, who lead the race. Peru are still all over the back of the UK squad at the moment. Georgia in P4 from Malta, Portugal and Slovakia. Then the Czech Republic. Up to 9th has come Chinese Taipei. Belgium in 10th position in front of the United Arab Emirates. Israel, Uzbekistan, Poland, Hong Kong and the Bahamas. There is a driver change in prospect for Team GB. Looks as though we're going to have a bit of a shake-up of things within the UK squad. So Owen Genman is going to be getting out of his kart fairly soon, I would have thought. So interesting to see how things are currently progressing with that team. But obviously the drivers still working very hard around the course, and you can see that there are still some good on-track battles at the moment as everybody is working their magic. Malta has come into the pits by the look of it. So I think Team Malta has now made a pit stop, so they're going to change up drivers. So Nicky Gauci will no longer be the driver in that kart. Oh, I thought a move up the inside was going on there for Peru. Onto the inside of the United Kingdom. They go through another time. And they're looking to see when the strategy comes through. There is the returning number 2 of Team Malta. And they have rejoined just in behind Poland, I think. As through up the inside goes Peru. Peru moves up into second place. And they punch their fist in the air as Taylor Greenfield gets his move on Owen Genman. So Peru move up into second position. It's a great overtake. And, well, a bit of satisfaction. I'd love to see that again. The raw emotion from Taylor Greenfield, who's been working so hard to get through up into second position there past Team UK. But the Peruvian squad, Taylor Greenfield, he's been working very hard. The squad have worked their magic forward as much as possible, and now they have managed to get themselves into second position. So down in pit lane once again. There is more activity in pit road. Guillaume Alvarez is still on the prowl.
Welcome back into the pit lane. As it stands.
Yeah, it's a I managed to pace, I managed to keep consistent. A few cards overtook me. In the start I went up to third, and then went back down to fifth by the time I came in. But yes, I managed to remain consistent. Hopefully my teammates will do better than me.
All right, thanks very much indeed.
So there is obviously a lot of activity, frantic battles going on at the moment down in pit road. We've got Spain currently leading the race, but they've actually got pressure from Team Belgium, who are trying to unlap themselves, and Belgium trying to come through in position. They've both managed to overtake Chinese Taipei on this last lap, so that's shaken their way through a little bit now across the main straight, and still going full guns blazing. Here's the move from Belgium to unlap themselves from Team Spain. So that shows you that Belgium is definitely going to have a chance here to work their way further forward. They've managed to unlap themselves then from the race leaders. So Spain are not going to have this all their own way by the look of it. Belgium still want to give them a challenge to fight for the victory. Peru in second, the United Kingdom in third, then Georgia, Portugal and Slovakia from the Czech Republic, Belgium, Chinese Taipei and Malta. But then the United Arab Emirates still trying to fight their way into the top 10 ahead of Israel, Uzbekistan, Poland, Hong Kong and the Bahamas. But certainly an interesting challenge for our contenders as they run in close proximities. And still the battles are very closely matched indeed. Well, Peru have managed to pull away a little bit now from Team UK. So into the pits has come the number 5 crew car, that is Portugal. So shoving the kart forward to try and gain as much time as possible out of the pits, and that is Team Spain lapping the crew from Bahamas. So still they battle away, and into the pits comes the number 1, that's Chinese Taipei. So that is Lo Chunyao getting out of the kart. I didn't quite make out who it was getting into the kart. I wouldn't at all be surprised if that was Sai Yu Xuan. So we'll just double check as they come through. We'll get updates, I hope, over the course of the race as to who is in the kart at any given time. We certainly knew who the starting drivers were, but strategies can change midway through the races, of course. You could send a certain driver out and not really know who it's going to be at that particular point. So this is an awkward situation for Spain at this moment in time. Jeremy Pekles has taken over the Belgian kart and has managed to unlap himself. Looked like he was not particularly happy with the marshals as he went past the post there. But the Spanish flag is still, well, he's gesticulating. Jeremy Pekles is like, what on earth what am I supposed to be doing? What's going on? He doesn't quite figure out what's going on here. But it looks as though Spain are going through. Did they just wave a blue flag at the Belgian kart? He's irate about it. He's not happy at all, as there goes Peru. So Peru changing drivers. Looks like there was another kart out there doing it as well. And that's 2 karts into the pits then. That's Georgia, and that also looks to me like UAE. So a couple of drivers making driver changes there. UAE actually held up by Georgia's pit stop as they head back out onto the circuit. So some good duels around the course. Team Belgium seem to be quite happy with what's currently going on out on the circuit. A big slide there as Portugal closes up on Uzbekistan. So the back end kicking out for Team Uzbekistan, and is Portugal going to get the run to make the overtaking move? They had to think about it into the hairpin. Running a very tight line, little bit of a rub. But Portugal still trying to get through on the inside line there of the squad all the way from Uzbekistan. They come through on the home straight. Looks as though Slovakia have just made a pit stop. So they will come out onto the start-finish straight again, having made a driver change. Poland come through, as does Uzbekistan in front of Portugal. But Poland and Uzbekistan have now been lapped twice. It looks as though the crew from Portugal are still only a lap down at the moment, up the inside, trying to get the move there on Uzbekistan. Not easy to find the space to draw alongside and draw level, but still making that work. So Spain is currently doing a fair job. A big slide from Portugal to dive in on the inside line and lap the Uzbekistan crew. No issues there, no major hesitations to concern. So a really intriguing battle as Spain continues to hold the lead from the United Kingdom. 23.6 seconds between the two crews, because UK has obviously had a pit stop and come back out after a driver change. So interestingly though, the UK have done a much better job in their pit stop than Peru managed, so they have managed to get out onto the circuit in second place. I wonder what it'll be like when Team Spain comes out of the pits. In fact, that is Team Spain coming out of the pits. Where is Team UK? There they are in second position, so not a lot to choose between Spain and the UK at the moment. So we've had pit stops then from Spain and the UK. We'll get a bit of an update from Guillaume down in pit road.
Welcome back, guys. We're live from the pit lane. It's buzzing with activity as always. I'm with Kimi Loh, one of the drivers of Chinese Taipei. Kimi, you've just got back from your first stint. Tell us a bit about your impression. How was it out there with the traffic and everything? How was it?
I think it's very difficult because a lot of first car. I just drive to follow the first car and which should be quick. Yeah. So I think it's very good. Yeah.
What can you tell us about the track and the difficulties? How is the circuit? And in terms of sector 1, sector 2, do you have a corner that you prefer?
This helping light. Here helping light is some difficult because if you miss or you maybe spin, yeah, but if you spin you will lost. Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for talking to us. Thank you very much indeed. And oh, sorry, my hands are tied, but good luck for the rest of the race. Good luck. Thank you very much. Who was starting from 12 on the grid and doing a good job progressing through the ranks of this race. You might have seen this as well just a few moments ago. A beautiful pit stop put together by the British team. We're going to try to gather some information and try to get some reaction here live from the pit lane. Not quite easy to find our way in because there's like a lot of people and the activity is freezing with all the drivers and the mechanics trying to get those pit stops made accordingly. But the British team did a pretty decent job at this.
So some good battles down there in pit road. Some great battles on the road as well, of course. We're just watching 5 versus 10. That is Portugal versus Uzbekistan. There's a lap between them at the moment. But Portugal trying to work their way back towards the top 5 in the best possible fashion. But Spain and the UK, that's where the real battle is. Here they are, the two teams battling for position out on the circuit. That looks to me like Jack O'Neill is behind the wheel of the Team UK kart. Can't quite make out who it is that's in the Spanish car. That might be Ivan Velasco. So it's a really essential opportunity, and there's the move. Team UK gets the overtake on Team Spain. So for the first time in this race, it is UK that hits the front. We have a new leader in the karting endurance, and it's Team United Kingdom that steps it up and moves into the lead here in Paul Ricard. So it is a different leading team up in the front end of the field. We knew it was going to be a tight battle all the way, but now we have a new team leader, and that is UK out in front. So they are going full guns blazing in front of Team Spain. Third position is still Peru, in front of Georgia, Belgium and Slovakia. So after the pit stops, I tell you what, Sita van Meert and Jeremy Pekles really did do a good job to get the crew back into the top 5 there through the first phase of the pit stops. It's gone very well indeed for those crews. And that's an off. Now who's that that's had a problem there? That's the number 9, that's the Bahamas kart. So the Bahamas kart just going off the road there, managing to recover. But a slight headache there for the driver in question, getting back onto the race circuit again. But certainly on the far side, we have got some interesting challenges. Now this is Belgium, running in 5th position now for Jeremy Pekles. And he's trying to close up on the team from Georgia, who are about 14 seconds up the road. Now, Jeremy Pekles is a 2-time winner in international karting at the Miami World Finals a few years ago in consecutive years. So he knows exactly what he can get done here. But the UK certainly having a great race now that they've taken the lead from Spain. It was a good overtaking move, and now they're working their way through the traffic. All going full guns blazing. That might be Mike Philippou, actually, who is behind the wheel of that kart, thinking about it. So a good overtaking move, and it's the race leading manoeuvre that puts the UK into first position in front of Team Spain. Good overtake, and now the race is definitely on the charge.
You're gonna have to give me an update about this, Jay, because one of the downside about being in the pit lane trying to get interviews is you don't get actually to follow quite a bit of the on-track action, but I'll keep up.
Well, hopefully we can see it again on replay in a short while, because it was a fairly decisive manoeuvre, and it was one of those overtaking moves that came out of thin air. It was well constructed and well set up to get the overtaking move for Team UK. They lined up Spain over the first couple of laps out of the pits. You can see that Spain has lost a little bit of ground in terms of the fight for position, and now Team UK are going to try and lap Portugal in order to maintain their position. They've done that quite nicely. They even give a wave of thank you to Team Portugal for getting out of the way. So that's going to be interesting to see how it goes. And there's the crew from Team Bahamas, having a lovely day of it. Henry Baudet, part of Bahamas for a weekend, and he's done a fantastic job of motivating and rallying the team. What an amazing crew. They've come all the way from the Caribbean to race here on the world stage in the FIA Motorsport Games. They definitely have the coolest colours, the biggest fan club, and they've done an absolutely terrific job. They're still racing, they're still loving it. They may be down at the back, but you need a bookmark at both ends of the field, and I tell you what, this is only the beginning of the Bahamas international karting journey. This isn't the pinnacle of what they can do. This is the beginning of a legacy.
The beginning of a beautiful story, the first chapter of many to be written, that's for sure. But the passion and the enthusiasm of those young drivers from the other side of the world is beautiful to see. As another thing beautiful to see is on the inside, clipping the curb. Oh, that was a close one, but it didn't get through. The number 14 from Czech Republic on Portugal, wasn't it? The battle was for 8th place.
They were trying to lap Uzbekistan, and Uzbekistan wasn't really giving them any room at all. They should have been a little bit neater with the way they were letting the drivers come by.
Yeah, absolutely. Number 10 indeed in front, but to be honest, that's not really the way to go, isn't it? In an endurance race, we're close to round up the first hour of racing here from the karting track of Paul Ricard, and you want to go smooth. You want to go smooth because otherwise that could put you into trouble. And those machines, you know, they're quite. Not only are they large and heavy, but they're quite fragile as well. If you put them into that sort of situation, clipping the curb and being aggressive, you know, and that could actually prove to be costly, not only for yourself but for your teammates as well as the race keeps on going. But the number 11 in your picture, the number 5, this is Portugal. The number 13, Spain, in second place at the moment, 3.7 seconds behind the number 11 of the UK. Behind the wheel of the number 11, as you can see, is some of the people cheering along on the sideline. This is the team from Peru supporting the kart. In third place at the moment, the kart number 7 with Taylor Greenfield still behind the wheel. We had a bit of a frenzy moment a couple of moments ago in the pit lane. This means that it was the end of the first 45 minutes, which is the maximum time per stint per driver, even though those drivers, if they choose to do so, can actually stay for another or even 3 stints in a row, 3 hours maximum. But this is the moment where most of the teams chose to switch drivers. The British doing a pretty good job about it, actually. I was following that live as you were, and they were jumping in and out of the kart in a split of seconds, so you can tell there's been practice.
Well, you can certainly save a massive amount of time if you get a driver change pretty quick. And I've seen all sorts of tactics in endurance karting over the years, up to and including picking the driver out of the kart and throwing them out of it in order to save some time. None of that this time so far, thank goodness, but you do get teams that will come up with their own unique methods of changing drivers. They'll have a system, they'll have a rotation, which again, they will have practiced in the same way that you mentioned. So that's all part of the tactics.
You know, I have an option for them. Jumping seat.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Never been practiced, I don't know why, but that could be quite useful.
An ejector seat is not a bad idea at all. As there are the boys and girls from Team Bahamas just discussing and talking tactics, as everybody getting themselves ready for the latter stages. Well, a very good opening stint from Chris Payne. And there is the Bahamas kart being lapped there by the number 2 crew. That is Malta, who are still there or thereabouts, Team Malta. They're in 7th position. Worth remembering that none of the drivers that started the race are still in their karts after their first proper pit stops. I think pretty much now everybody has changed drivers. I'd hazard a guess and say it's Mike Philippou who is in the United Kingdom kart at the moment, although it could well be Owen Genman. I can't quite tell from here. Sorry, it's not Owen Genman because he was the one who started the race, so it could well be, I don't think it's Jack O'Neill at this particular point. It's certainly the Team UK kart having a solid run of it, and this is Chinese Taipei now defending from Malta. They're trying to stay in position, they're trying to keep their opponents at bay. And this is the thing, there are no blue flags in this world really, you've just got to work your way forward and make it happen. There is the number 2 kart getting by, so Malta overtakes Chinese Taipei. And as they come onto the home straight, they've already pulled a little bit of daylight between themselves and the other kart, but they're not far away from Slovakia. This is the big problem. Malta is trying to close up on Slovakia because they're only 2 seconds away from them. So there is the crew at Team Poland getting themselves riled up because their team is climbing forward up to 13th place now, Team Poland.
Oh, and we have yellow flag into the first sector. One of the drivers going off. We did miss that, but there was a brief yellow flag actually that has stopped already. So I think no one actually got off for too long into the first sector, the first turn. but I think it was a bit of a scary moment for one of the competitors. So nothing to worry about for now.
Well, we expect everybody to finish the race here because these karts are designed to go long distance. They had their first major international competition, the Tillotson rental karts, about 4 weeks ago in Valencia in Spain for their own Nations Cup, where there was an endurance race of a very similar style. That was a 3-hour race. This is a 4-hour. You can see there's a slight difficulty for Bahamas. I wonder if the driver just a little bit shaken up by incidents at the first corner, so maybe they're going to potentially go for a driver change. A bit of frustration there for the leaders as they are currently stuck behind Team Poland. So Team Poland is well aware of the fact that the kart is now there, but obviously they don't have any onus to move out of the way and let them go, because there is a blue flag being waved. So I was wrong, there are blue flags being waved around the course for the slower competitors. There is the Team Spain kart, which has now dropped about 7 seconds off the back of the United Kingdom kart. So third position is Peru, then Georgia, Belgium, Slovakia, Malta, Portugal, the Czech Republic and the United Arab Emirates. And we're only 4 minutes away from entering into the second hour. Where's that first hour gone? It only feels like we've been doing this for about 15 minutes.
I don't know about you, but we are yet to have seen everything happening into this race, even though the UK has been pulling an impressive gap on Spain, 6.5 seconds as we speak, up to 7.3 seconds right now, close to the first hour mark. But nothing is done in concrete yet. The number 13 of Spain and number 5 on your picture from Portugal, respectively in second and 8th place. As the drivers, you can see that they try to avoid as much as possible the curbs, because you actually don't want to be too aggressive on the tires. Those Maxi Pro tires fit the Tillotson T4 chassis, has a weight of 120 kilos and a top speed of 70 kilometers at the end of the fast start-finish straight. These are for the numbers as run inside. You can see the number 7. There wasn't a number 1, my apologies. Oh, and the number 9 going for a spin. This is one of the Bahamas team. Another yellow flag. This is in the same spot as just a few moments ago into turn number 1. So there was a bit of a spin for one of the drivers of Team Bahamas, but nothing to worry about. He was able to get back into the right direction as going side by side. Oh, watch out between the number 7 and number 5. This is Portugal lapping the number 1 of Chinese Taipei. Chinese Taipei all the way down to 13. Portugal in 5th. So another lap taken by the Portuguese driver, and that was pretty much a close call, even though nothing bad happened on that one. But everybody has to keep their own line on the start-finish straight on the inside of turn number 11, from Poland, Uzbekistan, Chinese Taipei, Hong Kong, and the Bahamas in P16.
So this is where we really settle into the next phase of the race. The first hour completed. The second hour is where you really start to see the strategies starting to take shape. The race doesn't really get started until the final half an hour of the 4-hour endurance. You have to make sure you're in a relatively competitive position within about 20 seconds of the race lead going into that final half hour. That's how you're going to get a chance to go for the win. So we'll have a better understanding as to how things are looking in terms of the lay of the land by that point. Oh, a big sliding overtake from the 16 car to dive through on the inside line there. That is the crew from Slovakia getting the move on the inside of Israel just as the leaders are coming through. So Team UK trying not to trip over the back markers. Now that's the leading kart. I may as well get out of the way here. But at the same time, they've got Malta coming through. They also need to get out of the way there. Malta almost spewed into the side of the race-leading kart. That could have been very nasty.
Yeah, it could have been indeed. And that's part of what you have to do, watching over your shoulders, looking into your mirrors, so to speak. And right now, the two are battling along. But indeed, Malta went for a bit of a slide into turn number 1. As you can see, the driver is behind the wheel of the number 16 of Slovakia with a white crash helmet in position number 6 at the moment into turn the sector number 2. I was mentioning earlier the presence of bumpers on the outside of some of the corners, meaning that this karting track has been mainly conceived for rental racing, and those bumpers actually don't allow you to go too wide outside of the trajectory. Otherwise, it could actually prove costly, and especially with these cars. You know, they're quite heavy and that could actually go very wrong if you go just too sideways. And you could see them actually on the outside, those big yellow and dark bumpers on the outside.
Well, thank goodness for social media. I am reliably informed that it is Mike Philippou who is at the wheel of the UK kart that currently leads the way. Massive thanks. Anybody who wants to get in touch with us, you can do at Jake Sanson or at Giggs Alvarez on Twitter. We will more than happily take questions. We will more than happily take your messages as well, especially if they're laced with information. Thank you so much to Club 100 Racing for keeping me up to date with who is at the wheel at any given time for Team UK. I wonder if there's going to be a few more steely-eyed social media boffins who will be able to tell us what's going on in some of the other karts as the day goes on. We're into the second hour, and it's UK leading the way from Spain and Peru. Those are your medalists at the moment. Georgia in 4th position for Belgium. It is P5, Slovakia P6. So it's all going well as things begin, but the contenders having a very solid start to racing at the moment. So let's talk you through how things are currently looking around the course. Team UK with their combination of Jack O'Neill, Mike Philippou, Owen Gentman and Rihanna K. Percox are currently leading the way at the moment with a lead of about 10 seconds or so over Team Spain. That has been building over the time, but Alvaro Bajo Robles, Albo Cano Ramirez, Jose Manuel Perez and Ivan Velasco for Team Spain doing a great job. This is a replay, I think, for position. That's Peru lapping Portugal, in fact, so, but making the mistake on the exit. While we're speaking about Peru, they are in 3rd position at the moment for the crew consisting of Maria Jesus Escobil, Harold Watson, Mark Harton and Taylor Greenfield. So they are there in 3rd position at the moment. 4th place currently going well for Team Georgia. Mariam Davitica, Nika Kovačnica, Achil Simokrudica and Mariam Siklauri. So those 4 drivers together in P4 for Georgia. Then the crew for Team Belgium, Maxime Drion, Antoine Morlet, Jeremy Pekles and Sita van Meert. It is currently Jeremy Pekles at the wheel of Team Belgium's kart. And then in 6th place at the moment it is Slovakia for Matis Kocho, Imrik Čakal, Jorak Milirčić and Veronika Dobratova. So they are together in P6 at the moment. Then it is the crew from Malta. They are currently running in 7th place for Karma Cheka, Owen Mangion, Ella Zamet and Nikki Gauci. 8th position, it is the all-female squad from Portugal, Anastasia Comin, Rita Teixeira, Mariana Machado and Sofia Correa. And then in 9th position, it is the team from the Czech Republic who started right up at the front end of the field, don't forget. But they are in 9th at the moment, Andrej Kocha, Alish Berger, Sonja Pachikova and Ostadal Jenek. So they are together there in 9th position. And then in 10th place, it is the squad from the United Arab Emirates, Ahmad Nabel Al-Boum, Humad Ober Al-Ketbi, Ahmad Al-Hamadi and Mariam Al-Osani. They are together in 10th position at this moment in time. 11th place is the squad from Israel. That is the crew consisting of Itzhak Shakar, Yarden Oved, Yanav Hershkovitz and Ran Ben Ezer, as Portugal manages to lap Bahamas and even gives them a thumbs up on the way through. Thanks for getting out of the way. They were gesturing a little bit, I think a bit frustrated. I don't know how serious that thumbs up was or whether it was a bit more sarcastic. 12th position for Team Poland. That is the crew consisting of Marcel Kuch, Cornelia Olkucha, Jacob Rashki and Adam Schlittwowski. So they are together in 12th position at the moment. Then Chinese Taipei, Tsai Yuswan, Lo Chunyao, Cheng Tuasu and Chung Chenyu. So they are together having a great run of it in 13th position. The squad from Uzbekistan, that is Anastasia Uranova, Aramjon Egamberdiev, Islamjon Ismoilov and Faruk Uranov. They are together in 14th position. Then the crew from Hong Kong, that is Wong King Chi, Homan Chung, Jung Tak Felix and Chung Puyan. They are there in 15th position. And then bringing up the rear at the moment, but still battling on, the Bahamas crew of their 4 drivers, Giselle Liriano, Jashai Burrows, Christopher Bain and Ramando Hudson are together there in P16 and still going strong, flying the flag for Team Bahamas.
Yeah, talking about Team Bahamas, actually, we just had a visit of Mr. Carol Mason, project manager of the Bahamas Motorsport Association. Thanks very much for dropping by and giving us some information about the background story of the Bahamas racing team. We've been talking in length already because there's been a lot of things happening back in the country to push for a new motorsport scene to be created and to be really put into action with a lot of new drivers emerging from the Bahamas youngsters just to with interest to motorsport. So that's going to be interesting to talk about, that's for sure, as in all four corners of the globe, in each of those countries, is very, that's something brand new and refreshing to see, that all those nations that we don't get to see, usually on the karting scene, made the trip all the way down to France to compete in the Motorsport Games. And that's a refreshing sign of the evolution of the mentalities and how motorsport is truly evolving through different countries all over the world, with those new projects coming up, those new competition being put together, and drivers being promoted on the international level. This is a strong sign of the health of the motorsport community all throughout the world. And the Motorsport Games for the second edition, the next one taking place in 2024, is the clearest demonstration of the progress that is being made and the intentions of the FIA to bring motorsport to as many countries as humanly possible. Because motorsport is not only, a sport, not only a discipline you can actually grow yourself into, but that's a school of life, a school of values, when you get to learn about not only competition but about respecting your opponents, about discovering yourself, your strength, your skills, and really being able to grow through a world of a lot of professionals, a lot of youngsters that get to actually grow and evolve much faster than usual. So this is really a breed for future generations to be able to compete at this level before the eyes of the very world, as we're lucky enough to witness the growing communities of motorsport all throughout the world competing here on the same place.
Absolutely. I mean, in order to blaze a trail, you have to light the torch, and that's exactly what the Bahamas crew, along with several others in this race, have managed to do. You don't get the chance to start a legacy unless you get onto the starting line and put on a bit of a show. So that's exactly what the crew have been doing, and full credit to all of the teams. They've been putting on an excellent display thus far. Not a single crew out there has looked out of place at any point during the course of this race, and it looks as though they're going to continue to just make as steady and solid progress as they can. Slovakia having a bit of a battle here with Malta, and this one is for position. Was that Malta getting through already? Have they managed to catch and pass Slovakia? I think they have. So Malta, yes, they've managed to get the move there, and that puts them up into 6th position. So they've suddenly come from the depths there to move up into P6, so that is a change for position. Malta now in front of Slovakia. That was a pretty quick turnaround of fortunes. Slovakia getting back onto this pretty quickly. As we watch down in pit lane, Team Portugal getting themselves ready to limber up for the next stint. And obviously it's going to be very interesting and intriguing to see how the drivers continue to make steady progress around the course. But that looks to me as though Malta have been able to get through and past Slovakia to make the overtaking move for position. They weren't separated by a lap, so they are still dueling away. Now that is a hand in the air for Chinese Taipei. I think they're just taking the plaudits of the fans on the stands on the sidelines there, giving them a little bit of a support, but it is Malta through in front of Slovakia. A slight glitch on our timing screen, unfortunately. It hasn't corrected that position change between Malta and Slovakia, but that is the way things have currently progressed. The only teams now currently on the leading lap are the teams in the top 5. So UK, Spain, Peru, Georgia and Belgium are now the only teams that are still on the leading racing lap. But that is to be expected in a 4-hour endurance race. It's still all to play for. This is very early days, and with 2 3/4 hours left on the clock, the UK are leading, but they're definitely not safe.
And there's a slight delay that's about to be corrected in terms of timing, as we have 2 hours and 40 minutes left instead of 2 hours and 51, but it's about to be corrected. Number 2 on your picture, outside of the last turn, turn number 13. And this is the kart from Malta running in 6th place with Slovakia just behind. That's going to be an interesting tussle, split by just 7/10 of a second. Here comes the number 3. This is from Hong Kong, with the number 13 from Spain in 2nd. Hong Kong running in 13, as we have the number 7 further back as well. This is Peru. Spain and Peru still in close formation, 7/10 of a second between those two, as they were lapping Hong Kong on this very lap. Here they come. Number 2 back again. Malta, number 16 Slovakia. These are the two battles that we have right now on track. Spain and Peru split by 7/10 as we said for 2nd. Then we have Malta and Slovakia split by 7/10 for 6th position. That's going to be interesting between those two drivers with the same white crash helmet. One of them, going around the inside, beautifully made by the number 16, Slovakia going ahead of Malta. And there's a change, Slovakia ahead in 6 in front of Malta. That's the corner that we had expected a lot of overtaking maneuvers to happen in. And once again, it was proving us right as we have a switch of position. Slovakia, the 16, is ahead of Malta for P6.
Solid overtake, good battles all the way through this field, but certainly between Slovakia and Malta, it clearly is not done yet. Still a lot of good battles to come over this 4-hour endurance, and it's definitely going to be very tight. For some reason, the endurance race timing screen there says that we've got 3 hours to go. We've actually got 2 hours 45 to go, so that'll be corrected fairly soon, I'm sure. And Team UK trying not to trip over the back markers. This is the difficulty now. They've got past the UAE kart. Now they've got to try and get past the team from Uzbekistan, and this is all about timing, essentially, to try and pick your way through the traffic at the right moment. And that's well placed by Mike Philippou, who's now going to come down the home stretch, and no problems at all there for the UK kart to get through. So Uzbekistan and the United Arab Emirates both lapped there on the previous lap, and this might be an opportunity for the United Arab Emirates kart to lap the Uzbekistani crew as well, which is exactly what they've done. So a good bit of battling, good positional play between the karts there, and we have exactly 2 hours 45 to go. So still some good battles everywhere you look around the course here at Paul Ricard. And the UK still only have 8 seconds over Spain. It's not domination by the British team at all. They're just trying to play themselves into a good situation. They don't want to spend too much time pushing each other. So it's a really interesting situation, a very tough situation for all of the contenders, but a really exciting situation and a tough battle for all of the contenders. So a really exciting situation. So the battles are continuing on their way, but a really exciting run for the United Kingdom. They hold all the cards at the moment as the battles continue. United Kingdom 8 seconds clear. It was 8 seconds, it's now 11 seconds I should say, but the big battle on circuit is between Spain and Peru. Spain and Peru, 13 and 7, are actually dueling for second place, and I think they've done it. Up on the first corner, Peru have managed to get the move there on Spain, so Peru have got into second position. They've just gone through turn 2. So 13 and 7, Spain versus Peru having their incredible battle, and it looks to me as though Peru have managed to come through into second position. There's Uzbekistan dueling away with the 16 of Slovakia, I should say. But we want to see 7 and 13 because they have changed up quite considerably now. Spain and Peru. Peru are now into second position with 2 hours and 43 minutes to go. So this has changed up quite a bit, as on the inside that is Malta trying to go with Slovakia to try and continue their battle for position and into the pits. So no problems at all there for the number 2 crew, Malta, as they come into the pits.
Going back into the pits indeed for Malta, and trying to see from our position what this will be. Certainly a change of driver for Team Malta. 7 and 13. We are back here with Peru and Spain, split by, as you can see, nothing. This is the battle for second position as we speak, as the UK has been able to pull away from the rest with 12 seconds now in front, 8 seconds now in front of Peru and Spain. So Peru and Spain still battling along, 8.2 seconds in front of the rest. But I think that there's a slight delay still in terms of proceedings, so there's going to be corrections needed and an update in terms of timings. But as it stands, UK and Peru split by 12 seconds. Then we have Spain just behind in third. Spain and Peru battling along for second place as we are here into the middle of the pack. Georgia in third, as you can see. That's going to be interesting. Georgia is really getting close again, so we're going to have a 3-driver battle as we have a warning flag for Malta. That's interesting. Watch out for the number 8 around the inside of turn number 1. Georgia going for the attack. Yes, indeed. Oh, there was a contact. There was a bit of a contact there between Spain and the number 8 of Georgia. Oh, something that certainly the Georgian driver didn't expect to happen in turn number 1. That was a bold move. He made it successful. But in the end, on the exit of the turn, there was a slight contact with the Spanish driver, who had to back down and was falling down to 4th place. So we have Peru in 2nd, Georgia in 3rd, Spain in 4th. three drivers pretty much in the same picture. Georgia in front of Spain, third and fourth respectively, and it goes all the way to Peru because the Peruvian driver is being able for the past few laps to put a bit of a gap. Is exiting turn number 13 while the others are just in the middle of it, a couple of meters distancing themselves, and you can see that now the Spanish driver is back into the pits. So Spain in the pit lane, which means that Georgia is promoted to third, number 7 of Peru, number 8 of Georgia, second and third respectively. Back in the pits for Team Spain, trying to identify who is going to jump into the car. Not quite able to see from our position as we stand just on the left side of the start-finish straight, quite a bit away, and there comes Spain again. So it was a quick switch of drivers by the look of it. Spain is back on track as we hear with the number 7 of Peru, trying to pull away 1 full second in front of Georgia, second and third. So it's a good battle, a good race so far for Team Georgia, as they were starting only 9 on the grid after the qualifying practice that took place this morning. That was led by Spain, starting from pole position. Now they just went through the pit lane for the last change of driver. And now you can see him, the number 13, going around the inside of number 14. It's the Czech Republic, all the way down to 8. Not the first part of the race that the Czech Republic had expected, certainly, having started second on the grid. But let's remember that the opening lap didn't go according to plan for Czech Republic. It was a little bit pushed on the outside of turn number 1. And there's going to be a change of drivers, yes indeed. And number 14 of Czech Republic back into the pit lane for a switch of drivers, and as the rule book says, they have to raise their hand in the air to signal to the officials they're coming back into the pit lane. We're back here with the number 7 and 8, Peru and Georgia still split by 6 little tenths of a second, as once again we mentioned battles with a big B, you know, and between brackets, because it's not so much of a battle, even though they know that there's still a very long way to go before the checkered flag. 2 hours and 39 minutes remaining, unlike what you can see on screen, so that's gonna need updating. But we're getting close and close to the second, the end. Oh, and there's a switch. The Georgia is going for second, so switch of position for second place. Georgia is going ahead into turn number 1. There was nothing that Peru could have done, but certainly the unwise thing to do would have been to resist and to go for the contact. So it's way too early for that. We'll have to keep an eye, both eyes open for the last part of the race. This is where all the strategies will play out, and all the drivers for the last stints will have to give it everything. But for the time being, switch of position, slight and quiet between Peru and Georgia.
There's definitely the waft of pit stops coming in very soon indeed. The UK currently leads the way from Peru, then Georgia in third position. Spain have made their second pit stop, so they have dropped to fourth position. So expect them to filter in and around that sort of place. Belgium, fifth position, then Slovakia, who are a lap down from Portugal, the Czech Republic, the United Arab Emirates, and Malta. That is the way it currently runs in the top 10. The timing screen there is not quite accurate, I'm afraid. Then Poland in 11th from Israel, Chinese Taipei, Hong Kong, Uzbekistan, and the Bahamas. That's the current positions. Everybody's still going strong out there on the course. The closest on-track battles that we've got are, well, UK has made the pit stop. UK's come in, so UK has made a pit stop from the lead. So the UK will obviously now filter back out in, well, I'm trying to see whereabouts they've come through. They have managed to make a massive jump forward, the UK, after their pit stop, because their driver changes are unbelievably rapid. They have basically managed to gain a good dozen seconds or so at the last pit stop. So the UK, they had a driver ready to go. They were there on standby, made the moves, and that shows you how quick they are at their own driver changes. Really impressive stuff. So now the UK have recovered, and they are in third position, only about 5 seconds down from the leaders. It's 8 and 7 that lead the way. The leaders are coming towards us. So Georgia and Peru, who are battling away for the lead of the race. So Georgia has now taken over the lead of this race for the moment in front of Peru. And then we're going to have the UK in third position from Spain. But as soon as the two leading crews make their pit stops, things are going to change. There's the crew in second place. That's Peru. And they are right behind Team Georgia, the number 8. And that is the crew that currently leads this race at this phase of the 4-hour race. So a very interesting challenge for them. We are approaching 2 hours and 36 minutes to go. So the battle's still going strong here. But there is the 8 and there is the 7. So they are in the background, trying to get their way through the traffic at the moment. The karts, they're trying to go. Look, the 15 waves them through. That's Israel, who waves them out of the way. The leader goes by as well. That's the number 8, Georgia, that leads this race. 7 are right behind them, Team Peru. So UK and Spain have both made pit stops. Look at the Peruvian trying to dart their way through on the inside, trying to find where they're going to make the overtake, and eventually has to back out of it. So this is not good news for Peru. This is pretty perfect news for Team Georgia, though, because they have taken the lead through the pit stop phase at this point. They've still got a pit stop to make, of course, but they are going to stretch away from Team Peru.
And you can see the driver from the UAE kart in number 12 trying to get a bit of extra speed in, and you can see the number 7 right now getting on the inside of the number 15 kart. The number 7 driving at the moment, running in P2. The number 15 Israel in P12. So you can see the UAE driver trying to get a bit of extra pace on the way back to the start-finish straight by jumping on his car. Something quite usual to see in 4-stroke rental racing, but not so much in direct drive sprint, obviously, even though the drivers have all the tricks and bits to try to get that bit of extra pace when it comes to the fast finish straight. You can see him again in number 12, and one of those tricks is bending over your wheel to try to increase your speed and to maybe find an extra tenth of a second and get yourself out of the pressure. This time around, this is the number 7, I think it is. No, this was the number 1, my apologies, from Chinese Taipei, running in 13, the 12 and 13 respectively, split by just a couple of seconds. Israel and Chinese Taipei, United Arab Emirates in 9th, so not really battling along for straight positions, as we're here with the Bahamas, the number 9, outside of the turn 13, still running in P16 at the moment, trying to stay within this race. They're here for the fun, they're here for the experience, and this is all for the greater good of the amusement that you can have in endurance racing. As right now, 2 full seconds split Georgia and Peru. Your current leader, 8 and 7. The UK is 3rd. And we have Spain, Belgium, Slovakia, Portugal, Czech Republic, UAE and Malta running up the top 10. And a bit of a tussle between the number 3 and Bahamas. Bahamas letting himself get lapped and passed by the team from Hong Kong, the number 3, running in 14th place at the moment, trying to get close to Chinese Taipei. Those two are split by 2.6 seconds. And switch of places as well for second, as Peru has come back into the pits. Peru was currently second, they're now dropping to 5. And I think that the Peruvian team is back into the pit lane for a switch of drivers. So Spain is promoted to second in front of Georgia, and Belgium making his way up to 4th for the first time. As we have the number 1 on your picture, Chinese Taipei crossing the start-finish straight just in front of our position, followed by the number 5 of Portugal, the number 3 of Hong Kong, and clipping the curb on the inside is the number 6 from Belgium. This is Jeremy Piklers, getting ahead of the number 2, I think it was. We'll get back to that. The number 8 it was, and fighting back. Watch out in the turn number 11, the hairpin. Jeremy Piklers from Belgium against Georgia, and this is the battle for 3rd. This is indeed the battle for 3rd, and there's a switch. Belgium onto the provisional podium with 2.5 hours left before the checkered flag, and Jeremy Piklers was gesturing to his opponent, wasn't particularly happy because it's still quite early in the race, and watch out for the Georgian driver. He's still trying to catch back and fight back. Jeremy Piklers for 3rd. Experience is going to have to be applied here. You're going to have to keep your head down, as Jeremy Piklers is doing. But he was able to put a bit of a distance between himself and Team Georgia, but that was a hot call, wasn't it?
Great news for Team Belgium. That puts them into the medal scoring position then. They're currently looking good for bronze. Still a long way to go, of course. This is the crew that was leading for a short time, Georgia, but unfortunately now for them, Belgium have fallen back. Don't forget that in last year's FIA Motorsport Games, the Belgian team was able to come away with 2 silver medals across the competitions. So they would dearly love to pick up another medal, which would be their 3rd in competition. Up to this point, I'm fairly sure we haven't actually secured any medals through the course of the competitions yet in the FIA Motorsport Games. And the karting endurance, as far as I'm aware, would be the first competition across the Motorsport Games to declare their first medal scoring teams. So that would obviously be very exciting as far as the timing is concerned, to give everybody the chance to celebrate something. But the UK are currently leading the way, and they have yet to score a single medal in the FIA Motorsport Games. They didn't have a great time of it 3 years ago in Rome, but here we are in Marseille and the Circuit of Paul Ricard, and it looks as though we may get the United Kingdom's first medal. Whether it's a gold, well, that's still up for debate, because Spain is still pushing them all the way. They've got 13.3 seconds deficit at the moment, and naturally Team Spain are going quicker than Team UK at this moment in time. They are lapping slightly quicker in terms of the lap times, so it's obviously starting to come towards them. This is the team that's running in second place, Team Spain. It's 12 seconds, so they are catching. The United Kingdom squad are definitely reeling in Team UK, so there is a lot more still to come. We're going to have a really exciting run of it. Again, we apologise for the difficulties with the timing screen. It's not quite going according to plan there. But with 2.5 hours to go, the UK leads the way, 12 seconds clear of Spain. Third is Team Belgium in front of Georgia and Peru. Then Slovakia in P6 from Portugal, the Czech Republic, Malta and the United Arab Emirates. Poland are ahead of Israel for 11th and 12th. Then Chinese Taipei ahead of Hong Kong, Uzbekistan and the Bahamas.
Talking about medals, you might remember that in 2019, Russia was actually the winning team at the end of the first ever Motorsport Games with 3 medals, 1 gold and 2 bronze. They actually won the competition in front of Italy and Australia in terms of medals won, with Netherlands, Ukraine, Japan, Belgium, Czech Republic all in the top 5. So we'll see what happens, but indeed Endurance will be the first series to crown the winners, as going around inside. And number 14, beautifully made by Team Czech Republic on Portugal. This is for the battle for 7th place, as Czech Republic is making his way through, as we are here with the number 7 and 1 is Chinese Taipei. Going around Peru as well. Peru dropping a place. That's on track, but not so much in the classification, as Peru is currently sitting in 7th. Chinese Taipei is 13, and we have the number 10 as well of Uzbekistan. And a bit of a tussle, a bit of a contact was there in the, or I might have seen a push, maybe not, into turn number 1, but something that if you just tuning in to follow the proceedings, thank you very much indeed for doing so on FIAMotorsportGames.com, that might be a bit confusing to see actually battles onto the track for other positions and straight positions, because those drivers are actually lapping themselves quite a bit. This is a long race, and you can see drivers classified very distant from themselves, as we're going around the inside. The number 14, beautifully made. This is still the driver from Czech Republic trying to progress through the ranks. So all those moves that you might see onto the track and those battles are not for direct position, so keep that in mind. We still have a long way to go before the checkered flag, but still those moves count.
Well, the Czech Republic, we are currently dueling with Team Portugal, and that is a slow kart in the way at the moment. That's the Uzbekistan kart. They need to get out of the way, essentially, in order to give Portugal another crack at the Czech Republic. And this is now Team Peru about to be unlapped by the Czech Republic. Now that's quite significant. So the Czech Republic are now coming back into this. They've clearly got a slightly faster driver than they've had previously. And look, they're dropping Peru. Not only have they got through to unlap themselves, but they're absolutely disappearing. So there is a chance still for Czech Republic to come back later in this race. Do not think for a moment that this is the way things are going to finish up. There's still a long way to go in this 4-hour race. 2 hours and 27 minutes still remain. So a fascinating situation and a great scenario for the drivers. There is the Hong Kong kart, currently tucked up behind Uzbekistan themselves now. And I would not be surprised if that's for position. It's not quite for position yet, but they're certainly going about it as well as they possibly can. Diving in on the inside, well, that got a little bit cheeky as Hong Kong tried to get in there past Uzbekistan, and they managed to go around the outside of the Bahamas team kart. As they all come onto the home straight, they're still doing a grand job, still working their magic around the course. It's not easy. And up on the inside, this is going to be the bid from Portugal again to try and unlap themselves from Peru. So Peru, that have fallen away to P5 of late, Belgium and Georgia both managing to overtake them. But it looks as though they haven't got just one kart unlapping themselves for the Czech Republic, but I think the all-ladies crew of Portugal are trying to unlap themselves from Peru as well.
So you can see clearly the different strategies at play, you know, because depending of the pace those new drivers after the switch have been able to pull, you can see clearly that Peru is on slightly different pace than Czech Republic, for instance, trying to lap themselves to have a bit of a clearer view and try to push lap after lap. And this is part of the strategies of each of these teams. Unfortunately, we don't have much detail about the strategies of those teams here competing, even though we might try to lecture the race as much as we can. But certainly, once we get into the second part of the race, things will get clearer in terms of pace. And look at this group of 4 drivers, as the number 3 trying to go to make his way around the inside, and number 5 of
they've come together. They've come together.
Oh
That got messy. That is Uzbekistan and Peru. So that's Peru going around, and that is a big one as far as the battle for the medals is concerned. I'm afraid Peru have ended up going around and facing the wrong way. This is not good news for the team from Peru. They're going to lose a lot of positions here from this one. I think they're going to lose out to Slovakia, who might have got through past them. So problems there for the team from Peru. I think it is Esquivel who is at the wheel of the cart this time, because obviously they had Taylor Greenfield in at one point, but I'm afraid it looks as though Maria Jesus Esquivel has had a bit of an issue out there for Team Peru, and that drops them back to what could be P6 by the time they've come through this time by. While Team UK are still trying to work their way through the traffic. They've got the Hong Kong crew in front of them at the moment. So the team's still putting on a good charge. This is the crew of Wong King Chi, Ho Manchung, Jung Tak Felix and Chung Pyu-yan. And this is the replay. And unfortunately, that was a slam on the brakes for Peru, as Uzbekistan kind of went into them. I'm afraid you have to say there that Peru are very much the architect of their own demise.
Yeah, quite unfortunate turn of event for Peru, as Uzbekistan gave them a bit of a push that was enough to send the driver Maria Esquivel on the spin into turn number 1. And let's see where they dropped. Still in 7th place as we speak, in front of Slovakia for 6.4 seconds. But that's not the sort of incident that you want to see at such an early stage of the race, even though we still have a long way to go. But still, for the confidence of the driver, you know, and in terms of pace, you know, sometimes it might take 1 or 2 laps to get back properly into the rhythm that you had before, and you have to concentrate again. You have to get back into focus, and that sort of event, that sort of incident, is certainly not the way to go to keep your head down quite enough. 2 hours and 23 seconds, as you could see on the screen, on track remaining, as the UK is still very much up there, 7.2 seconds in front of Spain. 5.6 seconds from Belgium, then we have 2.1 seconds and Georgia in P4. So quite interestingly, you can see the gaps starting to fall just a little bit. We had the massive gaps in the upper part, in the first part of the race, but now you can feel that some of the drivers out there start pushing, trying to maximize as much track time as possible into the stint before switching and giving the wheel to the teammates. So this will be certainly interesting to see how things will play out from that point on, considering that we still have half of a race going after that and 45 minutes maximum per driver. So I do think that most of the teams will try to give as much track time as possible to all the drivers, even though when it comes to the Belgian team, for instance, we have Sita van Meer taking the first stint before
we're having a
switching.
spin. A spin at turn 1. That's the Bahamas kart.
Quite unfortunate.
So Team Bahamas having a pirouette there at the first corner. They managed to get going again, though. No problems at all with recovery. So an easy mistake to make into that first corner, because you come up over the top of the brow of the hill, and then you're desperately trying to place the braking point just so to give the kart enough traction but also enough momentum to carry the speed through the first corner. So it's very easily done up at turn 1 here. Now, for those who are watching the battle for the victory, Spain just set the fastest lap of the race to close up on the UK. The gap is down to 6.2 seconds, and they've just gone a second quicker than the UK. This is crunch time as far as the race battle for victory is concerned. The UK are in some difficulties, as there goes the little bit of gesturing there as the number 14 car of the Czech Republic tells off Chinese Taipei as they overtake them. Chinese Taipei gestured them through, and clearly a very irate Czech Republic driver gives them the wag of the finger and goes, "Why did you behave like that?" So obviously a little bit of gamesmanship out there between the drivers. it's a little bit of an inconvenience for the Czech Republic, but no harm done in the grand scheme of things. They're still battling away. They're still in P7, trying to close up to Team Peru.
Yeah, I do hope that was the right finger. They was gesturing to the others, but once again, you can feel that sometimes the pressure is on the shoulders of those drivers. They want to make sure to have the cleanest of view in front of them. As we're back here with the number 16, and this is the kart of Slovakia running in P5, being put under pressure just further back by Peru in 7. But now this is not a battle for position, as let me remind you.
Well, no, it's not, but you've got the UAE crew trying to unlap themselves, trying to bring themselves further up. So a really exciting battle. So an interesting situation for them at the proceedings of things. So a really exciting situation as they continue. There is the number 12 kart, the United Arab Emirates machine, trying to come through past Slovakia. So a very exciting run for all of the contenders. The United Kingdom leading the way by Spain by 4.8 seconds now. Spain are reeling them in. So the number 13 kart is definitely closing up on our leaders, the United Kingdom. Then it is Belgium in third position in front of Georgia. Then Slovakia ahead of Peru. 7th place is the Czech Republic in front of Portugal and Poland. Then the United Arab Emirates in P10 in front of Israel and Malta. Chinese Taipei in front of Hong Kong, China. Then Uzbekistan and the Bahamas. A fabulous situation for the race continuing on, but this is the UAE kart trying to overtake Slovakia to unlap themselves, and they're going to do it here on the inside line, aren't they? They do indeed. So the UAE kart unlaps themselves for Slovakia.
And we have a yellow flag outside of your picture into turn number 1. One driver going off, but no harm done. It was very brief, and he was able to get back
I think it's
the
Team
race.
Bahamas once again, just struggling to get turn 1 nailed correctly. We really need to be focusing on karts 11 and 13 though, because that gap is absolutely plummeting between the UK and Spain, and that gap was about 20 seconds at one phase, and it's now come down to 4. So this is all about strategy and tactics, yes, but for the United Kingdom they have to be well aware of the fact that Spain are definitely gaining ground on them. So this could be where things really start to change. We're currently looking at the 10, the 12, the 16 and the 2. So this is Uzbekistan, Slovakia, United Arab Emirates, and the number 2 for Malta. So diving on the inside, the UAE making up another place on the road. That's past the Uzbekistan kart. So some interesting challenges for all of the contenders. 2 hours and 19 minutes still to go here as the battles continue in fine style. But Spain have managed to catch up to the United Kingdom to the tune of 4.9 seconds. The UK have pulled away a little bit again. Belgium now find themselves in third position. They are only 10 seconds off the lead. So not only are Spain reeling in the leaders, but Belgium are as well.
And you can see the UAE driver is gesturing a bit, trying to open a bit of his suit. I don't know if it was for fresh air, but he was driving with one hand on the wheel. So, you know, good to see indeed some of the skills being put out there. As talking about skills, on the outside of the last turn number 13 was the number 12 in front of the number 16. We have Slovakia being overtaken. No, this is the number 2, my apologies. And this time around, this is Malta overtaking the number 10 of Uzbekistan, not fighting for position as a reminder, as we had a 12 and 16. This is United Arab Emirates, the UAE, as well as Slovakia, driving in formation. So we got a couple of groups of drivers here and there, you know, not battling for position, but still trying to stay close to one another. And that's important in terms of rhythm, because as we said, this is a long game. You don't want to go for sprints. You don't want to outpace yourself. You don't want to go too fast too soon. You need to be consistent. You need to think this through. And sometimes when you find yourself on the way of a faster driver, that could be interesting to stay within its shadow and to try to keep up the rhythm. Oh, and a bit of a nudge and a contact over there on the Bahamas team, I'm afraid, for the number 2. Watch out on the line, as we had the number 2 right there of Malta trying to make his through. It didn't quite happen this way, as Malta is being chased at the moment by the number 10 of Uzbekistan. We have the Bahamas just in front, and there was no space at all outside of turn number 13 to make his bid. And this time around, he was able to get past, but not quite an easy situation for the Malta team, as Bahamas is doing his job as well. Bahamas is doing his race, so no harm done, as we're back with the 12 and 16. Slovakia in number 16 in P5, number 12 of UAE in P10, and that's a good example of two drivers staying in formation, trying to learn from one another, trying to have a good pace, a good rhythm throughout this stint, and that could actually pay off in the end, because the longer you stay with a faster driver in front of you, and the more time you might gain. Talking about time, the gap has extended again between the UK and Spain. We're talking about the positions 1 and 2, the battle for the lead, and now we have a current gap of 5.4 seconds, as the timing is back to what it was. 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining now, as you can see on the left side of your screen, which is much better, and the current timing that we have as well. So 4.5 seconds between the UK and Spain. The drivers in the lead, number 11, that's the UK. This is the team leading the way at the moment, and they're gonna unlap the number 1 of Chinese Taipei. No problem at all in the proceedings. Chinese Taipei in the way, as we have at the back another team trying to make his bit, trying to stay on the line and get out of trouble. But no worries at all for United Kingdom, that have been very fast and consistent on track and very efficient into the pit stop procedures, as we caught that live during the first pit stop window, and they were very fast, very efficient in getting the driver in and out in a split of a second. So it means that they lost a minimum time, and they were able to get back into the pits, out of the pits, onto the track very fast indeed. So 4.8 seconds now, as Spain has been pushing on the last lap. So you can see the gap really going a bit back and forth between the UK and Spain. Belgium still in third, 3.1 seconds behind. That's going to be an interesting, potentially 3-team battle for the lead, as Georgia has dropped all the way down to 4th place, but 23.9 seconds is the gap between Georgia and Belgium. So we have very much first wagon between the UK, Spain and Belgium, and let's see if the contenders for the victory will be amongst those 3 teams.
It's really tough to know how this is going to go, because for my money I still think there's a couple of teams behind the top 3 that have a chance of something here, particularly Georgia. They've suddenly crept into the mix in 4th position. They've been working hard. The Czech Republic fell as far as 13th at one stage, I do believe, and now they are back up to P6, so don't count out the Czech Republic here at all. Portugal have been doing the pendulum swing, to and fro, and they've managed to get themselves now into 8th position. Peru are still a dark horse for me. They're 2 laps down now, but I still have a feeling that Peru could play a battle for the medals here. It's still a long way to go. There's an investigation flag into the United Kingdom, the team that leads the race. Now, this is big drama. This is proper. The team that currently leads the race have got an investigation flag under them. Now, I don't know what it's for. We haven't been given any hints as to what the situation may be, but certainly there is a big drama developing here, as the United Kingdom, the race leaders, have got themselves a warning flag. And look at this, we've got the Spanish team now in the number 13 crew within 3.2 seconds of Team UK. You've got to wonder what it is that the British team have done up front to warrant an investigation flag. But yeah, Pasquale Lupoli is going to hand the board out to the officials. Incident under investigation. Now, this is a fascinating situation. We're going to go and find out what the reason for this is, because obviously this could play havoc with the battles for victory. But certainly the number 11 kart, which now only leads the race by 2.5 seconds, by the way, because that gap has suddenly come down. Spain are catching up to the leaders very quickly here, and that could change the face of the race. The only other crew that's on the top, on the leading lap, other than the podium finishers at the moment, are Georgia, who are 34 seconds back from Team UK, but UK are only 2.4 ahead of Spain and 4.9 ahead of Belgium. So there's the gap. That's the difference between the 2 karts at this moment. So things could be about to change, and there could be some drama anyway from Team UK, because they are under investigation. At this moment, we don't know what it's for, but we endeavour to find out. We are going to make sure that we find out what the situation really is here, because that gap is coming down again. 2.1 seconds now between the UK and Spain. The blue flags are out in force as the UK is trying to move its way up past the back marker. Spain are only 1.8 seconds back now. This is a case of when they catch the UK, not if they catch them. 59.5s and 59.6s from Spain and Belgium in terms of lap time pace. For the UK are currently doing 1 minute 0.1, so they're losing consistently about half a second per lap. Things have just got interesting here. It's a really interesting situation. So a fantastic situation starting to creep through. So this is going to be a really exciting challenge and a really interesting scenario for all of the drivers. They are pushing it very hard indeed. So through they come again, but Spain can smell the exhaust fumes now. They are really starting to push it. We have got ourselves a really intriguing, a really interesting battle. So through the contenders battle away, but we are in for an exciting stage of the race now as we get towards the end of the second hour. So it's getting pretty tricky out there for Team UK to hang on to it. So let's see, a very interesting situation for all of the contenders, but we are going to see which team is going to have the best of this now. It'll be very, very tricky to see how this plays out. It's less than a second, as you can see. They are definitely gaining ground and gaining time. Spain is reeling in the opportunity now to get in behind Team UK. And this is now going to be a closely fought battle. It's less than half a second. You do get the sense that Spain might even get their chance over the top of the brow. They come off the final turn and down the home straight. UK taking some direction from the drivers behind. That's the second place crew. And here comes the move from Spain up the inside. Excellently done. So Spain retakes the lead here in the karting endurance in the FIA Motorsport Games.
That's the first bad news for Team UK. The second one is that they're going to have to go through a 10-second stop-and-go penalty. Why, you're asking? Because when they changed drivers, they changed it without stopping the kart. So I've been told by our race director, Mr. Pasquale, by the side of the track. Luckily enough, we're not too far from the side, so I was able to gather the information. As it happened, they went for the driver switch, but the rule book says you have to specifically stop the kart in order for the driver to get in, and get out and get in. They didn't do that. They did it while the car was still moving. They're being investigated, and they're going to have a 10-second stop-and-go penalty. They just lost the lead, and they might lose actually a bit more than that.
Yeah, there's a real skill to being able to bring the kart into the pits and keep it still moving whilst also changing drivers. And clearly UK have perfected it, but it is not legal in the rules, sadly. You do have to bring the kart to a stop. And here comes Team Belgium. They're going to charge their way through. Let's see how Spain got the lead. It was fairly clinical, fairly textbook, to be honest. Not really any major stresses for Team Spain to get into the lead on that one. The biggest problem now for the UK is not only have they got a 10-second penalty to take in their next pit stop, but also they've got some traffic to negotiate. So that's been a bit of a difficult one for Team UK. It's not looking so clear-cut for the victory. They were looking dominant just a short while ago. Now, not only have they been caught and then repassed, but there's definitely going to be some intriguing situations now for them as they try their best not to get too caught up in the fracas around the course. So things definitely looking pretty intriguing out there. But Spain currently 1.2 seconds ahead of the UK, and the UK have to face the fact that Belgium are not too far away from them either. How far into this stint can they go? Also taking into account the fact that they've got to take a 10-second penalty at the next pit stop for changing driver without stopping the kart. Nice trick if you can do it. Unfortunately, it's not legal.
And the second window of the pit stop is getting near as well. That may remind you that a driver can actually go through 3 hours of maximum of driving, 3 hours out of 4. But he is obliged to stop after 45 minutes. That's the maximum stint before getting back to the pit lane and getting back out for refueling and maybe switch of drivers. But important to notice as well is that the teams, they actually can't mix. And there's a switch on the inside. This is number 13 of Spain, going around number 12 of the UAE running in P11. But something important to keep in mind is that the teams, once they get a penalty like the UK with 10-second stop and go, they cannot mix that penalty with a normal pit stop. That means that if they choose to go back to the pit lane for refueling or switch of drivers, they cannot stay any longer let's say for instance 10 seconds to mix those two. And here's the confirmation of a warning flag for the United Kingdom, the team currently in second position, leader not so long ago, and they're gonna have to go to the pit lane for this 10-second stop and go penalty, but they're obliged to do so on one lap, nothing to do with any pit stop situation. So unlike what you can have in other endurance races.
And that's Belgium.
Oh, there you go.
Belgium
Switch
gets
for
through to
second.
second.
Beautifully made indeed, and Team Belgium up to second in front of the UK. The number 11, of course, they're aware by now that they're going to have to go to the pit lane for that penalty. There was no resisting whatsoever from team number 11. That allowed Jeremy Pickles from Belgium to make it up to P2 and is going back into the pit lane. So, Belgium back up to P2 and now back into the pit lane.
They've got a really good shot at the gold medal here, Belgium. Now that they've got themselves into second place, a shake of the head for UK. They know they've got the warning flag now. They know they've got a 10-second penalty coming their way at the next pit stop. This is going to really compromise them. It'll drop them to third in the rankings. Mind you, they had already dropped to third position. So now that Team Belgium gets out onto the course, now that's Morlaix, I think. That's Antoine Morlaix has gone out onto the circuit for Team Belgium. So challenge accepted. Go and get after Spain in the UK once again. But they were the first team to blink. So this actually gives Belgium a real shot to make some gains on both Spain and the UK. They'll get past the UK whatever happens at the next pit stop, because the UK have got to make that 10-second penalty that's coming their way. But for Spain, this is a real headache now, because Belgium have managed to catch and pass UK, bring it to within 2 seconds of Spain, and then pit it in. So this could be Belgium about to take the lead.
Yeah, we'll see about that. One thing is for sure is the young Antoine Morlaix behind the wheel of the Belgian team. Number 6 is a young driver I've known for quite a few years now, and is one of the youngest drivers ever to take part in the Spa-Francorchamps 24 hours of karting. And there you see the move from Jeremy Pickles as shown by the replay on the inside of Team UK, as we have a yellow flag on the corner of your picture. Trying to see where that's happening onto the track. I think that's been very brief indeed, with one driver into trouble. Nothing to worry about. But Antoine Morlaix, keep an eye on car number 6 indeed, because he's been progressing to the ranks of rental karting in Belgium and doing wonders now in VW Fun Cup as well, winning races in Belgium and competing at the highest level in the Francorchamps 24 hours that I had the pleasure of commentating in during 6 editions. And Antoine Morlaix has been certainly one of the strongest names in rental karting and in motorsport for the past few years. Now we're back with the number 13 of Spain, getting ahead of the number 4 of Poland. Not fighting for position, as Spain is currently leading the way for 3.6 seconds on the UK, as Poland is currently in 10th place, trying to catch up with Portugal, the full female lineup into this race. So at the moment, as we're getting near the halfway point of this 4-hour endurance race in Paul Ricard, we're gonna give you a full rundown of the classification that you can see on the left side. Spain, Belgium, UK, that's your top 3. And Spain and Belgium in a very comfortable position as we speak, since the UK has picked up a warning flag and a 10 seconds stop and go penalty.
Oh, big side swipe. UK trying to get their way through the traffic. They're just absolutely banzaiing down the inside line there of the 15 car. Now they're on the tail of Portugal to put a lap on them. Bahamas gets out of the way. But you can really sense the urgency now for Team UK. They have fallen behind Belgium after the pit stops, of course. But they are absolutely resolute. They want to get back into a competitive position again. And they put Owen Genman back in the kart. It's time to put some firepower underneath the right foot, on top of the right pedal. So Genman is going to be charging forward to give them a little bit more speed out there to get them back into a position. So it's going to be an interesting challenge for them as the contenders continue. Oh, Bahamas getting a little too close to Georgia. Georgia not quite able to get third position for the moment.
Yeah, quite an interesting battle indeed. Georgia making his way through, as 22 seconds is the gap, as you can see on your picture, between Spain and Belgium. The number 11 of the UK is currently in third place, as we are here with one of the drivers. As you can see the colors on the racing suit. Third place for United Kingdom on the picture as well, Portugal, as we're getting near the halfway mark of this 4 hours of endurance racing from Le Castellet, the circuit of Paul Ricard, created back in the early 70s. Spain, Belgium, United Kingdom, that's your top three at the moment. Into the turn number 11, the hairpin, number 12 and 13. This is the last section, the first sector of the circuit, where we have seen so many overtaking maneuvers since the start of the race, not only in endurance but as well as in sprint and junior and senior sprints. As Jake Sanson is going down now to the pit lane to try to give you a bit of insight about what's happening within the teams and the mechanics. We've seen a couple of driver changes already, as we're going to try to give you a bit of feedback from the actors themselves. And we have a warning flag from Hong Kong, China. That's interesting as well. The team number 3 running in the 13th place at the moment. As we have a switch of position, Georgia is getting ahead of Czech Republic. Fastest lap in this race by Spain, your team currently in the lead, as we are here with the number 11 of the UK being chased, so to speak, by the number 5 of Israel in 9th place at the moment. So ladies and gentlemen, this is 2 hours already into this race, halfway through this endurance race of the FIA Motorsport Games. Spain is your current leader for 23.1 seconds from Belgium. Then we have UK in 3rd place, 14.8 seconds down from Belgium. Georgia in 4th, P5 for Czech Republic, P6 for Slovakia, Peru is P7, then we have Portugal is P8, Israel is P9. A good battle with Antoine Morlet from Belgium. Watch out, because he's getting close. He's trying to get ahead of the driver in front of him. And this is the number 7. This is the team of Peru, trying to hold on to his position. The number 10, the number 2 behind is Malta, as you can see a good tussle between the drivers. Number 4 we're here on the picture. This is Poland getting ahead of Israel, who went back into the pits. The number 9 is Bahamas, still very much in this race. The first ever on a proper karting track. So Spain leading away from Belgium, UK in 3rd, Georgia, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Peru, Portugal 8, Poland and Malta in P10. P11, the UAE, then we have Israel, Chinese Taipei, Hong Kong, China, Uzbekistan and Bahamas in P16. That's your current classification, but still very much provisional halfway through this endurance race. The first ever time in the FIA Motorsport Games that we get to see the drivers competing on longer races. We had, for the first edition in Rome, in Vallelunga in 2019, we had the karting slalom. And Antoine Morlet, the young driver with the number 6, pulling his move on the inside of the number 7 in turn number 11. Beautifully made from Antoine Morlet. That's not a battle for position from the number 7 of Peru, but still good for the confidence, good for the rhythm. And let's see if the Peruvian driver will try to stay within contact of Antoine Morlet. You can see him trying to reach as much speed as possible down the back straight, just in front of us. Antoine Morlet is actually the driver representing Belgium back in 2019, and along with a teammate, he was able to snatch silver medal in karting slalom. So it was a beautiful battle and a beautiful results for young Antoine Morlet. We had Manon de Goth and Antoine Morlet, the duet of Belgium back in karting slalom, and they were defeated by the Netherlands in this competition in Vallelunga. And now we went from 1 to 4 different series in kart racing. The endurance race, the sprint, junior and senior, pretty much on the model of the OK and OKG that we have in the FIA Karting Championship. And we still have, of course, the karting slalom taking place in the paddock. So let's see what Belgium and the number 6 can do, along with Jérémy Péclers, Sita Van Meert and Maxime Drillon. At the moment, Spain 2.5 seconds from Belgium. The UK still in 3rd, 15.5 seconds, with a 10-second stop and go penalty still to be applied for the UK. And a bit of a traffic for Antoine Morlet. The blue flag is being waved as the number 4 of Poland is getting out of the way to make way for both the number 6 and the number 7 of Peru. Belgium and Peru cruising in formation. That's an interesting exercise for the Peruvian driver. Let's see about the respective lap times, as we have Belgium lapping in 59.8, Peru lapping in 1 minute 1. So this confirmation that it does good for the Peruvian driver to stay within contact of Antoine Morlet. That's a little bit like the turtle and the rabbit. Stay very close, but not battling for position, as Belgium sits in P2 and Peru in P7. But again, this is the long way, and we still have a lot of things to see into this race. 4 hours in total. Right now it's about being consistent, it's about playing with your head, driving with your head down, not to make any mistake. And that's an interesting exercise, as we said, between Antoine Morlet and the Peruvian driver in the kart number 7, because Antoine is trying to decrease the gap, and he does so on Spain, 2.4 seconds as we speak. So that's an interesting rhythm, because Antoine Morlet, while pulling the Peruvian driver, and the Peruvian driver staying behind because he has no intention to overtake him, there's no point, but still they work together, they pull each other out, doing lap after lap, as we're back with the Spanish team, and the number 13 still in the lead, 2 full seconds now in front of Belgium. That's going to be interesting, as the leader is having to go through and deal with the traffic. The Bahamas team being lapped once again, still very much in this race, as their prime intention is to see it through, to see the checkered flag for the first ever experience at this stage. But España, the Spanish team, is still very much in the lead, but for how long? That's the question. Belgium is really getting in contact. Antoine Morlet has been putting a qualifying lap after qualifying lap. That's a stint that could actually prove it right. That's the stint that could change it all, as they still have one more change of drivers to do. We had, when it comes to Belgium, Sita van Meert starting the race, and we had Jérémy Pleclers for stint number 2. We have now Antoine Morlet, and we're going to have Maxime Drillon to finish off the race. But first of all, you can see that Antoine is giving everything, and the gap went from more than 4 seconds to 1.6 seconds at the moment. So now this is here the moment that this endurance race could be turned on its head, and you can see that Antoine is still doing a great job at pulling the Peruvian driver just behind, as long as you don't get into so much trouble. Oh, and the number 9 of Bahamas still having a bit of a trouble into turn number 1, but he was back onto the racing line. 1.6 seconds, 1.4 seconds now between Spain and Belgium. This is potentially a very decisive moment into the battle for the lead and win into this endurance race, considering that the UK has picked up a penalty of 10 seconds stop and go. That's a very interesting gesture. You can see that Antoine Morlet with the number 6 is really bending as much as he can on his wheel to try to decrease the gap, not only, but as well to increase his own speed, because the more you get out of the car, the more you, of course, the helmet and the upper part of your body is not something that the air flowing might appreciate. So you want to make yourself as small as possible into your kart. Not an easy task, but those drivers have the experience, as we're back here with a group of 3. The number 15 battling with the number 3, number 15 being Israel, the number 3 Hong Kong China. Israel competing in P11, Hong Kong China in P14 at the moment, as we're here with the number 4 Poland against the kart number 12, wasn't it? Yes, the number 10. And this is Uzbekistan. Israel in P11, as we said. Around the inside goes Uzbekistan on the number 4 of Poland. Poland in 9, Uzbekistan in P15. Uzbekistan unlapping Poland, not fighting for position. But the team and the kart number 4 is still currently in the top 10 position. And I think that UK has picked up his penalty and has gone through the pit lane. Yes, indeed. You could see, I think it was, hopefully Jake Sanson was there to pick up on the situation. Let's see if he gets some information. But we've just seen on the corner of your picture the number 11 of Team UK getting out of the pits. Was it for a change of driver or was it for the penalty? I would go for the second option, because the sooner you get that penalty out of the way, a 10-second stop and go, the better it is, and then you can give it all for the last 2 hours of this race. And as a result, UK has just dropped to 4th position. They have 1 lap advantage of Czech Republic. And we're back with Spain. Watch out with Belgium. Antoine Morlet going around the inside. Change of position for 2nd and for the lead as well. Belgium is in the lead. Antoine Morlet with the number 6 making his move around the inside of the Spanish team, having to make do. And now we have a switch. Belgium 1, Spain 2, Georgia 3rd. That's another decisive moment. We had seen the number 6 of Antoine Morlet picking up the pace and picking up the gap lap after lap. And there is a switch of position. Belgium in the lead, Spain just behind, as we're here with Team UK, the number 11 in 4th place, with the number 10 just behind. This is Uzbekistan, trying as well to get close to his own rabbit, trying to get pulled into a good rhythm. As we're here with the leaders, Belgium, Spain in 3rd place. This is the number 7 of Peru. And that's going to be an interesting situation as well for Peru, because as long as the driver can get close and get in touch with the 2 leaders, the better it will be for the rhythm, and he can actually start unlapping other rivals and progressing through the ranks. Peru is currently 7. And watch out not to, of course, get into the way, and he's going to go for the move, or at least trying to, the Peruvian driver on the Spanish team. That's no good news for Spain. That's no good news for Spain at all, because while he's going to have to go defensive, well, he's losing momentum and losing time on Belgium. So that could be a decisive point into the quest for victory and the gold medal into this endurance race. But at the moment, you can feel that the Peruvian driver might be slightly faster, than Spain. Let's see about that when they come across the start-finish straight in front of opposition. We're gonna have a close look at the respective lap times. Belgium in the lead, and number 6. And look at the Peruvian driver trying to get ahead of Spain in terms of lap time. We had a 1:03 for Spain, a 1:01 for Peru. So Peru not in 3rd, but just behind the driver in 2nd place, is still at the moment currently faster than Spain. That's interesting. That's very much interesting for the rest of the proceedings into this race. So you can see that the Peruvian driver is doing an immense job at getting close, staying within distance from the leaders, and that pays off. That pays off for Peru, because at the moment is lapping faster and is going to try to go for the move. He needs to unlap himself by getting ahead of Spain in 2nd. Always easier said than done, as it actually got away of Belgium, who is in the meantime able to pull away. And watch out for the move coming up. Maybe the Peruvian driver was able, or at least wanted to go. Oh, and a bit of a contact, and the Bahamas driver, unfortunately, once again, we're on the wrong side of the track, going the wrong way into turn number 1. That's not the first time that we've seen that happening, unfortunately, but no harm done, as he was able to get back into the race. As Antoine Morlet for Belgium still leading very much in front of Spain. Georgia in 3rd. Now watch out for the move back. Here's the response. Spain is responding and take the leads back. The number 13 is back in the lead. And now we have Belgium still back in the role of the chaser. Belgium back in the role of the chaser. Spain in the lead. Georgia in 3rd. We're 1 lap down. So it's all about the battle for the lead. And you could see actually the Spanish driver gesturing to Antoine Morlet from Belgium to stay with me. Try not to overtake me, because otherwise that could be costly for the both of us. We still have a long way to go. 1 hour and 47 minutes. But it's fair to say that those 2 drivers have been really pushing hard into their own stint, really maximizing the time on track. Now the battle is really raging. They have to stay together, they have to stay focused, and you can see still for the back, a very great job by the Peruvian driver, as we have another spin, another driving trouble into turn number 1, but now nothing to worry about. And now the main focus of this race, the battle for the win. Spain against Belgium. Still very much in contention, those two driving formation, as we're going to see the replay of the Bahamas driver getting into trouble into turn number 1, fortunately. That means lost time, but he was able to get back into the right direction. We're back with the leaders. Spain against Belgium, the battle for the lead and the battle for the win potentially. One lap down is Georgia in third. UK is fourth, Czech Republic is still fifth. Then we have Slovakia down in P6, Peru in 7, doing a good job at trying to catch up, trying to follow the rhythm of the leaders. Then we have Portugal in P8, Malta in P9, Israel P10. Then for the rest of the classification, we have the UAE in P11, Poland in 12, Chinese Taipei in 13, Hong Kong, China in 14, Uzbekistan and Bahamas in P15 and 16 respectively. In terms of respective lap times, Spain 59.4, 59.436 and 59.496. So 600 of a second now at the advantage of Spain. Nothing pretty much. They're still glued together as Antoine Morlet is certainly trying to go for the move. That's always a dilemma, isn't it? When it comes to direct drive in sprint races, you know that your time is limited, but you don't have that many options. You try to go for the move, and it's always a dilemma about when you find an open door, going for the overtake in the early stages of the race, or try to wait for the last 3 laps or even the last lap. We've seen that in plenty of occasions, last lap attack, but this time it's not what we're talking about, and the dilemma is even bigger. It's all about strategy for Antoine Morlet and Belgium. He's being advised on the sideline by his own father, Jacques Morlet, the team manager of the Belgian squad for the endurance team. And the question is, he's gesturing to his team right now. It's all about staying behind. And he's going to go for the move, at least trying to impress his opponent. He's still showing the Spanish driver that he's very much into his shadow. But let's see if he's going to be able to go for the move, as we're gonna hear, I think, from Jake Sanson down in the pit lane.
So a fabulous battle continuing here in the FIA Motorsport Games. We have got a very exciting lead battle. Obviously Belgium having just taken the lead away from Spain. We're at a phase in the race now where this third hour is essentially going to play itself out quite organically out on the course. But the teams are working really, really hard, and you can see the atmosphere down here is still incredibly tense. All of the teams still trying to work on their individual strategies. Tactics are still very much in the early phase of development, and a lot of the teams are still working themselves into a bit of a crescendo. Team Spain here, just at the edge of the pit lane, they really feel that they've got a chance of the victory now. There's a real sense of expectancy with this crew, and there is a genuine chance that things are going to continue to develop for them. I'm going to see if I can have a quick word with Alba Caro Ramirez of the Spanish team, just to see how things are getting on. Alba, it's been a very good race for Spain so far. You guys have a real chance of the gold now.
Yeah, we are very happy. Yesterday was very good because the day was too old, but today is very good. The qualifying was very good. Yeah, we are fighting for the win.
So in terms of the strategy so far, the tactics, everything has been playing according to the plan, or have you had to make some changes through the race?
For now, it's according to plan. Yeah, because it will depend on the four-course yellow or something like that. But the race is very clean, so yeah, it's according to plan now.
And with this being the first time that we've had a karting endurance race in the Motorsport Games, I mean, obviously, being a first event, there's always going to be some getting used to the format and getting used to the racing. But how have you and Team Spain been enjoying it here in Paul Ricard?
Yeah, we're enjoying a lot. We are very happy to have endurance racing. We used to do it, but in touring car, and in go-kart is very funny. So yeah, we are enjoying it.
Fantastic. Well, we hope to see you on the podium a little later, Alba. Good luck.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Team Spain really looking good for a victory, but they are going to be pushed all the way, of course, by Belgium and the UK, who are definitely giving us plenty of competition at this point of proceedings. Just over to the far side here, we've got a few team personnel just hanging around as well. I'm going to see if we can cross over without really causing a bit of an issue. Fortunately, we've managed to kind of engage things without really causing an issue in terms of crossing the pit lane. So we're going to have to try and get a word with a few other people. So let's see if we can grab a couple more personnel within the field. We've already spoken with Team Spain. Obviously, the pit lane is kind of quiet at the moment, so it's not really a bad time to try and get a word with a few people down here in pit lane. Obviously, a lot of the teams still working very hard trying to get things together. The Czech Republic, I believe that is, still working very hard to try and work their way up through the field. I want to see if we can grab a word with one of the contenders from Team Portugal and see if we can have one of the drivers from Portugal. Let's have a word with Anastasia Comín. Anastasia, it's been a good race so far for Portugal. The team is really making good progress, has always been towards the bottom end of the top 5, the middle of the top 10. Is the strategy going according to plan at the moment?
Yes, I think it's good, the plan, and I hope we
want to keep climbing.
Yes.
Perfect.
We have positions to finish.
Fantastic. So, as a racetrack here at Paul Ricard, what has it been like to drive on the circuit? How have you been finding it?
It's a very fast track. And the new track, we never drive here, but I like this track. It's very good and very cool, very funny, and yes, I think the whole team like the track. Very, very good.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully you guys can keep pushing your way up to the top 5. Good luck. We hope to see you at the finish.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to Anastasia Comín. Very, very impressive work from all of the teams. We've obviously heard from the crews from Spain and from Portugal of late. I want to see, maybe we can try and grab a word actually with Jeremy Pekles of Belgium. He's only just got out of the kart, but the amount of hard work that Jeremy has done to bring him into the mix has been fantastic. Let's see if we can grab a word with the boys from Belgium. First of all, we can obviously have a word with Jeremy, but I also want to grab a word with Maxime Trion. Boys, you guys have a real chance of the gold medal now. There was a stage when you were close to the top 6, but I think now there is a genuine conversation. We can think about the gold medal here.
Yeah, of course. We were struggling a bit in the beginning of the race, and with the strategy we had, we are good for the rest of the race. And obviously, it's us, not Spain. We are going to win this one.
We need to bring you out of the way because obviously we've got karts potentially coming into the pits. So I want to see if we can grab a word with you, Jeremy, because the amount of hard work that you guys did at your last stint, I mean, there is so much time that you guys managed to make up. Where did you feel that you were able to gain time on the opposition? What was the key in the last stint?
The key in the last stint is to post the best driver in the kart and go to the fight maybe at the final turn. Max go for the final stint, and after I don't know the Spain, the girls on track at this moment, but I look.
Fantastic, so there's a really good chance for Belgium, so good luck. Hopefully it's going to be a great one for you.
Thank you, thank you.
So Belgium obviously going very well. Obviously a very competitive run between Spain and Belgium. It will be a very close race. UK are still not out of it, nor are Georgia. There's a long way still to go. An hour and a half still to go then in the FIA Motorsport Games Karting Endurance Final. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez still with you here at the Circuit Paul Ricard. And we have Spain and Belgium locked in mortal combat for the victory. This has been what we've been building up to for quite some time now, as these two nations have been absolutely on it right the way through. Alvaro Bajo Robles, Albacano Ramirez, Jose Manuel Perez and Ivan Valesco of Team Spain, currently just a tenth of a second in front of the squad from Belgium. Antoine Morlet in the kart, Sita van Meert, Jeremy Pekles and Maxime Drion on the sidelines. This is going to be a really close battle between Spain and Belgium, and this could go all the way to the checkered flag.
That's what we like about endurance racing, when it comes into play and you've had like a long race, and in the end it all goes down to a beautiful battle between two karts all the way down to the wire on the checkered flag. Let's see if it happens, but as for now you can see the two protagonists for the lead and the potential win and the gold medal glued together for the past few laps, with Spain and Belgium really pushing each other out. I got to say, I've had a chance. Oh, and look at how close Antoine Morlet is. He might actually go for the bid, but in this particular sector, the last one before the start-finish straight, not quite easy to make your way through, easier than in the other sectors, as we said on this track. But right now, and you can see the Spanish driver gesturing to Antoine, it's not about overtaking right now. We have to wait, we have to keep pushing each other, because we still have a long way to go in front of the UK, one lap down in third position. But it's about, you know, keeping the consistency. It's about keeping your head down, not go for any unwise move that could end up in the two actually going out, as we have yellow flag and some of the back markers about to be overtaking. But this is such, you know, we still have 1 hour and a half until the checkered flag, with one pit stop, one driver switch left to do. And this is such a hard task to keep the focus on.
Bit of a mistake there from the leader, trying to get past the back marker, so this could be the chance for Antoine Morlet, and you can gesture to the driver behind you as much as you like, but if Antoine Morlet has a different tactic, a different strategy, then it doesn't matter how much you try and keep him behind you. He's going to go for the move, and Team Belgium clearly feel like they've got a chance at the gold medal now. They come up and over the top of the brow, and they go onto the main straight. An hour and a half still to go here, about the length of your average Grand Prix, and this is going to be an interesting scenario now between Spain and Belgium. Two drivers that have incredible karting pedigree, particularly at endurance level. Great to see them both going for the first ever gold medal in the FIA Motorsport Games 2022. 3 years ago in Rome, we did have karting. It was only the karting slalom. That has, of course, returned for 2022, but this is the first time that we've had karting endurance and karting sprint in junior and senior also added to it. So this is a very tough race for all of the contenders, and all 16 nations are still circulating, all still giving it a good shot, but it will be a fantastic battle to the flag between Spain and Belgium. Just a quarter of a second between them after 2.5 hours of racing. That's how close it's going to be for the gold medal today.
Some of the Belgian viewers on the stream might remember that a couple of years ago we had the Spa-Francorchamps 24 hours of karting. That this is the biggest race that you can have in four-stroke rental in Belgium, you know, that has its 10th edition last September, a couple of years back. I had a chance to commentate on that, and I'll let you guess, Jake, the gap between the two contenders by the end of not a 4-hour race, but a 24-hour race.
Was it under a tenth of a second?
1/10 of a second. 1/10 of a second.
Just astonishing.
Between the two drivers, and Jeremy Pekles was one of them, one of the drivers of the Belgian team.
I'd
1/10 at the end at the checkered flag, and we were glued to our seats and to our microphones for the last hour of racing.
Do you know,
it could actually go the same way, sorry.
I'd like to say that I'm shocked, but actually I'm not, because I know how competitive the endurance racing scene is in Belgium. You've got some amazing circuits out there, obviously at Spa, also at Marienburg, also at Genk. So you've got some incredible endurance race circuits in Belgium to play with. It would not surprise me at all if the victory of such a competitive race would come down to just a tenth of a second. An hour and a half to go then, folks. This is it. This is what it's been building up to. The last 90 minutes of this first bout of the weekend, which should declare us a gold medal. It'll be finishing about the same time as the GT main final will finish. So you're going to get two gold medalists about the same sort of time in the FIA Motorsport Games, and these will be the first gold medals to be decided. The esports gold medal, of course, will be awarded this evening. But for these two crews, it really is now or never. They pick their way past the Bahamas, And now it is time to see if Belgium is going to go for that slingshot maneuver. Had the chance to have a quick conversation with Sita van Meert just when I was down in pit lane as well. She's so excited, and she really feels that she made a strong contribution to Team Belgium. One of the youngest members of the... And into the pits comes the leaders. Right, Spain have decided to duck in for the pits. So this is an important one. So Spain pit lane bound, and they blink first. So now Antoine Morlet ducks down in the kart. Of course, he will hand over to Maxime Drian for the closing stint later on. But this is quite an important one as far as Team Belgium are concerned. They told us that Maxime Drian is going to be the last man in the kart, but they didn't say when. They're keeping the cards very close to their chest on that one. It would not at all surprise me if Maxime Drian would be out there for an entire hour to finish out the last stint, just to give the Belgian team a chance to run in good proximity and close formation to everybody else out there. But Team Spain have not yet come out of the pits, so this must be their fuel stop. So it's obviously been a slightly longer one for them. I think Belgium have yet to take their fuel stop as well, so they're obviously going to have to do that. Of course, that's one of the big challenges of this karting endurance race. You only take one fuel stop in the race, but you have to do it yourself. You have to do your own crew and monitor your own, manage and monitor your own refueling.
And Spain is out. Spain is out of the pit lane. They just made his way back.
Big mistake! Big mistake for Morley. He was tripping over the 16. That's Team Slovakia that they were trying to lap, and that could cost them the lead by the time they come through. And Antoine Morley knows it. He puts his hand in the air. What are you playing at? You're a back marker. Get out of the way. And very frustrated Team Belgium, because that could have cost them the lead.
Yeah, always easier said than done, isn't it? And as you can see, the number 13 of Spain with the number 8 of Georgia, just behind Georgia in the P5 at the moment, trying to catch up as well to make some progress through the ranks. And one good way, actually, as we've seen with Peru, the number 7 was glued to Antoine Morlet for a good number of laps. And this is actually what the Georgian driver might try to do, is to stay as close as possible to one of the challenges of the race, and in order to get a good rhythm and maybe trying to unlap himself, and he's going to go for the move at least. I've been trying around the outside of turn number 1, and just before the breaking point, he was able to get past and not to be in the way of the Spanish driver. That's a move that we haven't seen so often so far into this race, but beautifully made, and there was no point, of course, for the Spain team and the Spanish driver to resist.
Well, Belgium have stayed out. The gap has come down to 57.7. So clearly on the outlap, Spain are trying desperately to try and make up some pace. But certainly Belgium looking strong at the moment as the crews continue to make steady progress. Great to see the drivers working their way through each corner. There goes Team Bahamas. It goes for a pirouette at the first corner. Oh, he's got a long way in this time. Goodness me, carrying a heck of a lot of throttle in through the first turn. But it's so easy. Once you stab on the brakes, the back wheels lock, and the back just wants to overtake the front. There's nothing you can do about it once you hit that stage. An hour 25 still to go, as you can see. So we've still got a long way of racing remaining. There is Team Spain, and look in the background, there is Team Belgium. So they want to put a lap on Spain before they get to their pit stop. That will be a massive psychological upper hand for Belgium if they can do that.
And if I'm not mistaken, Belgium still has a refueling pit stop to do, right? Because there's something to take into account, is the weight. Because now Spain is of course has more weight because of the refueling than Belgium, with Antoine Morlet finishing on its stint and getting much lighter by the lap. So that's now never that Antoine Morlet has to put the qualifying lap. He has to distance himself as much as possible. He has to build that gap that will be quite big enough for Maxime Drian to get into the kart, do the refueling, and maybe getting back in the lead or close to Spain. So that's going to give us certainly a fantastic showdown in the last hour of the race. But Spain went for the undercut. They went first for the refueling and the last switch of drivers. Now it's down to Belgium to act accordingly, certainly to what Spain has done. And certainly now about, and you can see still, oh, they're very close. They're very close. Antoine Morlet is going to go for the move. Yes, he does. And taking the lead back on the number 13 of Spain. So Spain and Belgium.
Oh, and they got held up.
Oh, and a bit of a tussle. That was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a big headache for the two leading crews. Of course, Belgium have actually put a lap on Spain, but it's worth bearing in mind that Belgium still have their fuel stop to take. So they're currently lapping about 2 seconds a lap quicker, 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap quicker than Spain. But that is because Belgium has a light fuel load Spain has a very heavy fuel load, and there's a big difference in the depreciation of lap times when you've got a heavy full to the brim tank of fuel compared to dribs and dregs. So that's obviously the situation that Belgium finds itself in. But these are a critical 10 minutes for Belgium. They not only need to get ahead of Spain, which they have, but also try and extend that gap a little bit more. Oh, they come in straight away, so there you go. That's how tight they ran the gauntlet. So the pit stop now comes in for Team Belgium. We'll have to watch as they come out of the pits again. Spain have gone through to unlap themselves, but obviously now things are pretty critical for Belgium because they need to make sure now that they can get a fast enough fuel stop. With a driver change, I think, is probably added to that as well. It might not even be the last driver change because we've got an hour and 24 minutes. They may make one more before the end. It very much depends on what happens in the last section of the race, because obviously an hour and 23 minutes is a long time to leave a driver out. It's not unfeasible. I mean, the longest I've ever managed in an endurance race is an hour. So I have to say I was an absolute loose end by that point. There we go, and it's Jeremy Pekles that's going into the kart. So Maxime Drion is going to have to wait for his chance, but that's tactical if you ask me. That's Jeremy Pekles getting out onto the circuit to try and extend the gap. They've done a great job at the fuel stop there. So Jeremy Pekles is out on the kart. He's going to try and extend the gap and give Maxime Drion a dream gap for the finish of the race.
That's interesting. Here's the strategy of the Belgian squad, giving Pekles another stint to, as you said, give it all and do one last driver switch for the last few minutes of the race for Maxime Drion to really push it all until the checkered flag. Because I was gonna say, 1 hour 60 minutes of stint, for those drivers with the experience of an Antoine Morlet or Maxime Drion back in Belgium, 60 minutes is pretty much usual kind of job for them. This is business as usual for a driver like Maxime Drion. So I would not have been quite surprised if they had done the switch to Maxime for the very last stint and to push it until the end. They've decided to go for Pekles and to reduce the track time of Maxime in the later stages of the race. Let's see how it plays out. But there must have been certainly a lot of calculations about the load, the fuel load to put into the carts and to make sure that they can see it through to the checkered flag while not, lacking performance.
Speaking of fuel loads, one of the first teams to make their fuel stop in the mid-phase of the race was Team UK, and now all of a sudden they are only 36 seconds back from the UK. Now behind from Belgium and Spain, I should say, sorry. So those three teams are definitely now hunting the gold medal. Now you may just be able to make out, for those who are certainly close to us here at the circuit, the GTs behind us, they are about to bid for the first gold medal of the weekend. A few minutes after that, this race will conclude, and then of course the winner of this race will take the second gold medal on offer at the FIA Motorsport Games. A very exciting end to this race in prospect, with 3 crews, potentially 4 if you count Czech Republic, who are there or thereabouts with a few opportunities still to come their way before the end of this race. They still have a great shot at a medal, Czech Republic in 4th position. If you consider that they dropped as far down as 12th, I think, at one stage in the opening stint, and have now managed to fight all the way back up to 4th place. They're not done. They've still got a lot to say about how this race is going to conclude.
Yeah, Czech Republic indeed was into a bit of a trouble into the opening lap, dropping a lot of positions in the process. But they are pretty much 1 lap down to the UK in 3rd place. So anything's still on the table, anything's still possible, as we're running here with the team number 6. This is Belgium, Antoine Morlet. Sorry, I was going to say Antoine Morlet. Oh, and one of the drivers from Bahamas being pushed out of the way in turn number 11. That wasn't nice, wasn't it? But he's back onto the race. We've seen a lot of spins from those young drivers, boys and girls from the Bahamas, for the first ever experience in racing condition on a proper racing track. That's quite, and a nice save from the driver over there. I think he might have lost it. He came close to lose it on the outside of turn number 13 with the power on the exit, but managed to save it. And let's see, let's hopefully see them at the checkered flag. It would be nice to have the feedback about that experience. We got a chance to talk to them in the paddock and getting to know the story in a bit more details. But now we're here with Jeremy Pekles. I was going to say Antoine Morlet, but here's a new driver behind the wheel of the Belgian kart. We still have 1 more to go for the team, Maxime Drion. And the question is, when will Jeremy Pickles go back into the pits to give out the wheel to his teammate for the last stint? And
a little bit of
solid contact.
Yeah, a little contact there. Czech Republic trying to lap Uzbekistan, and the number 1 being quite forceful there. That is Chinese Taipei trying to hold on to the position as they duel away all the way through this course. Number 14 working his way forward. That is the Czech Republic trying to get themselves back onto the leading lap, of course, and they certainly don't need any mobile roadblocks to make it harder for them. So Chinese Taipei, that is currently dueling away with Uzbekistan. That was a forceful issue there from the number 14 to move their way forward. I think that was Ostadal Zhenek in the kart. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that is Ostadal Zhenek in the Czech Republic machine, diving through at the inside, where they are currently in 14th position. The number 4 kart going through, that is Poland, with I think that's Jacob Rashki back behind the wheel a second time. So the Poland crew clearly going for a similar strategy to what we've seen already from Team UK and from Belgium, going for a second stint for a driver just to try and maximize track position, try to squeeze through on Uzbekistan. That is Peru. So Peru manages to get through. And now they are battling away with Poland and Chinese Taipei. This is getting a little bit hectic. All different teams in different positions in the race. And there's Team UK. They do not want to trip over this because they are in 3rd position, 38 seconds back from the race leaders, Belgium. But they really cannot afford to trip up and cause themselves a headache here. But they also need to get past Poland and Peru pretty darn quickly. Otherwise, they're going to lose so much time.
Yeah, good battle indeed. Not for straight positions, but for track time and track space. And running inside goes the number 7. Oh, and there was a bit of a contact that was close as the Bahamas was in the way. Getting lapped once again, but the number 4 made his way through Poland, being overtaken by China as it is. As you can see, that's some more troubles for the Bahamas in the corner we've just been into. Number 11. You can see now Team UK being taken in sandwich between the number 4 as we have Poland in the mix. The UK is still running strong in 3rd place, losing a bit of time. They need to get past some of the back markers, Poland being one of them, if they want to make sure to reduce the gap as much as possible. 23 seconds as we speak on Spain in 2nd place, so there's no time to lose for UK. And they need to go through, even though we still have a long way to go, 1 hour and 16 minutes on the board before the checkered flag of this race. UK doing his bit, trying to go around the back markers to have the clearest of view in front of him and to be able to put qualifying lap after qualifying lap into turn number 11. Another move around the east side. This is Team UK getting ahead of Team Poland, and the next one will be the number 15, I think it is by the look of it. Number 13, no, number 15, I was right actually the first time. Israel, who is running at the moment in 11th place, so that's not his own race, and they let UK through in turn number 1. It's fair to say that ever since the start of the race, we've seen a lot of fair play onto the track. A lot of fair gestures, a lot of, and you can feel respect between those drivers. They know that they have different speeds, they have different ambition and objectives, and we can see from the sideline one of the representative of Team Spain.
Yeah, that is Albacano Ramirez, just watching Team Spain in operation, trying to work her way forward in this race. Spain have obviously been doing a fair job. 2nd position for them at the moment. 17.9 seconds is the deficit to Team Belgium. It's now 19 seconds, partly due to the traffic, but also partly due to the fact that when you put Jeremy Pekles into a kart, it's going to go like wildfire, and they have decided to try and extend some of their gap to give them a good shot for the gold medal. But certainly at the moment for Team Belgium, it's looking good. Antoine Morlet, Jeremy Pekles, Sita van Meert and Maxime Drian are looking good for Team Belgium at the moment, up in the lead of this race. 2nd position for Team Spain for Alvaro Bajo Robles, Albacano Ramirez, Jose Manuel Perez and Ivan Velasco. So they're all working very hard to draw. Oh, and a spin there for Uzbekistan. So a bit of an issue there for the Uzbekistan crew. They managed to get going again, but that's definitely held them up a little bit. 3rd position currently for the United Kingdom, looking for their first ever medal in the FIA Motorsport Games. They didn't get any in 2019, sadly. But here today, and in the GT as well, in a short while, they could well get their first medal. But certainly for Team UK, for Jack O'Neill, Rihanna Percox, Mike Philippou and Owen Genman, they are currently looking at 3rd position as things currently stand. The Czech Republic currently in 4th position. We're watching them on our screen. This is Ondrej Koček, Andrei Kocha, Ostadal Zenek, Sonia Pachkova and Aleš Berger, all battling away for what is currently 4th position. They are ahead of Team Georgia, who are in 5th position. A great run for them so far. Mariam Davidic, Niko Kozbenitsa, Arkil Simikrudic and Mariam Siklauri, all doing a great job there in 5th position. Then in P6, it is the crew from the number 16, that is Slovakia, Matias Kocho, Jorac Melchuk, Veronika Dobratova and Imrich Jakal, who are all together in P6 at this moment in time. Then it's the squad from Peru. In P7, that is Harold Watson, Mark Harton, Maria Jesus Esquivel and Taylor Greenfield. And there is the replay of the spin from Uzbekistan. As diving through, that is 7 on 2. That is Peru on Malta. We just heard about the team from Peru, currently running in number 7 in P7. 8th place currently is the team from Portugal, the all-female squad. Rita Teixeira, Mariano Machado, Anastasia Comin and Sofia Correa. In 9th position, it is the team from Malta in kart number 2. So that is the crew of Niki Gauci, Ela Zamit, Karma Cheka and Owen Mangion. And then in P10 at the moment, it is the squad from Poland, Jakub Raszki, Adam Szliglowski, Cornelia Olczukka and Marcel Kuch. So they are together in the top 10. 11th place currently is Israel, 5 laps adrift of the race lead, but they're still going strong for Yardenovid, Ranben Ezer, Yanev Hershkovitz and Ichak Jahar. So they are together there in 11th place. Then in 12th place it is Chinese Taipei for their drivers Tsai Qiushuan, Lo Chunyao, Cheng Xiaosu and Chung Chenyu. They are together there in 12th position at the moment. For the United Arab Emirates, in 13th position you have Ahmed Al-Hamadi, Humaid Abad Al-Ketbi, Ahmad Nabil Al-Boom and Mariam Al-Hossani. That's Team Bahamas just trying to get out of the way and not cause too many difficulties. So we've heard from the team in 13th. 14th at the moment is Hong Kong, China. And their 4 drivers, Wang Qingqi, Ho Manchong, Yung Tak Felix and Chung Pu Yan. So they are together in 14th. In Team 15th position, I should say, the number 10 kart of Uzbekistan. That is Faruk Uranov, Anastasia Uranova, Islamjon Ismailov and Aramjon Egamberdiev. So they are there together in 15th position, 8 laps adrift of the lead. And then the team that is still plugging away, still pushing on for Team Bahamas, still doing a great job. It is Ramando Hudson, Jashai Burrows, Giselle Liriano and Christopher Bain, all still doing a grand job as they continue to fly the flag for not just Bahamas, but for the entirety of the Caribbean in this race as well. And great to see them continue on the march. They may be a few laps behind the rest of the field, but you know what? You have to light the torch to blaze a trail. And these guys are starting a nice legacy for Caribbean endurance karting. Good for them. And keep plugging away at it, folks. So, Belgium, Spain, UK, separated by less than a minute, the leading 3 crews, with an hour and 11 minutes still to go.
We're getting slowly into the last race, the last phase of this race, the latest stages, and this is here that everything counts. And this is at this point in the proceedings that you need to keep your head down, you need to stay focused on the task at hand. As at the moment, 26 seconds is split in Belgium and Spain. The UK still in 3rd, as we are now on track. We are now driving with the number 7 of Peru. As 1 minute, 1 hour and 10 seconds, I was going to say 1 minute, but we're going to get close to that in just a few moments. As don't forget that the program is not quite yet concluded, as we will have the last 2 qualifying heats of the day for the sprint junior and senior class, as the Bahamas is making it out of the pit lane after what might have been a switch of drivers and maybe refueling. A lot of drivers are actually going through and out of the pit lane. And number 3 and number 16, Hong Kong, China in P14 at the moment, and number 16 of Slovakia dropping to P7 with Peru promoted to P6 as a result of the time lost into the pit lane.
Now there is the leading crew, the number 6. That is Team Belgium, and they are almost a lap in front of the UK. That's quite an important one as far as they're concerned, to try and lap. So there's an opportunity to lap the UK, then that's one of their prime opponents to try and take the gold medal off them. So they would love to get a lap ahead of the UK if they can. The UK, of course, given a penalty about an hour and a half or so ago after they conducted a pit stop incredibly quickly, so quickly they didn't actually stop the kart in order to change drivers. Only in the UK do these sort of moves happen. Oh, on the inside, they are going to get alongside Team UK. And Belgium has to the UK trying desperately not to let them go. But I'm afraid they just have to let it happen. Team Portugal manages to unlap themselves from the UK as well. But the critical one there is that Belgium has now gone a lap ahead of UK at a critical time with just over an hour to go. So Belgium is half a minute up the road from Spain and another half a minute up the road from UK. They have just lapped the crew. So this is a great chance now for Team Belgium. The gold medal isn't secure yet, but it's certainly looking more likely.
That would be a great improvement on 2019 when Belgium sealed 2 silver medals, one in touring car with Gilles Magnus, who was back here on the F1 track of Paul Ricard doing his bit in touring car cup, as well as with Antoine Morlet and Manon de Goth in the karting slalom. Antoine Morlet part of the crew 3 years after. So let's see if Belgium will be able to raise its game and go for the gold. Silver was the best result they could get 3 years ago. When it comes to Spain, let's have a look. They didn't make it into the top 10, fortunately for them, back in 2019. Let's see if I can get my hands on the previous performances. I don't have that currently, but something I can tell you about Spain is that they're being captained for this edition by Sarah Fernandez, who is the European Rally champion as a co-driver this season. So quite a good coach and a lot of experience for this young team all over the series. They've been competing so far this season.
Well, both Spain and the United Kingdom are seeking their first ever FIA Motorsport Games medal.
So that's why.
But absolutely. Belgium is looking for their first gold. They picked up a couple of silvers 3 years ago in Rome, but here they are in Marseille, and they really want to get the gold medal this time. For Spain, this is their first chance, their first realistic chance of picking up a medal, and it looks like it could be a silver one the way things are currently going. Still a long way to go, of course, here in the FIA Motorsport Games, and this is a little bit of history, don't forget. You know, this is only the second running of the FIA Motorsport Games. Only 6 sets of racing drivers, essentially only 6 racers, can claim that they have a gold medal in motorsport, because there were 6 different gold medal nations last time out, and that's unlapping themselves. That's interesting. Peru have decided to unlap themselves from Spain in second place. Peru do not look like they're done yet to me.
Yeah, interesting to see indeed. Talking about medals for a brief moment, there's another way you can get a medal if you like, is taking part in the FIA Karting Championships, because you know, the drivers participating into the finals, which is a long way to go if you want to make it through the best 36, what it is in direct drive or in gearbox, get to receive a medal from the federation. That's just for the information.
Absolutely, they do indeed. Yeah, so they'll all have competitors' medals for reaching an FIA karting final. This is the first time that we've ever had a karting endurance medal awarded at the FIA Motorsport Games. So every nation that is in this race would dearly love to be the nation that takes it. Still so long to go. We've got an hour and 6 minutes left on the clock, and it's Belgium in front of Spain, UK, the Czech Republic, and Georgia.
Do you remember a few years ago, Formula One came very close to award medal instead of trophies at the end of the Grand Prix? That was Bernie Ecclestone's idea at the time to make it a sort of an Olympic Games of Formula One.
Very, very nearly happened. Common sense or tradition, whichever you would rather coin it, prevailed on that particular occasion. But look at Spain. They are running in second position. Not only have they been unlapped by Peru, but look at how far Peru have pulled clear. They have absolutely disappeared into the distance. Now, is this a potential headache brewing for Spain? Because all of a sudden, they appear to have dropped off the pace, because you've got Belgium on 59.9s, you've got the UK on 1 minute 0.4, Spain are currently in the 102s. They are going nearly 2.5 seconds a lap slower than Belgium. So this is a potential problem for Spain. If they want to secure second position, they may need to shake things up a little in terms of strategy.
Yeah, at this point, there's no way to blame the fuel load for the difference in terms of lap time, because there's been a while since the respective respective pit stop for refueling, but that might have something to do with the pace of the driver, and maybe that's a signal towards us. That means that Spain, like Belgium, will certainly go for an extra pit stop, an extra change of drivers towards the last stages of the race.
That's another spin, this time for the Bahamas, and this time they look beached. So that is a very awkward corner for that to go off on, and that's not going to be easy actually to recover, because as you can see, the rear wheels have dipped into the gravel, but the front wheels are raised, so that's slightly awkward for Bahamas. It's also awkward potentially for the race. This could end up going to yellow flags, because obviously that's going to be difficult to recover. You don't want to endanger the marshals unduly, and there is a marshal actually coming across the circuit to try and recover the Bahamas kart. Goodness me, that was a near thing. But a very brave marshal trying to recover the competitor at that point on the course. Hopefully Bahamas are going to be able to get going again. They can get a little bit of outside assistance to try and get the kart moving again. But Team Bahamas very close to the edge of the circuit there, so they've got to be thinking very much about the yellow flag periods potentially, because this could neutralise things. Belgium have actually pulled away now to the tune of 43.5 seconds from Spain. It looks to me as though the kart is actually going to have to be manoeuvred out of position.
Yeah, I'm just keeping a close watch actually from our position, and there was some help outside of your picture. There was some help with the marshal that went running.
Yeah, they had to get the driver.
Team,
they had to get the driver out of the kart to get it restarted. But now he can recover and rejoin the race. So Team Bahamas does get going again. Good to see. So the team recovers. Now down the straight we've got Georgia lapping Uzbekistan, and Georgia are still in the hunt here. 5th position for them. They may be a couple of laps off the leaders, but Belgium are extending their gap to Spain. They've still got another stint, and I reckon they've got another driver, because I haven't seen Maxime Briand out on the circuit at any point yet, so that could still shake things up a little bit when Maxime Briand gets out onto the circuit. And Spain and the United Kingdom are obviously still there in 2nd and 3rd positions, but by my math the UK are catching Spain hand over fist.
Yeah, absolutely. The gap went down to 22.2 seconds as we speak. That's going to be very interesting indeed. Spain 44.7 behind Belgium. And number 2 here, we are on board pretty much with this is the team of Malta in P9 currently. Belgium, Spain, UK, Czech Republic, Georgia, your top 5. Czech Republic 47 seconds down from the UK in 3rd. Georgia just 6 seconds away from Czech Republic.
Peru have got a warning flag. So Peru have picked up a warning flag. Now that could mean that they have to take a drive-through penalty. So that could potentially drop them behind Slovakia. There's a chance of that, because Slovakia are only about 20 seconds behind Peru at the moment. So that's certainly going to give Slovakia a bit of a shot in the arm as far as their chances are concerned. And they could have a chance to move their way further forward for 6th position. But Belgium, Spain, the United Kingdom, Czech Republic, Georgia, and then Peru, although that could change if Peru is going to have to make a unscheduled visit to the pits. There is Portugal, all over the back of the number 12 of the United Arab Emirates. Very impressive so far, the Portuguese squad. They've been in and around the lower echelons of the top 5 and inside securely the top 10 throughout the course of this weekend so far. There's the move on the inside from Poland. They're trying to make a good recovery bid. So Poland continuing to make steady progress through this field. But as we come through, we have 1 hour to go, folks. We are 3 hours through, 1 hour to go, 3/4 distance. And this is where the race really starts. Between Belgium, Spain and the UK, this is where that final hour becomes critical. You've got to time it right. You've got to work on the good strategies. But now, this is where things get serious.
A bit more than a lap splitting the 3 contenders, the 3 teams on the upper part of the class. Belgium 49.5 seconds from Spain. The UK in 3rd, 18 seconds down on Spain. So all in all, a bit more than a lap between those 3. And the strategies still at play. Our guess, having seen Jeremy Pecler's jumping into the kart of Belgium, the number 6 in the lead, our guess is that Maxime Briand, the 4th driver in the team, will still have something to say in this race. That we might have one last switch of drivers coming up for Belgium, as well as maybe for Spain, as they've been lapping respectively in 59.7 and over 1 minute 1 for Spain. So quite a significant difference of pace ever since the last switch of drivers. So does this mean that Spain is going to act accordingly to what Belgium will be doing. That's a guess. Oh, and a contact with the number 5 on the inside of turn number 1. That's Portugal, who nearly missed out on the track. A bit of a scary moment, and the driver, you could see him gesturing to the other, saying, "Calm down, we still have an hour to go." And we can see the replay of the move of the number 4 on the inside of the driver number 1. Was happening in turn number 11 on the last sector of the track. In the rest of the classification, in P4 is Czech Republic, 1 lap down from the top 3. Then we have Georgia, Slovakia, Peru, Portugal, Malta, Poland running up the top 10, followed by Israel, Chinese Taipei, the United Arab Emirates, Hong Kong, China, Uzbekistan, and the Bahamas. Still very much in this race. 179 laps completed, as you can see, and a bit less than an hour to go before the checkered flag. Who's gonna win the first ever endurance race of the FIA Motorsport Games? The question is on the table, and we have 3. Oh, and a contact, and the number 11 of Spain, of United Kingdom, being pushed a little bit on the outside. What on earth happened there? There were three drivers side by side entering the corner, and there was a bit of a misjudging line by the look of it, and actually the British driver had to go the long way out. Unfortunately, he was able to keep himself on the racing line. He's battling with the number 10. This is Uzbekistan, as well as a third team in the mix, the number 15 was, and this is Israel back in 11. But a bit of a scary maneuver there for the team UK, still in third place, and trying to catch up with Spain and Belgium. That's not the way to do it, isn't it?
No, not really. I kind of want to see that one again, because that got a little bit crazy out there for Team UK. They just about avoided big drama. But Spain is in serious danger here of being lapped by Belgium, because Belgium have caught them right up. It's quite a significant gap now that they had in terms of deficit, but Belgium are now actually right behind Spain on the far side of the course. So 13 and 6 are about to have another overtaking, but this time it's going to be Belgium taking one step closer to the gold medal by putting a lap on their nearest opponent. Here they go, and Pekles is not going to wait around. His first opportunity, and he laps Team Spain. So that's it. One lap between the two karts, and this is on pure pace now as well. Jeremy Pekles, they may still, obviously they've still got to put Maxime Drion in the kart, but if they can build up to a lap's distance over Spain, then this doesn't guarantee the victory, but it certainly makes it a little easier to come by, as round the outside, that's the 8 kart now unlapping themselves as well. That's Georgia unlapping themselves from Spain. So maybe the strategy, the tactics haven't quite worked out for the gold medal for Spain today.
And we have a new fastest lap in this race from Peru, 59.380 at the moment. And considering that Jeremy Pekles has been lapping the last lap in 59.7, is only 4/10 of a second close to the new fastest lap in this race, and this is his last lap. So incredible pace for the past few laps from Jeremy Pekles and the Belgian team. You can feel, of course, the experience from Pekles, who has been one of the contenders in the masterclass in Belgium and an international level for the past few seasons in X30 Master. But Pekles has been really putting one fantastic and impressive stint, lapping in the rounds of 59, under the minute, while Spain, the closest rival, has been over the minute, and even a minute 1 or even 1 minute and 2 seconds for the last lap. So there's the gain, there's the difference that might actually give Belgium a good shot at the victory, and we have 1 lap deficit now for Spain. So we're coming close to that gap, as Georgia is lapping 59.1. Georgia still having to go through the pits for the last refueling, as well as Peru certainly. That means that the machine is getting lighter by the lap, enabling them to go faster than the rest. But they have to go through the pits once again. But Belgium has been extending the gap between himself and Spain to overlap as we speak. Will it give enough room, or will it give enough space for the Belgian team to go for one last driver shift and give a shot to Maxime Drion for the latest stages of this race? Will Spain do the same, trying to give the last stint to the last driver, or will the driver stay the same, stay in behind the wheel until the end? Because as you know, each stint must last 45 minutes maximum, but the driver can actually stay behind the wheel for 3 hours if he wishes to, or if the team decides to let him in, which is unlikely to happen, because all the drivers want to have a shot, want to have a track time, and it depends on performance. So we have 2 options here. either Jeremy Peclerc stays behind the wheel until a checkered flag, which means 54 minutes left to end up this race, the driver with the number 6 on your picture, or, and that's certainly the most likely of the two options, he goes back to the pit and give the wheel to Maxime Drillon, who will unleash hell for the last 50 minutes or so before the checkered flag. So it remains to be seen, but Peclerc has been doing the job for the past few minutes now, putting as much as a lap between himself and Spain. He's running now with the number 8, and there was an interesting gesture, and I think that was towards his team, towards Jacques Morlet and the rest of the Belgian team on the sideline, and I think it was one lap certainly. Let's see if he was right actually, because we saw him gesturing with his finger up in the air. Does this mean that he has one more lap and then back in the pits, giving the 50 minutes or so last to Maxime Drillon? But that could be an option. That could be an option. I think that might be the case of Jeremy Peclerc, who's done the job the team expected from him. Spain in second, under the pressure from United Kingdom. That's going to be interesting as well. 2.4 seconds between Spain and the UK. Now, we might have actually Jeremy Peclerc coming back into the pit at the end of this lap. Will he do so? Not quite yet. We're going to have to wait for that. But Spain is being put under intense pressure by United Kingdom. The UK can actually make his way through, as does the number 14 on the number 2. This is the team of Czech Republic, still driving for strongly in 4th place, while the number 2 of Malta is down in 9.
So still the battle's raging. No problems at all for Belgium, as they hold a very competitive lead over their rivals at the moment. They have managed to pull clear, with the United Kingdom having got their way into 2nd position now. This is now a very good charge for the silver medal for Team UK. Spain down to 3rd. They were leading at one stage. In fact, all 3 teams have had their turn at the front. That's how competitive it's been. But when you consider that when Sita van Meert started the race, she worked her way forward up to as high as the top 5, and has now been able to hand the team over to the crew. So it's going to be a very interesting scenario as Belgium have worked their way forward little by little, and now they are leading in fantastic fashion. A lap clear of the United Kingdom and Spain. Not much to choose between those two crews at all. UK and Spain still dueling a little bit on the final hour of this race. So it's going to be a really interesting battle, but it's looking good for Belgium to take their first ever FIA Motorsport Games gold medal. They got a couple of silvers 3 years ago in Rome, but they are definitely on the march. And what great work this is for Antoine, for Sita, for Maxime and for Jeremy. They've been absolutely superb over the course of these first 3 hours and 10 minutes. Now they just want to finish the job and bring it home in style. However, much easier said than done. There's still a lot of racing to come. Still a lot of battles out there. There's Team Georgia trying to get themselves into the podium positions, and they've actually caught up to Team Belgium. It's like they kind of just want to sit in behind them and let Belgium tow them around, essentially. United Kingdom have just set the best lap they have done in the entire race, a 59.479. So a very strong lap then from Team UK. Fastest lap of the race overall, though, is still that set by Georgia, a 59.191. So Georgia is still the fastest crew over one lap, but Belgium, UK and Spain are still ahead of them in terms of the results so far. But you can see that Georgia are still pushing very hard indeed, and they would love to unlap themselves from the leaders Belgium in order to get themselves a little bit closer to the mark as the competitors run through. But it's Belgium, UK and Spain for the rostrum at the moment.
It's interesting advantage as well by UK. The gap on Spain went from 2.5 to 5 seconds now and more. So the gap is increasing and keeps on increasing lap after lap. So the UK, after taking over the 2nd place from Spain, is now pulling away from the car number 13. As you can see, Jeremy Peclerc, your current leader, having to pull the number 8 just behind. This is Georgia in 4th. Then we have the number 14, isn't it, from Czech Republic. And you can see some gestures actually from the driver from the number 8 to Jeremy Peclerc. Now is not the time to do anything reckless, because they're not fighting for straight positions. But Georgia in this case has found himself an interesting rabbit, an interesting driver with a fast rhythm to get himself attached to, and we've seen that on a number of occasions throughout the race. It's very interesting for some of the teams not fighting for further positions, but to get themselves into a proper pace thanks to another driver, and that allows them really to decrease their own gap and to find their own race within the big race. So interesting battle as long as they don't push each other. And you can see that Jérémie Pécresse is not particularly happy about the situation by the look of it, because he keeps on gesturing and looking over his shoulder, and look at what's happening. He just need to let him through, otherwise that could get ugly actually.
Yeah, Georgia unlaps themselves then from the race leaders, Team Belgium. I'm reliably informed that the form of the UK, as it continues to improve, Jack O'Neill has already been in the kart, had his stint and come back in again, and it's now Rihanna Percox who is in the Team UK kart. No wonder they managed to get into second place. Rihanna is one of the fastest females in British endurance karting. Great to see her get this chance to represent her nation here in Paul Ricard. And, well, a very strange situation there, because having worked all the way through to get past Team Belgium to unlap themselves, Georgia then say, okay, you can have it back again. So Belgium are left dumbfounded as to what tactics are actually at play at Team Georgia. Georgia obviously having to let them go through, I guess. But yeah, a very fed up Jérémie Pécresse. What are you doing? I mean, we're racing for position. I know exactly what they're doing though, because they were trying to get away from the kart right behind them. This is actually the on-track battle for 4th position between Georgia and the Czech Republic. I did say earlier that the Czech Republic are not done in this race yet, and they are going to make a bit of a comeback. Well, they're certainly looking at the potential to come back into 4th position, because they have caught up to Georgia, and this is for race position.
So you mean to say that Georgia was using Jérémie Pécresse as a cushion,
I think
of
so,
protection for the position? That's
yeah,
interesting.
I genuinely think so. And here comes the move from Czech Republic. They made the bid, and I think they've decided to make the opportunity. There was a little bit of a gap left open there by Georgia, and they're through. Czech Republic get up into 4th position. So the Czech Republic have now got one step closer to the rostrum. It ain't over till it's over, and I tell you, the fat lady hasn't even started humming an accord. So it's going to be an interesting one for Czech Republic as they now get into 4th position. Not a lot Georgia can do about this except retaliate at the earliest possible moment. But the Czech Republic are now up into 4th.
So we still have Belgium leading away for one lap. UK in second, 12.2 seconds is the gap between UK and Spain. Second and third, Czech Republic and Georgia switching positions in what will be the second most interesting battle in these later stages of the race. We have now a bit more than 3/4 of racing left before the checkered flag of the endurance 4-hour competition here in Le Castellet on this beautiful and twisty track of Paul Ricard. 964 meters long, 13 corners, and a very dumpy and hilly last sector. As you can see, drivers really diving through the sequence of hairpins where we have seen most of the overtaking maneuvers happen. And you can see the thumbs up in the air. That means, I do wonder what that means. Either I'm good, feeling alright with my pace, or one more lap and then I'm back in for the car number 8 from Georgia. But by the look of it, and you can see still the team members of Spain cheering for the drivers, still in 3rd place with a 15 seconds gap on the UK. Remains to be seen who will come back into the pits first, because the flag is waving. We cut that as the number 13 is making his way through. Spain in front of its supporters and team members. And you can see back on the pit lane, back out of the pit lane and onto the track, shall I say, is number 2. This is Malta back in 9th position. At least they were in 9th. But I think that Poland just went ahead of the team number 2. 45 seconds was the gap on Portugal, still running strong in 8th place. As we're here with the Belgian team, the Spanish team, shall I say, España, with the beautiful colors on the crash helmet of this driver. A reminder of the Brazilian colors, reminder a bit of Ayrton Senna back in the day, with the same blue, green and yellow colors on this lovely crash helmet of the Spanish driver. It does become quite a thing in karting, and not only in karting, but most of it. Oh, and Spain is back in the pit lane. Spain in the pit lane. That could be a change indeed, and that's going to go the way of Czech Republic. Spain is in the pits for the last switch of drivers. That means that Czech Republic is going to go up to third place, and Spain is going to have to fight his way through. This is the last switch of drivers for the Spanish team, and they're going to have 40 minutes or so left stint until the checkered flag. So let's see how the opposition will respond.
Yeah, because there was only 22 seconds between Spain and the Czech Republic when the pit stop happened, so Spain have come through. What about the Czech Republic? Have they actually gone through to take the position, or have they not quite been beaten out there? I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to double check as they come through. Yeah, the Czech Republic have remained in fourth position, but the Czech Republic are not going to take too long to come through across the start-finish line stripe this time by. Either that, or have they come into the pits as well? I wonder if the Czech Republic have also decided to make a pit stop. Well, Portugal certainly have on this lap, so Portugal come into the pits, and drivers are now starting to make their final pit stops. So they are now starting to make those final decisions. It looked like the Czech Republic did come into the pits as well. So they were basically at stalemate there. There's only 24 seconds between the two crews, Spain and the Czech Republic. So they really needed to try and do something to maximise the opportunity there. The UK still running in second place, but there is the team from Spain, and look in the background and you can see number 12, that's the United Arab Emirates. They've managed to move up now past Israel and Chinese Taipei because those two crews decided to pit. Hong Kong China is still there in 14th in front of Uzbekistan and the Bahamas. But up in front, it's a little bit of a shuffle of the deck as both Spain and the Czech Republic decide to make their last big pit stops. Don't think we're going to see them in again today. So it's now up to Belgium and the United Kingdom to finish this off in fine form. Depending on who they decide to put out for Team UK, that could really change things in terms of the pendulum swing. But certainly things are looking pretty exciting out there as the drivers are gunning to go for the top spot. Here comes the move on the inside from Poland, and he dives past both Uzbekistan and Hong Kong China. So gets through past both crews in one fell swoop at the first corner. That was good reactions there from Team Poland. So we're going to see some fantastic battles for the contenders, and we will see some exciting battles then to conclude as the competitors will continue. But for Belgium, for the United Kingdom and for Spain, it is looking good. There's a mechanical problem flag for the United Kingdom. In second place, they have been given a mechanical problem flag. Now, a technical flag for Team UK, what on earth is that for? So an interesting one, but Team UK have been given a mechanical flag. So, well, that is an interesting one. I'll try and see what the situation is when they come through over the line. But Team UK have are going to be given a technical flag here. Now, I'm not entirely sure what this is for, because I can't see anything. I'm trying to see if there's anything untoward with the kart. I can't see anything in particular. Into the pits comes the team from Hong Kong China, running in third position. They're going to head back out onto the circuit again fairly quickly. But yeah, a technical flag is being shown to Team UK as into the pit lane. Is that Team UK coming in? I think it is, actually. So the Team UK have entered into the pits. So there we are. They're in the pits. In fact, it looks as though they're going to switch karts over. So this is a real problem for Team UK. Something is not quite right with that kart, and they're actually swapping karts. So a bit of a difficulty there. There are a couple of spares in operation, so whatever it was, Team UK have now had to make an unscheduled pit stop. That's really painful as far as they're concerned, as back out into the race goes Team UK. Now, did Spain actually overtake them on that lap? No, they did not. So the UK remains in second place. They are fortunate to still be able to run out of the front. But Spain are now just 16 seconds behind the United Kingdom. And in turn, the Czech Republic are only 14 seconds, only 22 seconds, I should say, back from Spain. So there are three crews still hunting for those two medal positions. United Kingdom, Spain and the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic has scored a medal in the FIA Motorsport Games 3 years ago in Rome. So that is all fair and foul as far as their opportunities are concerned. As on the inside, that's the number 8 crew from Georgia. And they're trying to step up the attack to catch up to the Czech Republic. They're only 6.9 seconds back from the Czech Republic. So there are 4 teams very much in the hunt for the silver and the bronze. So a really exciting situation now. The contenders are having a fantastic run of it at this moment in time, but Belgium are leading the way by just over a lap. The United Kingdom are in second from Spain, the Czech Republic and Georgia. They are all running very close together. So a really exciting situation for them all as they continue to battle away. Diving up the inside, that is the kart from Slovakia, getting through on the inside of Hong Kong, China to make the overtaking move. And we watch as the number 14, the Czech Republic kart, is going to try and lap the 7 of Peru, who had a great chance of the win earlier in this race, and it's all slowly come apart for Peru. So, good battles. It's all getting pretty heated for second and third position. There are 4 crews in the hunt. Guillaume Alvarez has taken the decision to head down to pit road to see what he can unfathom.
And we're back live, ladies and gentlemen, at the right time with Rihanna Peacock's one of the drivers from Team UK. Rihanna, you just got out of the kart and suddenly something happened. There was some sort of technical problem. Can you tell us more about it?
Well, when I was out there, all I knew was the engine sounded a little off than before. So we got mechanical end near the end of my stint, which was helpful. But yeah, it looks like something with the exhaust. But I don't know. I just came in and quickly swapped karts. Hopefully, it didn't happen to us too much. Managed to make a drive change. So now it's to the end. Yeah.
Apparently, we've been told this is a broken exhaust that caused a bit of trouble in your stint. So you had to change machine and you had to change drivers. So the last in and all you go for glory, hopefully?
Yeah, apparently we're running third. We had a great start. We had a rule issue in the middle there. But Belgium and Spain been so quick. So it's, but bronze would be great. So that's what we're fighting for now, yeah.
All right, fingers crossed. Thank you so much for talking to us, and good luck for the last part of the race. Thank you very much. And good luck to Team UK. As you heard, guys, this was a broken exhaust that forced the team, first of all, the mechanical flag on track, so they came back into the pits and they had to change kart, putting on a new machine. And this is Jack O'Neill that is now taking the wheel for the last stint at the last half an hour or so before the checkered flag.
Well, if anybody can make up that deficit, it is Jack O'Neill, one of the stars of British endurance karting. He's going to do everything in his power to try and bring the gold medal to the United Kingdom. It's not quite as bad as Rihanna Peacock's first thought it was, because they haven't slipped down to the bronze position. They are still in the silver medal position. So a really exciting situation so far as Belgium continues to lead. The United Kingdom in second, Spain is third, then Czech Republic in fourth from Georgia and Slovakia. Peru are in seventh from Portugal, and then Poland, Malta, Israel and Chinese Taipei from the United Arab Emirates in front of Hong Kong, China, Uzbekistan and the Bahamas. A really fascinating turn of events here at Paul Ricard for the second FIA Motorsport Games, and the crews really have been exceptional so far. It's great to see just how hard the teams have been working. So as it stands with 35.5 minutes to go, it is the team from Belgium, made up of Maxime Drian, Jeremy Pekles, Sita van Meert and Antoine Mollet, that are gunning for the victory and the gold medal. And that would be Belgium's first gold medal in the FIA Motorsport Games, unless they pick up one in the GT race, which is due to finish about 15 minutes before the end of this one. Second at the moment, looking for their first FIA Motorsport Games medal, are Team United Kingdom. For Jack O'Neill, Mike Philippou, Owen Genman and Rihanna Peacock. As out of the pits goes the number 16 for Slovakia. They've had a driver change. Third at the moment are Team Spain with their 4 drivers: Alvaro Bajo Robles, Alba Cano Ramirez, Jose Manuel Perez and Ivan Velasco. Fourth position currently for the Czech Republic. A great run for this team so far, made up of Andrej Kocha, Aleš Berger, Ostadal Zenek and Sonia Pachikova. And then in fifth position, the team from Georgia, really making steady progress. Mariam Davitic, Nika Kobesnitz, Akil Simakuric and Mariam Siklauri. They're all doing a good job there in fifth position. Then the squad from Slovakia: Matthias Kočo, Imrich Žal, Jurek Mluklic and Veronika Dobratova. They are running currently in P6 at the moment. Then the team from Peru are currently in 7th place. Maria Esquivel, Harold Watson, Mark Harton and Taylor Greenfield. Number 7 is in P7. 8th is the all-female Portuguese team. Sofia Correa, Mariana Macaro, Rita Teixeira and Anastasia Gomin. And then in 9th position is currently Team Poland, the squad made up of Cornelia Olkucha, Jacob Rashki, Marcel Kuch and Adam Slidowski. And then in 10th position currently is the squad from Team Malta, that is Niki Gauci, Owen Mangion, Ella Zamet and Kyle Mercheka. 11th position is Team Israel in the number 15 car, that's Ranben Azer, Yanev Heshkovitz, Yarden Ovid and Itchak Shahar. And then we have the team from Chinese Taipei in the number 1 car in P12, that is Sai Yusuan, Lo Chunyao, Cheng Xiaoxiu and Chung Chenyu. So they are together there in 12th position. Then the team from the United Arab Emirates in the number 12 car in 13th place for Mariam Al-Hassani, Ahmad Al-Hamadi, Humaid Obad Al-Ketbi and Ahmad Nabil Al-Boum. Then in 14th position is the squad from Hong Kong, China. They are Wong Qingqi, Ho Man Chung, Jung Tak Felix and Chung Pyoyan. And then we have the crew from Uzbekistan. In 15th place, the number 10, that is Faruk Aryunanev, Anastasia Yoronova, Aramjon Egamberdiev and Islamjon Ismailov. So they are all there together. And then finally, in 16th place is the team from the Bahamas, and they've just made an overtaking move on Team Slovakia. So very good work indeed for the quartet from the Bahamas. And that team, of course, made up of Ramando Hudson, Jashai Burrows, Christopher Bain, and Giselle Lidiano. Team Bahamas still going strong and still working their way through the field. The first ever competition in international motorsport at this level for Team Bahamas in an endurance karting event. And great to see the Caribbean well represented by the most enthusiastic, excitable and passionate fans that you're ever going to see at an FIA Motorsport Karting event. Keep it up, guys. We love it. Excellent stuff. Great to see them put on such a great show and a great spectacle. All 15 other nations need to take note. Nobody parties quite like the Bahamas. Good for you guys. Well done. Excellent stuff. So the medals are still being fought for by Belgium, the United Kingdom and Spain. There is still a little bit of an iffy one about the UK and Spain because they've suddenly lost their mammoth advantage in the ranks. You've got the Czech Republic and Georgia both still trying to get that run to the medal positions. And it's not that far away. So they could still do something pretty spicy towards the end of the field here. So Belgium lead the way by a lap to the United Kingdom, who are currently about 5 seconds ahead of Team Spain. So there's still everything to play for. Down in pit road, Guillaume Alvarez has more for us.
And welcome back, guys, with one of the strongest men on track, Jérémy Péclès from Belgium. This has been a quite impressive stint, Jérémy. Est-ce que tu peux nous parler un petit peu de ce qui s'est passé en piste avec ton retour vraiment très impressionnant et la stratégie avec Maxime Drion qui est maintenant en piste pour la dernière touche?
Ouais, effectivement, on pousse depuis le deuxième relais. On avait fait le choix de mettre notre pilote un petit peu moins rapide au départ. C'était un choix voulu, aussi bien pour la qualif que pour le départ. Et depuis, on pousse. L'Espagne était très rapide et l'Angleterre aussi. Ils ont fait une petite erreur dans les stands qui vont coûter un drive-through, un stop and go, ils ont fait perdre pas mal. Et voilà, la règle c'était de pousser. Et là, on s'est retrouvé avec un tour d'avance. Donc là, on sauve un peu le matériel et on espère que ça aille jusqu'au bout.
For this first experience in the FIA Motorsport Games, quel est ton ressenti ici au Paul Ricard?
Ouais, l'organisation est incroyable, sincèrement. On aurait aimé qu'il y ait encore plus de nations. Mais en attendant, le CRO a fait un travail incroyable, RGMMC aussi. Ouais, c'est pas pour rien qu'ils sont les meilleurs dans le domaine. Donc non, c'est génial de vivre ça de l'intérieur. Ça nous permet d'aller suivre les autres collègues de la Belgique et voir d'autres voitures rouler. Nous, on fait du kart endurance, mais bien sûr, notre rêve, c'est de rouler en GT. Donc au moins, on peut vivre ça de l'intérieur et c'est un plaisir d'être ici toute la semaine en tout cas.
Merci beaucoup, Jérémy. Thank you very much, Jérémy. Off you go. We'll leave you to your business and to follow the last stages of this race. Thank you very much, Jérémy Péclès. So, in short, the choice was made at the beginning of the race to put the slowest driver of the team Belgium, Sita van Meer, who did the first stint, and then it was a strategy of pushing, which Antoine Morlet and then Jérémy Pécresse twice did. And Maxime Drian, the last driver of Team Belgium, is now behind the wheel, ready to give it a go and to give it everything until the checkered flag with less than 30 minutes left before the end of this race. So this has been about, maximizing the strategy, even though Jérémy admits that Spain and the UK have been very strong opponents. And this is certainly the stop and go 10-second penalty of the UK that might have cost him the win in the end because they lost a lot of time, but they were still very, very strong on pace. And all in all, he wants to thank the organization because this has been a great event. Always nice to get to compete at such a level while supporting the rest of the Belgian field and see the other drivers in the other series. So thank you very much from Jérémy Pécresse.
This isn't over yet. We've still got a tough battle for the silver being played out here on the road because the UK are being caught hand over fist by Spain, and they are giving one final push to try and get the silver medal. So Spain are pushing very hard as the drivers work their way through the first turn. It's going very well indeed for all of the competitors out there, and some good performances, some good displays had by all. Everybody's still putting in a great display. You have to look at all of these things in terms of context, and when you look at just how hard every team has been pushing, it has been absolutely fantastic to see how even and how competitive it's been over the 4 hours. You're never going to get every team finishing up on the same lap. In fact, no team is on the same lap as the leader, the team from Belgium. But look, Spain has just banged in another fastest lap of the race, a 59.188. And in fact, they've got the second place. They've actually managed to move through past Team UK. So they've got through. Spain are now in the silver medal position. So Spain have overtaken Team UK. And it looks like the bronze medal is going to go the way of Team UK unless they can retaliate and fight back. But some really exciting positions, some great racing going on all around the course as the battles are raging further back. But certainly for the moment, it looks as though Team Spain have managed to get themselves into the silver medal position and are really putting on a great display and a good spectacle here, as everybody's still putting on a great charge to work their way forward. The Czech Republic are not that far away from this either. They're only 23 seconds back from the UK, and Georgia are only 7 seconds back from the Czech Republic to try and get themselves back into the top 4. So there are 4 teams here in essence gunning for the places on the rostrum behind the winning team, Team Belgium. 27 minutes to go, and there is still an amazing crop of opportunity here for the teams. You've got to remember that this is quite a tough procedure even to get here to represent your country. It's a very tough discipline. Some of the nations are obviously more favoured than others in terms of actually getting to come and race in front of their international colleagues. But some teams have really had to struggle even to get onto the starting grid for the FIA Motorsport Games, while your Belgiums, your Spains, your United Kingdoms, your Czech Republics have a good reputation now for international competition. Just arriving at the FIA Motorsport Games for the Bahamas, for example, was a victory in and of itself. It doesn't matter where they finish now because they have done a fantastic job just to get here. It has had a massive amount of hard work from people both in the Bahamas and around the world who have supported them to actually get them here in the first place. And it's quite an amazing achievement that all 16 of these nations get the chance to represent their country, particularly for the Bahamas, because you've got to remember that a few short years ago, Hurricane Dorian pretty much wiped out any chance they might have had of having a decent budget to go play with, to develop the infrastructure, and they have literally had to set the reset button and go from scratch to charge their way forward. And this is literally baby steps for a couple of small fish in a giant pond, but they are going to grow massively from this. This is a good starting point. And when you consider that some nations have a reputation in motorsport, others are literally working hard just to make sure they can afford suits and gloves and driving equipment and facilities to actually go racing with in the first place. This is absolutely phenomenal. And when you look at the fastest lap time set by the fastest team, a 59.1 from Spain, compared to the fastest team for the team at the back, which is a 101.7. That is less than 2.5 seconds covering the entire field. Every single team here can take a bow. They really have put in an amazing achievement in terms of fast laps, there are no slow teams out there, which is absolutely phenomenal when you consider that they've all come from all four corners of the globe to represent their nation. It's wonderful. Yes, there's a difference between the team at the front and the team at the back, but when you consider that the slowest team is only 2.6 seconds off the pace of the winning team, that's massive. That's absolutely huge, and it should not be denied. It should not be undervalued. Absolutely amazing what these guys are doing in all 16 teams, not just in one. But what a phenomenal display. What an amazing performance from all 16 nations. They've been absolutely sensational, and every single one of them has earned their right to wave their nation's flag and be equals out here in the FIA Motorsport Games. Too right. So 24 minutes remaining in this fantastic 4-hour enduro that has already had several twists and turns. We're going to get another one because all of a sudden, fourth position is up for grabs. The Czech Republic are a few seconds up the road from Georgia, and if Peru manage to unlap themselves from the Czech Republic, we're watching them go to battle at the moment. If Peru manage to overtake the Czech Republic and unlap themselves, this could be a massive thorn in the side for the Czech Republic in terms of rhythm, in terms of motivation, in terms of the metronomic pace they've currently been on. They can't really afford to let Peru get past them and unlap themselves. They certainly can't do anything about it if they're in a faster kart, because while blue flags do exist, if the kart behind is going faster, there's not really a lot you can do about it. You've just got to let them go. So fascinating scenarios here, tough situations and some tough battles out there. But Belgium is looking good to take the gold in front of Spain and the United Kingdom. The battle has increased a little bit now between Spain and the UK. The gap has opened up to 6 seconds. And up the inside, this is what Peru were hoping for. This isn't in the script for Czech Republic at all. They've managed to get through, and now Peru, having unlapped themselves from the Czech Republic, have the nerve and audacity to wave to the Czech Republic and say, right, come on, work with me now, let's get away. But the Czech Republic are actually ahead of Peru by 2 laps nearly. So a fascinating scenario playing out.
Yes, indeed, and it comes into the most interesting part of the race, the last part, the last 30 minutes. Everybody has made all the driver switch and refueling, so all the lions are unleashed for the last time. Everybody on the same package, on the same sort of load of fuel, and it's all down to the drivers to extract the best out of the machine for the last few minutes. Maxime Drillon behind the wheel of the number 6 of Belgium, 1 full lap in front of Spain under the intense pressure from United Kingdom for 7 seconds, so not a lot after the 4-hour race. Then we have Czech Republic driving along with Peru, and it doesn't, by the look of it, doesn't seem to me that the Czech Republic driver is quite happy about the way things are going, because Peru is ahead. So they're working together but not fighting for straight positions into the classification. That's going around the inside is the number 4 on the number 5, and this is Poland against Portugal. That's gonna be interesting. This is a battle for P8, and at the moment advantage goes to Poland after this very clean and well-managed move onto the hairpin of turn 11. Now Poland is ahead, but Portugal with the only full female lineup of drivers entering this competition on the way potentially to P8 finish. But first they're gonna have to fight, and they have to keep the opponent of Poland behind. Always easier said than done, isn't it? As Team UK, as you heard in the pit lane from Jeremy Picklas himself, recounts that what might have cost them the victory overall was the 10-second penalty, unfortunately added to the mechanical flag for the broken axle, the broken problem that they had, the technical problem that they had, forcing them to change of carts towards the end of the race. That's not something that you want to have, of course, as the reliability of those Tillotson T4 machines have been absolutely spot on all throughout the race, and unless for that broken exhaust on the 11 of the United Kingdom, there's been nothing properly to complain about, at least by the look of it. And so it's beautiful to see such a high quality material given to drivers to really put themselves at the best conditions. So less than 20 minutes to go before the checkered flag of this endurance race, with Belgium having the best shot, and you can see drivers gesturing, talking to the mechanics and talking to the fellow drivers on the sideline. Always interesting to see the gesture as we keep ourselves with Peru and Czech Republic. Czech Republic classified 4th. Peru is currently 6th, split by 2 laps, but still working together towards a different end, different ambitions. But that's part of what endurance racing is about. It's not about, you know, fighting each corner and be too aggressive, otherwise you might lose time. And that's what those drivers are thinking about, certainly. Better stay together and push each other to the checkered flag and in search of better lap times and positions gaining than take each other out in a reckless move. 19 minutes left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again for choosing the endurance race live on FIA Motorsport The race brought to you by the RGMMC Group in partnership with the CIK FIA, Tillotson, Car Republic as well for the Sprint Junior and Senior, as well as MG for the tires of the Drive Classic as well, Victor Maxi for the Tillotson. These are all the partners that have made it possible so far. We'll try, if possible, if we got time, to get a few more interviews and a few more reactions from the drivers at the end of the race, from the winners, hopefully. And don't forget that the podium will take place in the fan zone at 5:45 local time. So 5:45, the podium and the medal ceremony will be taking place for the endurance race. And if you are lucky enough to be on location here with us at Le Castellet, make sure to join us at 5:45 for the first medals in the karting series and the first medals awarded along with the GT Cup in the very, very busy schedule that we have here at the Motorsport Games 16 series. Can you imagine that back in 2019 we only had 6 competition with 49 countries, and now we have 16 different series with 72 countries. So the gap and the progress has been immense thanks to SAO Motorsport, who is behind all this.
I can't tell you how excited I am to see what the number of disciplines there are going to be next time and how many nations are going to quest for them next time, because it has been an amazing transformation from 2019, which was a brilliant competition in and of itself, but now it's, well, we've turned the dial up to 11, haven't we now, with so many different disciplines of motorsport, so many more nations getting involved. It's wonderful. It really is great to see. And we're getting into the closing 17 minutes. Belgium leading the way from Spain. The United Kingdom in 3rd position from the Czech Republic, and Georgia in 5th position from Peru. Hang on a minute, this is getting a bit interesting between Spain and the number 1 kart of Chinese Taipei. Chinese Taipei deciding to let them go, as Peru are still lapping the fastest first sector of anybody in the entire race. So Peru still feel that they can salvage something pretty decent from this. Spain currently leading UK by 13 seconds. The Czech Republic are catching them hand over fist now. 11 seconds is the deficit. And if they keep making up the time that they've currently made, which is 1.5 seconds per lap, then the Czech Republic might actually snatch the bronze here.
Yeah, let's see what happens indeed. All they have to do is put qualifying lap after qualifying lap and gaining, as you said, more than 1 second per lap. But the UK, after running through all the troubles into this race, might certainly see the podium as a well-deserved achievement, but so does Czech Republic. Georgia is not far behind, as we're here driving with the 4 and 8. We're here with the 6. These are your leaders. Maxime Drion at the wheel of the number 6 from Belgium. The Belgian squad all dressed in red. We've been putting in a great performance and a very, very profitable strategy so far. They decided, as we said, to put Sita van Meer, the newcomer of the team, the newcomer in 4-stroke rental karting, after having competed for the past few seasons in the IME Series Benelux in Belgium, as well as on the international level, doing a lot of IME X30 races. And talking about Sita van Meer, that might be a name that you will keep hearing for the years to come. She was actually, she came a little bit earlier onto the Paul Ricard track this week to get a proper testing at the wheel of a Formula 4 machine with the Winfield School, and she did that for 3 days. She was telling us about it yesterday. Her first proper test, a first proper grip at the wheel of a single-seater machine after so many years of karting. That could be the story. That could be the beginning of a beautiful story. But we haven't told you anything yet.
Here we go, folks. 15 minutes to go in this 4-hour enduro. The final push Come on, guys, you can make it home. It's been an absolutely fantastic race with all 16 nations putting on a spectacular show. And to paraphrase the movie Cool Runnings, it doesn't matter if you come in first or 50th, you guys have earned the right to represent your nation. You've earned the right to march into the stadium and wave your nation's flag. It's the single greatest honor any athlete can ever have in sport. And this is such an amazing opportunity here at the FIA Motorsport Games. From Belgium in the lead down to Bahamas at the tail, these nations have put on a sensational show for us from the start. We always knew it was going to be an exciting race. Every single team has delivered magic, entertainment, excitement, and true sporting pedigree. That's exactly what these games were designed to produce. It isn't just the world of athletic sport in the Olympics. The motor racing drivers and pilots have plenty of stamina, dexterity, and incredible sporting pedigree as well. And it's been wonderful to see, even in the karting endurance, which may not get all of the bells and whistles over the course of this week, but they have delivered such an incredible show for us over the last 4 hours. These final 13 minutes, proof in the pudding that it's not over till the fat lady sings, and she's literally just getting those vocal cords warmed up now. Belgium are leading by a lap to Spain. Second position for the Spanish charge in the silver medal position. But the bronze medal position is far from decided. The Czech Republic have just set the fastest lap of the entire race to do a 59.1 in the bid to close up on the United Kingdom and get that gap down to 7.7 seconds with 13 minutes remaining. It's tough to know who's going to get this done. But at the front, Belgium are looking for their first gold. Spain and the UK are looking for their first ever medals in the FIA Motorsport Games. But it's not clear-cut yet if they can get the job done. We're watching the number 2 come towards us. That is Malta, just in behind the number 16 crew of Slovakia. Two crews that had solid starts to the race. It hasn't quite played out for them the way they would have liked to. But look, Team Belgium are getting ready. The Royal Automobile Club of Belgium and all of their dignitaries and colleagues are here ready for a historic moment. It could well be Belgium's first FIA Motorsport Games gold medal.
And I've seen some very nice people from Belgium, actually. I came across them in the paddock, as we are lucky enough to have the legendary Marc Duet with us, who has been one of the person in charge of the RACB national team, one of the consultants, and one of those fellow drivers from a period that most of us were not born yet to follow, that has been at the epicenter of giving advice to the younger generation. So Marc Duet is with us this weekend, and I saw as well Bas Lenders, our former Formula 1 test driver back in the days with Jordan, and current team manager as well in the GT world. So these are some of the figures of the RACB, the Belgian Federation, that are with us this weekend for the Motorsport Games, and they made it to the karting paddock to show support to the youngsters of this generation, doing wonders in karting. So for all the better, let's celebrate Belgium. One lap in front of Spain, UK in third. Still 11 minutes to go, but so far so good. And they're on their way to the first gold medal indeed. So this has been a great spectacle that is not over yet, with a beautiful four-driver battle and the 16 and 14 Slovakia against the Czech Republic in battle. Georgia is not far behind, and number 2 as well in the mix from Malta. As we can see the Bahamas flag waving in the air as well, and a lot of cheering from the Bahamas team on the sideline of the track as well.
Do you know what I love about these guys so far? It's not just the fact that they're there representing their nation and giving it the beans for them, but they've not just been applauding their team, they've been applauding every single team out there. They love being part of this competition. They love the opportunity to be part of the motorsport community, and I've got a feeling that these guys are here to stay. This isn't just a one-off for them. They have earned their position in this community, and it's going to take a couple of seasons for them to get on the pace of some of the other countries. But you know what? With this will, with this determination, with this pride, this passion, this plethora of enthusiasm, it's only a matter of when rather than if. These guys are going to come to play, and it's wonderful. They're just cheering every single team as well as their own. They love being here. They love being part of the spectacle. And that is what this is all about. Look at them. They're having an absolute dance down there on the pit wall. They are quickly becoming everybody's favourite team down here in the pits. having a wonderful time of it. And that's exactly what this competition was supposed to be, to give new nations a chance to put on a show in front of the world motorsport spectacle. And it's very clear for everybody to see that Bahamas is becoming everybody's favourite nation here, just on the pit wall at the karting circuit at Paul Ricard. The battles are still raging. Spain and the UK are tightening up. Peru have just set the fastest lap of the entire race again, and they've got it down to a 59.0, would you believe? So we are getting close to lapping the circuit in under 59 seconds. Absolutely amazing. So this is going to be a very tight run to the finish now, as Peru think they can crack the top 5. But this is getting tricky as the nations are getting themselves into a tight position. Spain is well clear of UK, but Czech Republic are now just 3 seconds away from stealing that final spot on the podium. It could happen. The Czech Republic are racing on. So the number 11 and the number 14 karts are where we need to be training the camera lenses. Sorry, it's difficult to break concentration. The team from the Bahamas are absolutely loving this. Absolutely brilliant. That's how it should be. So, can the UK sustain this 3rd position on the podium in front of the Czech Republic? It's tough to tell right now. They are being caught rapidly. They are just eating up the road, the Czech Republic. And after a difficult start, when they plummeted all the way down to about P12, they are suddenly getting themselves into the mix. Now, this is one of the incidents we saw earlier on. This is how congested it's getting into the field. That's the 14 picking off some back markers. There's Team Spain running in 2nd place as they come through. So Team Spain looking good for the silver medal. About 20 seconds behind them is the team from the UK, but they are under big pressure as the Czech Republic are absolutely hammering onto the back of them. They really want to get this podium. They believe a bronze medal is possible, and they are going to charge with every ounce of weight and steam they've got. Here is Team UK, and the Czech Republic are now directly behind them. So this is it. They're going to come through turn 2. And this is it as far as the UK are concerned. They've really got to defend now for the last 7.5 minutes. But do they even have a hope of keeping the Czech Republic behind them? Karts 11 and 14 are dueling after the final spot on the podium. We need to look back from these guys because the UK and the Czech Republic are questing over that 3rd spot on the podium. The bronze medal could change hands any moment now.
What did I tell you earlier about endurance racing going down to the wire? That's exactly what we're going to have between United Kingdom and Czech Republic, way behind this team. The number 13.
They've done it! They've done it! They've already got through! They've already got through. The Czech Republic got through and on the inside line. There they go. There's the maneuver. And the Czech Republic team have broken into the bronze medal position with 7 minutes to go. That's how tough it is as they come through. Every team is getting a huge roar down the main straight. But the Czech Republic in particular have just snatched the bronze medal position away from Team UK. Can they overturn this? Because the UK really need to maximise it. And Georgia are not that far away either. They're only 7 seconds back from the UK, so they could storm up to P4.
Yeah, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. And we're going to see the move again. Run the inside of turn number 11. The hairpin in the last sector. A bit of a roller coaster, but beautifully made by the Czech Republic driver as those two stays very close together into the latest stages of this race. We have a bit more than 6 minutes remaining as we're entering towards the very last moment of this 4-hour enduro. But Czech Republic against UK. They were starting respectively 2nd and 3rd on the grid. Let's not forget that Czech Republic ran through trouble into the opening lap. They fell down outside of the top 10, 12 or 13 after the opening lap. And they managed to recover through the ranks of the classification through those 4 hours. Now they're battling for podium, as well as the UK going through a 10-second stop-and-go penalty, a change of machine as well due to a broken exhaust. So that's a lot to take, that's a lot to suffer through that competition. And either of those teams deserve a place on the podium. They deserve a bronze medal at the end of this beautiful battle. But who to take it? They have 1 second now between Czech Republic and United Kingdom. The number 14 on your picture. Where's Czech Republic? Where's the United Kingdom? My apologies. Down in 4th, 1 full second behind. As you can see now, the Czech Republic is being a little bit contained by the number 7. You can see on the corner of your picture. By the look of it, it seems to me that UK is dropping in pace, unfortunately, and the podium might certainly go to the Czech Republic team. We're not there yet. As the number 7 on your picture, this is Peru, who's arriving in 6th place at the moment, is still to be overtaken. There's still one lap between Belgium and Spain, 1 and 2 on the podium, and you can hear maybe the cheers of the Bahamas team on the stream from the sideline of the track, cheering for not only the drivers, as you said, but for everybody passing through. You know, I was wondering which team to pick up to go celebrate at the end of the day.
Oh,
but
I think we
Bahamas
know.
is definitely the one.
Do you know what? I think we know exactly which nation to go celebrate with at the end of this. We know exactly which nation we're going to go and hang out with.
Another beautiful part is that all the teams are actually in the same tent.
They are
so
indeed.
We'll get to celebrate with everybody.
It's going to be one heck of a party after this, isn't it? I can't wait for that this evening. But I'm delighted to say that we've gone past a bit of a milestone in the last couple of minutes. Every single team has now completed the double century. 200 laps completed by every single team. That is absolutely terrific. Great work from all of the squads. There were doubts that 1 or 2 of them would not quite make that distance, but every single team here has now completed the double century. 200 laps of race distance. Excellent work from every single team. And with 4 minutes to go, Belgium are on the hunt for the gold. It looks pretty good for them. Spain are looking good for the silver. Czech Republic looking good for the bronze. It's tough to know whether the United Kingdom are going to hang on to 4th place here, because Georgia are eating up the road and catching them hand over fist. You have to say, the UK completely robbed and denied by that broken exhaust. They could easily have gone for, well, they were second at the time it happened. They could even have won today had it not been for that issue with the broken exhaust. But the racing gods can be cruel.
Yes, indeed, they can. Let's not forget the penalty due to a too fast switch of drivers in the early stages of the race. They were so good at changing drivers that they even picked the penalty for
Do you know, I think that's the only mistake they made in the entirety of the 4 hours as drivers. They're the only one is just going for a slightly illegal pit stop. But other than that, they've been flawless. And 4th position doesn't really tell you the whole story about Team UK. All 4 drivers, Percox, Genman, Philippou, and of course, their man out there at the moment on track, Jack O'Neill. It's been a fantastic performance from them. Their first ever FIA Motorsport Games. Don't you worry, they'll be back next time as they will challenge for position one more time. So it's going to be an interesting one as they run through the final few minutes in fantastic fashion here. And it'll be an amazing end to an amazing 4 hours. They have just flown by, I have to say. A lot of people said to me coming into this one, what are you going to talk about for 4 hours? I tell you, we found so much to talk about. The battles, the rivalries, the strategies, the tactics, the gamesmanship, the sportsmanship, the tactical shift and play through the pit stops, through the penalties. Everything has been on the edge of our seat stuff for this 4 hours. We've had several different teams lead at various different pages, but going into the second half, we knew that this was going to be a 4-horse race. We knew it was going to be Belgium, Spain, the Czech Republic and the UK that were going to duel for the victory. And it's interesting that those 4 teams have ended up in the top 4 positions. A few teams that kind of faded away we were expecting a little bit more from, maybe from Georgia, maybe from Malta as well. They started very strong in the early stages and they had some problems go against them. Slovakia and Portugal have been very strong here too, as have Team Poland to fight their way out of the top 10 to climb back into it. They've all had some great drives and it's been a wonderful end to a sensational event. The first of many in the FIA Motorsport Games. Karting endurance is a fabulous concept, a great idea, and it's here to stay. And 16 nations have absolutely burnt themselves into the very blueprints of this competition. We're going to see more from them in years to come.
Less than 1 minute to go. Less than a lap to go for the Belgian team on its way to write another chapter of a long history of glory. The first ever in Le Castellet Paul Ricard for the FIA Motorsport Games. After 2 silver medals back in 2019, this will be the first win, or maybe a couple more to come.
Belgium have gone on to their final lap. It is a fabulous opportunity and a fabulous moment. This is where the team are getting ready to celebrate. Belgium had already had 2 medals at the FIA Motorsport Games in 2019. Both of them were silvers. This is their first gold medal. They cannot be caught now. Spain have gone on to the last lap, a lap adrift. It is going to be a historic moment for the 4 drivers. They have been exceptional. Maxime Drian, Antoine Mollet, Sita van Meert and Jeremy Pecklers. It is going to be a historic moment as the time ticks down to 0. They will come off the final couple of corners. It's been a historic day. The first ever FIA Motorsport Games karting endurance 4-hour final, and it's Belgium. Team Belgium wins at Paul Ricard. It's a gold medal for Team Belgium in fantastic style as Georgia sweeps 4th place from underneath UK on the final lap. Bitter disappointment for UK, but they've all come home. Spain will take the silver medal. Czech Republic will take the bronze. And the Bahamas team are making the biggest noise of all. They've done it. They've made it. After all the years of hard work, this motorsport program is just getting started in the Caribbean. What an amazing, amazing effort. Even to get here was a victory. Not only that, but they have completed over 200 laps. Their lap times were within 3 seconds of the winners. What a moment. What a moment in this FIA Motorsport Games. Everyone's a winner, but the gold medalists are Belgium.
Oh, Belgique, comme rocher.
Guillaume, you can't help being patriotic. You're allowed to be. It's fine.
That's my part for the Belgian national anthem. Thank you for that. But
at least it was in tune. Fair play.
I'm trying my best, you know. But congratulations to Belgium, winner in front of Spain. Czech Republic sealing the deal in 3rd place for the last medal, with Georgia in 4th place and the United Kingdom running up the top 5. As you can see, celebrations already as Jake Sanson is making his way to the pit lane to try to grab a few of hot reactions from the drivers and the mechanics and the representatives themselves. Here's your classification in full. Winner of their first ever gold medal in the FIA Motorsport Games, Belgium. Silver medal goes to Spain and bronze medal goes to Czech Republic. Congratulations to the 3 of you. Congratulations to everybody involved. The 16 teams putting on a great show and a great performance at the end of this 4-hour enduro and more than 230 laps. Here's the replay of the start, as it was an epic start already, and some troubles, as you could see, for the number 14 of Czech Republic being pushed out of the way, and this was the start of the recovery through the ranks of the classification all the way up to 3rd place overall. But this wasn't certainly the easiest of start for Czech Republic. A couple of other heated moments of this race, with the number 11 of United Kingdom that went through some trouble, including a penalty and a broken exhaust. But you could see as well Czech Republic being pushed out of the way. This was the early stages of this race, and the drivers trying to find their way through to get a proper and clean opening laps. It wasn't always easy, but they've put on a great show and a great job from everybody. Spain against UK, this was one of the battles for supremacy into this race, with the support of the fellow drivers and team representatives on the sideline from the pit lane. It was heated. There was a lot of overtaking maneuvers, a lot of brave moments put together by some drivers, a lot of gesturing and fair play. It's of course to be underlined. There's been a lot of maneuvers, some heated moments, some people and some drivers certainly more unhappy than others, but all in all it was a beautiful performance and a lot of fair play, a lot of respect shown to each other from the drivers. The number 2 battling along with the number 6, and Jeremy Pecklers, one of the drivers at the wheel of the machine from Belgium, as they kept battling along with the number 8 on your picture, the number 10 on the inside of turn number 11 in the hairpin. The last sector of the track has been certainly the busiest of them all, with a lot of overtakings in turn number 11, 12 and out of 13, as well as you could see in the middle of both Spain and the UK, the number 9 of Bahamas, and the team Bahamas, which has been the most supportive, the loudest on the sideline, and the most courageous, with a couple of troubles all throughout the race, even though they made it to the checkered flag for the first ever experience at this level. The number 16 as well from Slovakia, 7th overall, with the number 6 and Antoine Mollet behind the wheel. Antoine Mollet, one of the youngest drivers to ever win in the Very Fun Cup and in karting in Belgium, and some troubles as well for the number 10 of Uzbekistan. But all in all, despite some spins, some easy moments, we didn't have too many troubles, and except for the Bahamas team that at some point was stuck outside of the turn number 6. But everybody made it through to the checkered flag, not without one last beautiful battle, all going down to the wire between the Czech Republic and UK. The number 14 making his way through, fighting for the last bits of the race. But in the end, it was Belgium who ended up on top, claiming the first ever gold medal. There were silvers back in 2019. This time around, this is gold medal for Belgium, silver medal for Spain, and Czech Republic rounding up the podium in front of Georgia, snatching 4th place from United Kingdom in the last lap. Then over to you, Jake Sanson, to give us some reactions right live from the pit lane.
Wow. What a fantastic 4 hours it has been here in the FIA Motorsport Games Karting Endurance. So many incredible drivers, a phenomenal array of teams. We're going to go speak to some of the protagonists who have given us such an incredible show. Team Belgium have already gone off for a victory lap, by the way, so we won't be hearing from them just yet. Aaron Garcia enjoying the moment with Team Spain. They've had a fantastic run. Let's see if we can have a quick word with Alba. Well, it was a tough race, but a silver medal for Spain. That is the first medal for Spain in the FIA Motorsport Games. You guys must be delighted.
Yeah, we are very happy. We have enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, we did our best today. Belgium was really, really fast, all the drivers. So yeah, congratulations for them. And yeah.
So second position for Spain. It's clear that next time you guys are going to be pushing for the win. You were very close to it this time.
Yeah, we're very close. But yeah, they were very fast, all drivers, so yeah.
Well, congratulations. Silver medal for Spain. Well done.
Thank you.
A fabulous result for the team, and they have done such an incredible job. I want to see if we can go find a couple more of the teams. They're going to bring a few more in. Georgia have had a fantastic game. Let's see if I can get a quick word with Mariam. Come on in, because you guys have been fantastic. Right at the very end of the race there, you guys swept in and grabbed 4th position, just 1 place away from the medals. I mean, you guys did a fantastic job to the end of the race there. Tell us how the race has been for you guys.
It was very chaotic because at the qualifying we just raced for 10 minutes and we were 9th, and from 9th we got back to 4th place, and so it was amazing.
So you guys have a real chance of a medal next time, because you've obviously shown that you guys came so close within about a few seconds really from getting the bronze medal away from the Czech Republic. You guys know what to do next time, so perhaps we could even see you on the top step next time we come to the Motorsport Games.
Yes.
Fantastic, congratulations. A great final push there from Georgia to snatch 4th position right at the end from the UK's grasp. I want to see if the Czech Republic are around here somewhere, because they managed to steal a medal right at the end of the race. They managed to grab 3rd position in the closing stages. There's a lot of very happy and very exhausted drivers down here in pit lane. Belgium, I hope, are going to come back, and we'll grab a word with them before we wrap up proceedings with this fantastic karting endurance. I can see behind me there's a very exhausted and very fed up looking Team UK. They had a chance of 2nd place. The broken exhaust ended up robbing their chances. Let's see if we can get the team from the Czech Republic in, because they managed to grab a 3rd position. Let's see if we can get the team from the Czech Republic. I think they're celebrating elsewhere, unfortunately. I thought we might be able to grab a word. Team Belgium have already gone off to start the party, and I'm fairly sure that the party is currently being hosted by the Bahamas, because they're making more noise than anybody else out there. It's been a fabulous first attempt at the FIA Motorsport Games Karting Endurance. They said, well, 4 hours, what are you going to find to talk about? How much are you actually going to be able to speak on? We had so much. We had great battles, lead changes, different teams running at the front, fights to the line for the final steps on the podium. Every team giving as good as they've got. They brought their best, and they've all given their A game to it. This is just the first step on the ladder, though, for this competition. There's going to be more great quality from the karting endurance competition in years to come in the FIA Motorsport Games. A fabulous concept, masterfully executed, and this is just the beginning for so many nations to put themselves on the top spot. Czech Republic get the bronze, Spain get the silver, but for the first time in the FIA Motorsport Games, it's Belgium with the gold. See you later. Lights out and away we go.
Absolute pinnacle of medals. Where is now? Absolute pedal to a medal.
Welcome back to the action here at the karting circuit at Paul Ricard. It is the continuation of the FIA Motorsport Games 2022. We had our first sprints heats for earlier this morning in junior and senior. Now we will conclude today's activity on the karting circuit with the second, just a few short minutes after the conclusion of the karting endurance finale. And what a fantastic triumph. We can now, if you don't want spoilers, if you haven't watched it yet and you want to go watch it later, you need to switch the sound off for about the next 10 seconds or so, depending on how much Guillaume's going to talk about it in Pride. But there was a gold medal for Belgium in the karting endurance in front of Team Spain in silver and Team Czech Republic in bronze. Fabulous result in the karting endurance. A fantastic 4 hours of racing. If you weren't here trackside and you didn't see it, you missed out. You really did. It was a phenomenal 4 hours. We had so much action, so much excitement, so much drama out there, and it's the first of many. I'm sure that the next time the FIA Motorsport Games comes along, that's an event that's going to be a staple and a necessity within the motorsport fabric of this fantastic event. But now the stands are packed once again. It's time for the juniors and seniors to head out for their sprints in their second heat of 3.
Expect me to talk a lot about what just happened in the 4-hour race. I'm sorry.
You're allowed to. Being a passionate Belgian, being a fan of the country and a national, watching them take the gold, you must be massively full of pride.
Yes, of course, the pride is there. You know, I'm very proud about the fellow countrymen being able to give us such a good show, but proud especially about everybody involved in this race, the 16 nations that we had the pleasure of seeing compete at the highest level, because it was such a beautiful race and everybody put its passion and heart to the task.
And now we come back to the sprints in both junior and senior. Who knows? You may actually get 3 golds by the time this weekend is done. There's a very good chance of it. Tibor Ramakers in junior and Ellie Goldstein in senior, both competitors who are more than capable of getting the gold medal. Earlier today, we obviously had some fantastic races in the sprints. It was France who took the first victory of the day in the junior for young Jules Caranta, and it was Sweden who triumphed in fantastic fashion in senior this morning for Joel Bergström. So it's definitely going to be very competitive, considering that neither nation was in the original pole position. That went to Israel in the junior category, and it went to Belgium in the senior. So it is already a very fascinating and very close, exciting battle out there for all of our competitors in junior and senior sprint.
Yeah, there's more than one name to play at the front, as the second qualifying heat of the junior class will be getting underway in a bit less than 2 minutes at 4:40 local time here, live from the karting track of Paul Ricard. Jules Caranta was the one drawing first blood in the race that we had this morning. Jules Caranta winning in front of Gabriel Conigan for Brazil and Tibor Ramakers for Belgium, as well as Aaron Garza in 4th and Jan Pinto for Israel, the pole sitter in this class, in 5th. So plenty of faces, plenty of talent in both the junior and the senior category. After the second race, of course, we'll head down to the senior class for the last race of the day. Second heat, as they have in both classes a third qualifying race tomorrow morning before the finals on Sunday afternoon. So make sure to tune in as well. All information available on FIAMotorsportGames.com. So make sure to get your links, get your information, and get yourself at the center of the action live from the world of motorsport. The Olympics of motorsport taking place for the second ever time. The first in France after Vallelunga near Rome 3 years ago in 2019. As you can see, the drivers already ready to go to the action on the pre-grid, as we're going to have 30 youngsters, 30 young talent ready to go.
So let's get ourselves geared up and ready then. for this second heat of the day in Sprint Junior. 11 laps around the karting circuit, Paul Ricard, and it's going to be a fascinating one. Back on pole position again is Israel in front of Brazil, and that is Jan Pinto for Israel and Gabriel Cunican of Brazil. The drivers head out onto the circuit for the second time today in Junior. So it's Israel from Brazil, France from Peru, Denmark from Belgium, Spain from Sweden. Then it is Slovenia from Australia, Estonia from Lithuania, the Czech Republic from India, then Poland from Mexico. Then it is Slovakia ahead of Portugal, Indonesia ahead of Costa Rica, Mozambique ahead of Turkey, Finland ahead of Germany, Switzerland ahead of Georgia, South Africa ahead of Malta, and Uzbekistan in front of Ukraine. Those are all 30 of the competitors, and we will of course talk about the drivers in fluid position as well. But of course here at the FIA Motorsport Games, it is about the gold medal for the nation. That's what they're bidding for. Jan Pinto has a great chance. We've got a problem already for the 125 car. That is a disaster for Amir Kamraev. So Amir Kamraev of Uzbekistan having a problem getting the kart started, and it looks as though he's going to struggle to get going in this race at all. That is a big shame for Amir Kamraev. The Uzbekistani doesn't look like he's going anywhere. That is such a shame.
Yeah, such a shame indeed, as he's still stuck there pretty much, and everybody passing through. I was looking to see where it was, outside of turn number 1, I think, by the look of it, as drivers are getting around one more time to get those up to temperatures. It's outside of turn number 1, actually, a little bit hidden from our viewpoint by the start-finish straight. But hopefully he will get to go, but I don't think so.
Two drivers in big trouble that are trying to catch up to the back of the pack. That's Tibor Ramakas of Belgium and Lado Kukinicha of Georgia. They're both trying to get to the back of the pack, and they have come out of position, so they've had a problem off the start. That is a big disaster for Tibor Ramakas, who was one of the favourites to get the gold. The drivers are coming through. I've got a feeling this is going to be a false start somehow. Drivers are coming through, and indeed it is. False start, they go round another time. That was fairly predictable with two karts out of position, another one still being recovered. A very unhappy Amir Kamraev, the Uzbekistani, out of the race and throwing his gloves into his seat there on the far side of the course. So his race is going no further. But for Tibor Ramakas and Lado Kukinagic, this has basically, their race has started already, hasn't it? They're trying to get themselves back into the grid and as close back to their original starting position as humanly possible. Now, as long as Tibor Ramakas can get back into his position before the red line, then he can take up his position on the starting grid, and that's exactly where he's now going to correct himself back into position again, so he should be able to recover his original position. Israel and Brazil, France and Peru, Denmark and Belgium were getting ready to go racing for the second time in Sprint Junior here at the FIA Motorsport Games 2022 at Paul Ricard. And we're racing up to the first corner. Good start from Pinto. A good start too from Carranza, trying to work his way through. Is everybody going to get through into the first hairpin? Just about. A couple of drivers mixing it up a little bit through the first couple of apexes, and drivers going for overtaking moves here and there, but Gilles Carranza finds himself a little further back than usual. He didn't get the start he wanted this time, so it looks as though the Frenchman may not be able to make it 2 heat wins out of 2 so easily.
Yeah, he dropped from 3rd to 5 by the look of it, as he didn't go according to plan, unlike what happened in heat number 1. This is the first of 11 laps to go around the turn number 11, the hairpin down in the first sector. This is where you might see a lot of overtaking maneuvers happen throughout the course of this race. But everybody keeps it steady at the closure of this opening lap. Let's see what Gilles Carranza can do. The 126 about to lose the leadership, and this is Gabriel Cunican from Brazil taking the lead from Jan Pinto. So Israel dropping a place and trouble for the 114, unfortunately.
That's Madesh. That's the Indian. Ishan Madesh, I'm afraid, is out of the race. So Brazil now leads the way then from Israel and Peru, from Denmark and France, with Spain in P6 and Sweden for Scott Lindblom in P7 ahead of the Australian Buzanelos. And so an interesting charge forward. Several drivers now getting the opportunity they perhaps weren't able to get in the earlier qualifying heat. A little bit defensive from a couple of drivers. Oh, problems. 2 karts come together there. I'm afraid that is the 107 and 109. That is Buzanelos and Lindblom. So the Swede and the the Australian, and there's drivers trying desperately to get out of the way of their competitors. Lindblom is the one in big trouble. He's down at the back and diving through. That is Pedersen going wheel to wheel with Pinto. So Pedersen, the Dane, has managed to get up into third position, robbed on lap 1 of the first heat. Now he's into the top 3, coached by the legendary Baz Lammers. So he's doing a fantastic job, and Lindblom has dropped all the way to the back of the field for Sweden, while his Danish counterpart has managed to get himself up into P3. Caranta has actually fallen behind Garcia. Garcia's going for it again here. He's got no fear whatsoever. He's trying to get the move off Pinto, and there's going to dive past both of them. Oh, excellent work from Garcia, up into 4th place for Spain.
And Jules Caranta is the biggest loser in the tail, as he lost 2 positions to the process, almost 3 outside of turn number 12. But let's not forget that Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark had a retirement, a DNF in the opening heat, so he needs the results, he needs to put out the job, and he does that brilliantly up to, as it stands, the 3rd position, 124 on your picture. This is France, Jules Caranta, Andres Cardenas from Peru, the fastest on track at the moment, 44.7. Is finding his bit through, even though he lost 3 positions from the 2nd row on the grid. My apologies, Jules Caranta, as Andres Cardenas made the positions up to 2nd, trying to chase Gabriel Cunningham for Brazil. Round the inside goes Jules Caranta, beautifully made on the 126 of Israel, Jan Pinto. Caranta up to 5th place, Jan Pinto down in 6th. Having to shut the door because Matas Skilkunas is just behind. A bit of a replay, beautifully made. This is down to turn number 11. The move from the 121 of Aaron Garcia from Spain, and this is where Jules Caranta lost a bit of momentum, as well as the 112 of Marcas Silkunas dropping all the way down to 8th place.
So Caranta has got his way to P5 past Israel, who is there in P6, Jan Pinto, and then Slovenia is in 7th place in front of Lithuania, Estonia, and in 10th position, that is I believe in 10th place now, that is actually Slovakia, working his way back through the field. Matic Koenig and work their way through as they continue on. Jakub Kamenik, in fact, it is for the Czech Republic. So good battles everywhere you look. Bogdanovic still mixing it in front of Sukunas as he tries to close in on Israel. But it is Brazil, Peru and Denmark up at the front end of the field now. These 3 nations doing a fantastic job in this 11-lap qualifying heat. You don't get long to play out there in these qualifying heats. You've got to make use of it. So some good battles everywhere you look. Just outside the top 10, we've got Adi Wibowo, the Indonesian, in front of the Portuguese talent Rodrigo Seabra, and in 13th place that is Matic Koenig, the Slovakian, ahead of Mexico's Edgar Rodriguez. And then for Poland it is Boris Liesen, who's actually doing a much better job this time than he was able to give us last time. And a big dive up the inside, that's a big mistake made, a little bit hungry for Bogdanovic, and he ended up losing the ground he made almost instantly there, and very close to falling into the clutches of Lithuanian Marcus Silkunas. So as they come down the straight again, Bogdanovic is going to try one more time, thinks better of it on Pinto into the first turn. There isn't a lot of room to play with there. You've got to be so careful. It's a very tight racetrack here at Paul Ricard, and there's not a lot of room to get it wrong.
Yeah, turn 1 is one of those spots where you want to go for the risky move, but we haven't seen that happening quite a lot. The sector 3 is certainly the spot to pick, but there was quite a good dive indeed from Bogdanovic, but he lost momentum on the exit. Jules Caranta pulling out the fastest lap on this race. Still trying to recover from 5th on the 5th on the classification. Around the inside of turn number 11, watch out for the 118 going around. This is Mark Dublinski, beautifully made from the Estonian, making his way through, trying to fight his way to P7 it is, as we have concluded on this lap number 8 around the inside. Oh, that was a close call, wasn't it? But Dublinski is still ahead. So the door is completely shut at the moment. Beautiful battle as well with the 126 of Jan Pinto from Israel. Certainly not the start of the race that he had expected, Jan Pinto. He was starting from pole position and once again dropped momentum in a couple of places in the process as well. And how he's having to recover. So not the best of outcomes so far for Israel. Let's see what happens. Ariel Elkin is for the countryman competing in senior further just after this race. And a bit of a push from the 130. This is Alexander Bogdanovic, who was being a little bit aggressive on the entry to turn 11, and it didn't pay off because he had to stay behind.
Yeah, Bogdanovic trying his best to intimidate Israel. Jan Pinto in 7th position, but it's still Brazil leading the way here, and these 2 karts are battling away for position. Well, we've got the top 3 all mixing it very close to each other. Koenigen, Cardenas and Pedersen, Brazil, Peru and Denmark, and it looks to be as though Spain has managed to creep into 4th place now past France, as Garcia is in front of Caranta. A big dive up the inside, he gets him back. So France is back through on Spain. They're still dueling wheel to wheel for these 2 positions, as Caranta has moved his way up into 4th position. So that's France in P4, Spain in P5 and Estonia in P6 as they come off the final turn and down the home straight again. Brazil, Peru, Denmark, France, Spain, Estonia, Israel and Slovenia, as Indonesia and Lithuania round out the top 10, although now Jakub Kamenik has put the Czech Republic back into the top 10. We're on the penultimate lap and these three look pretty much stalemate. Kunikon, Cardenas and Pedersen running a very solid race up front. And there's not really a lot that Team France can do to get up into that top three now, because Jules Corante's got a lot of work to catch up to the back of the Danish driver, Mikkel Pedersen.
Let's see what's going to happen between those three, even though time is running out as we're about to enter the last lap, 11 already of this second qualifying heat. There will be one more tomorrow morning for those drivers before making their way into the final on the Sunday afternoon. But the 110, Gabriel Kunikon, Brazil leading the way in front of Andres Cardenas from Peru. Denmark is third with Mikkel Pedersen, and this is the last lap. 964 meters is the length of the track through 13 turns, and they're being able to put on a steady race and steady performance. Brazil, Peru, Denmark, your top three at the moment, with Gilles Caranta and Aaron Garcia still very much in fourth and fifth.
Only one nation that made it into the top three earlier in the qualifying heat has been able to stay there for heat two. It's been a very smooth drive from the man up front. Gabriel Kunikon is going to bring Brazil their first win of the weekend in karting. A fantastic run in Karting Sprint Junior. Gabriel Kunikon wins heat two. So it's Brazil that takes the win from Peru and Denmark. Excellent work from Kunikon, Cardenas and Gard Pedersen. France in P4 this time, in front of Spain for Aaron Garcia. Then it is Estonia ahead of Indonesia, Slovenia, Israel and the Czech Republic to finish off the top 10. But it's Brazil on top at the end of Heat 2 in Junior.
Beautiful result indeed for Brazil, second and a first, that put him in the provisional seat of leader. And then in the end of the three heats, we'll make the calculations, and the pole sitter, of course, with the best results at the end of three qualifying races, will get to start at the forefront of the field for the final. We're not there yet, but Brazil and Kunikon have taken a good option on sealing the deal at the end of those three races. But watch out for Andres Cardenas from Peru and Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark. Jules Caranta, who won the opening heat, made it to 4 in front of Aaron Garcia. These are the names that have been battling along at the forefront of this very hectic and full of talent field of junior drivers. Here's the classification in full, with Brazil and Gabriel Kunikon, the winner of the first heat of the day, in front of Andres Cardenas, then Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark. From France, Jules Caranta. From Spain, Aaron Garcia. Then we have Mark Dubinsky from Estonia, Adia Wibowo from Poland. Then we have Alexander Bogunovic from Slovenia in P8, Jan Peter from Israel in P9, Jakub Kamenik from Czech Republic rounding up the top 10, followed by Rodrigo Seabra from Portugal, Matej Konik, the 123, competing this weekend representing Slovakia in P12. Then we have Apshan Akshoy from Turkey in 13, Boris Lizen from Poland as well in P14. The driver, the 128 indeed, P14 in the end of this race. Is followed by, from Mexico, Edgar Rodriguez in P15, then Marcos Silcunas in 16, followed by Motelcar, Matilda Pats, as well as Thibaut Ramakers, who unfortunately did not have the best of outcome. The young Belgian driver, he was supposed to start from the upper part of the grid, having qualified all in all in the upper part indeed, as I said, but unfortunately due to a late start he was late to the party, couldn't quite make it back in time. As you can see, the replay of the start of this second qualifying heat, as it was a bit of an hectic moment for some of the drivers, even though the majority made it through the first corners unhurt, but we missed a couple of drivers at the start.
Definitely a very tough race there, and a true indication of how difficult this circuit is to make an overtaking move on, but certainly you've got plenty of contenders up for it. Gabriel Kunikon was not going to wait around any longer than he had to get past Jan Pinto, the Israeli, and it wasn't that long until Andres Cardenas found his move. A big disappointment for India, as Ishan Madesh, who was still wearing his Academy Trophy uniform because he represented India in the Academy Trophy this year, as well as in the FIA Motorsport Games then. So good battles. This was a bit of a difficulty. You had Lindblom having a big problem, and Alexander Bogunovic was actually involved in that as well, the Slovenian. Very impressive that he was able to make it back to 8th position after all of that. But the big mover was Aditya Wibowo. He made 12 places during the course of that race, and the Asian talent doing a very good job indeed there to climb up the ladder. Nobody made up as many places as that. Alp Hassan Aksoy needs to be credited though. He made up 9 places through the course of the race, from 22nd on the grid to 13th. So the Turkish driver doing a great job. Also on the move was the Portuguese star Rodrigo Seabra. He made up 7 places through the course of the race. Only Aksoy and Wibo did a better job in terms of climbing up the ranks. So fair credit to those 3 for really charging their way through. Mark Brovko, the Ukrainian driver, also made up 6 places from the back of the grid to P24. So he can be very happy with that. And Gazi Motlakar also made up 4 places. Matilda Patz from Germany made up 6. Maciej Koenig and Mark Dubnitsky both made up 5. So some good progress there from the drivers in the qualifying heats, but it was always going to be Brazil's Gabriel Koenigan once he managed to get himself into the lead. Good work from Caranta to duel away there with Aaron Garcia. So France managed to overhaul Spain. But right to the end, it was Brazil all the way, from Peru in 2nd and Denmark in 3rd. Some great performances so far here on the karting circuit, Paul Ricard, and a great start to proceedings for Brazil. A win and a 2nd puts him in provisional pole for tomorrow. So an excellent performance then from the Brazilian here at the FIA Motorsport Games on the circuit, Paul Ricard. It's been a fabulous battle so far, and certainly for Brazil ahead of Peru and Denmark, that's 3 nations that can be very positive going into tonight. They'll obviously have some time to reset, to recuperate, to replenish, and get themselves ready for more great drama tomorrow. There is just 1 race still to go then here today, and that is for the Karting Sprint Senior, and it takes place at 5 minutes past the hour. We're running to schedule, which is very good news. Gives us a little bit of time to build up. Of course, there is also going to be a reason to watch the live stream for the podium and medals ceremony this evening, because the Karting Endurance will be rewarded their podium, the Czech Republic with their bronze, Spain with their silver, and Belgium with the gold in the fan zone later this evening. That podium ceremony taking place at 5:45. So in a little under an hour from now, those 3 nations will finally get their hand on the first FIA Karting Endurance medals. So it's not going to be too long now before we get ourselves started and underway for the FIA Motorsport Games Sprint Senior competition for their 2nd heat. So a very interesting challenge earlier on today, because the Sprint Senior had a lot of excitement to it, a lot of interesting battles. It was Sweden that came through for the win in the first heat of the day for Joel Bergström. He did a fantastic job in front of Belgium's Ellie Goldstein and Spain's Nacho Tunion. I tell you what, 2 nations that have really turned up to play this week, Belgium and Spain, they have already come through to put on a good show, and they want medals in all 3 categories.
Yeah, good to see indeed, and I'm pretty sure that Ellie Goldstein will be willing to emulate the performance of Belgium in the endurance race, winning the gold medal for the first time in the history of the country in the Olympics of Motorsport. But when it comes to sprint, we're going to have to wait until tomorrow afternoon to know the names of the medal winners. But before that, the 2nd race of the senior category, Joel Bergström from Sweden with 1 win under his name already. Ellie Goldstein was starting from pole position and led for the majority of the first race. If you were not there with us to follow that, it's going to be a slightly longer than what we have in junior with 16 laps, and slightly longer than what we usually have in the proceedings in international karting, in the FIA Karting Championship. But this time around, 16 laps to decide who will get to finish the day as provisional leader. Joel Bergström from Sweden has 1 good option already on his hand, and you can see a lot of people still very much on location here, walking around the track and the tracks, shall we say, because not only in Paul Ricard do you have the F1 track for the most of the track competition, GT, F4, as well as touring car, but you have also the drifting track and the very karting track of Paul Ricard with final cells in. And from our position on the left side of the picture, the white cabin by the start-finish straight, we've been having a very, very busy and intense day of action here live from the Castellet, with a lot of people all throughout the day and up until tomorrow. But Bergström from Sweden, Goldstein from Belgium, as well as Nacho Tunan from Spain and Ariel Elkin from Israel have been the protagonists of the opening qualifying heat of the class. Let's not forget Valdemar Aberom from Denmark. Is coached like Mikkel Pedersen in the juniors by Bas Lammers himself, the multiple World Cup winner in FIA karting, as well as European champion. And I can't remember how many times, but one of the legends of kart racing for the past 15 years and more. And he's been quite busy with coaching for the past few months and past few years as well on the side of his career as a driver, and hopefully we'll get to see more of Bas back on track for next season. But always nice to see him around and to see him giving away to the youngest generations about what he learned throughout his career.
Still a fair few of the personnel around left over from the endurance race. You were looking at Team Portugal there, the 4 female competitors that were racing in Portuguese colours. They did a fantastic job and they ran up towards the top 10. Great to see so many contenders put on such an excellent show. But we're going to get that medal ceremony at 5:45. Do stick around for that, folks, because you'll get to see them take their honour. The Czech Republic will have Andrej Kocha, Aleš Berger, Oštedal Janek and Sonja Pachkova taking the bronze medal. They did a fantastic job to do it as well. Team Spain taking the silver, of course, for Alvaro Bajo Robles, Albacano Ramirez, Jose Manuel Perez and Ivan Velasco, as more people flock into the circuit here to watch the action. There's been an awful lot of air traffic activity. But of course, the 4 drivers that will take the gold medal in karting endurance for Belgium will be Antoine Morlet, Maxime Briand, Jeremy Pekles and Sita van Meert. Great to see them all, and they'll be there for the medal ceremony at 5:45 in the fan zone. Our attention turns, for the moment though, back to Sprint Senior once again. We had a different man on pole position to the man who came through to take the win. Eli Goldstein was the fastest man in time qualifying for Belgium. But in Heat 1 earlier this morning, it was Joel Bergström of Sweden that got the victory in front of Eli Goldstein and Nacho Tunan. So there's definitely some interesting challenges to come then for the competitors. It's not going to be easy to decipher who can make it 2 from 2. Bergström is going to have his work cut out.
Yes, indeed, it's going to be a stronger position. And talking to Eli Goldstein earlier in the paddock, he reckoned that Joel Bergström from Sweden was indeed very, very fast. And you might remember that Goldstein led for majority of the race before Bergström made his move into the third sector a couple of laps before the checkered flag. And there was nowhere that Goldstein was able to find space to give the position back, or to fight back for the position, shall I say. Even though he told me that he saw that Joel Bergström was being quite aggressive on the curbs. He tried to do the same. He tried to emulate the Swedish driver, but couldn't actually find the pace in order to regain the position. Talking about Eli Goldstein, you might remember that a couple of years ago, he was part of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy back in 2016, the season after he won his first ever Belgian title in karting, and he did quite a decent season, finishing P5 of the Academy Trophy before having a go at the OKG European Championship in 2017. He even did the World Championship back then with the VDK Racing team. But in terms of the OK class, that's his first ever appearance in this category with the power valve behind his back. Quite an interesting experience for the one who has been winning pretty much there is to win in other international series in IAME X30. But always a good opposition. That's what we like about this sort of event. It brings out sort of hybrid kind of grids, hybrid fields with, contenders and specialists of different categories and different international championships. A couple of the names might sound familiar to you, as they've been busy as well in the Academy Trophy and FIA Karting Championships for the past few seasons. The like of Joel Bergström himself, but also Ariel Elkin, Jevan David as well, who made it up to 6th place, representing Sri Lanka on the international seed. Jevan David that we sort of discovered back in 2021 in the European Championship, winning for the first time for a driver from Sri Lanka a race as part of the CIK frame. So it was a big moment for him, as well as taking part in the Super Series of Champions of the Future. This is really those first few moments in time that we knew about Jevan David. We discovered about his skills and potentials, and ever since this has been a progress for the Sri Lankan driver. And here he is, 7 in the opening heat, representing Sri Lanka on top of the world, and cruising to what will be his first ever season in KZ2 next year with the likes of Sodicart and CPB Sport, the team of Paul Bizalion in the European and World Championships. So good luck to him. Before that, he needs to wrap things up in beauty and is one to keep an eye on for qualifying heat 2 of the senior sprint category.
So it's time to go racing for the second time in Sprint Senior and the 5th time today on the karting circuit here at Paul Ricard in the second FIA Motorsport Games. It's Belgium and Spain on the front row, then Sweden and Denmark on the second, Hungary and Israel on the third, from Chile and Sri Lanka, Germany and Hong Kong, China. Then it is Austria and Estonia, from Poland and Slovakia. Then we have Venezuela alongside Brazil, India alongside Barbados. Then it is Ukraine alongside Indonesia. We have Lithuania beside Malta, Portugal beside Nigeria, Costa Rica beside Mozambique, then Australia, Panama, Chinese Taipei and Kuwait. It's going to be a fabulous battle for all of the contenders. But for Belgium on pole position, Eddie Goldstein has another tough mission. Can he keep Nasher Tunion of Spain and, of course, our race 1 winner from earlier, Joel Bergström of Sweden, at bay? Time to find out.
Time to find out once the drivers put enough temperatures into the tires. Always easier said than done. And those compounds being harder than usual take more time, more laps to function properly, even though these are the same tires that they've been using since qualifying as part of the regulation. They have 2 sets of tires for quali and the qualifying heat, and one for the final, if I'm not mistaken. These are MG red tires that those drivers get to compete with for the Motorsport Games. Let's see if we'll be able to go on the first attempt, because for the past the previous qualifying heats we had extra formation laps, and it's due to the fact that the formation of the grid wasn't deemed good enough by the officials onto the track and our resurrected Pasquale. So let's see if on the first attempt this will be one go already, as the pole sitter Eddie Goldstein needs, as always, to pace everybody down. Is on the left side of your picture.
Belgium and Spain on the front row, Sweden and Denmark on the second, from Hungary, Israel, Chile and Sri Lanka. Let's go racing for the second time in Sprint Senior. In qualifying heat 2 we have a false start. We will go around one more time. So the field not quite in the correct positions off the line this time. So they will go around for another exploration lap. 964 meters, not a lot of time, even in 2 laps, to get the field up to a decent formation.
Yeah, it's quite a tricky one, isn't it? Considering that this is certainly one of the shortest tracks that the OK and OKJ category, so to speak, have been competing for the past few seasons. Usually this is between 1,200 and 1,400 meters, even more in the FIA Karting Championships, even though for the IMX 30 International Series as well, this is part of CIK homologation to have a certain length, but as part of the Motorsport Games, an exception was being made, and I gotta say, you know, we're lucky enough to discover what is a lovely location and a lovely little track with very good facilities, so it gives us and the drivers plenty of pleasure.
For the second time today, it is the Sprint Senior qualifying heat. It's going to be Belgium and Spain on the front row, from Sweden and Denmark, Hungary and Israel. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez with you once again as we go to battle here at Paul Ricard. Here we go. Up to the first turn. No problems at all for Goldstein and Bergström. There's a knock further back and spinning into the middle of the pack. Oh, what a disaster for the 201 spinning around. That's Oscar Wirtz. He ended up getting tipped around, and there's nowhere for anyone to go, including the Israeli talent, Ariel Elkin. Big disaster for him. He's already had a nightmare in the first heat, and now it's all come unstuck for him at turn 1. Disaster for Wirtz, disaster for Elkin. Austria and Israel are already out of contention, and there is Oscar Wirtz walking away. It's game over for Austria. Devastating. And here's the big battle further back. That looks like an overtaking move in the middle of the pack there. Drivers trying to back their way through on the opening tour. 16 laps of the circuit, of course. But Goldstein has been able to maintain his lead at the front. So it's Belgium in front of Sweden, then Spain, Hungary, Sri Lanka and Chile in front of the Indian talent, Karl Kumaran.
Yeah, talking about the recovery, up to 10th place from 17 to 7 in 1 lap. Brilliant recovery indeed for India, and quite a disappointment for Oscar Wirtz indeed after what happened. By the look of it, I think he crossed. He went crossing the opening corner and lose complete control of the car. He went spinning sideways, and Elkin had nowhere else to go. So quite an unfortunate turn of event for those 2 young drivers having to retire, or at least they're still with us, but at the back end of the grid. as we're back with the lead at 2:14, as we're going to see a replay actually of what happened.
Yeah, watch Wirtz in about the middle of the pack. He gets nudged sideways by another competitor. He's already committing to his line, and he can't stop the kart by that point. So the kart has already spewed off to the right. He's got nowhere to go. You can't really have a go of Wirtz for that one because he was completely out of control by that point. Someone had already forced him to go right side. Poor Elkin is an innocent victim as well. So both Austria and Israel, victims of circumstance. You can't really point the finger at either driver there that either of them were at fault, because they weren't. It's just one of those cluster effects that you get on the way to the first hairpin on such a tight circuit as this one. Look at the Swede, Joel Bergström, all over the back of Belgium, and Eli Goldstein up at the front end. So as they come off the final turn, it's Belgium, Sweden, Spain, then Hungary, Sri Lanka, Chile, India, Brazil, and then Poland and Germany in the top 10. Plenty of talent already charging their way through the first couple of corners in the opening laps. But you're going to see some really exciting competitors in this phase of the race. As you can see there, Sweden just biding the time in second place. Bergström again, just trying to keep himself in the hunt here. But Spain has gone fastest of all. A 44.337 for Nacho Tunion. And he is going to be trying his luck. Oh, and there's a problem further back. That's a big difficulty. That is Valdemar Agerholm. So the Danish driver who was up in the top 3 in qualifying heat 1. I'm afraid for Valdemar Agerholm, it's game over. Ariel Elkin sets the fastest lap of the race as he tries to get back into contention, but Agerholm going the same way as his Danish compatriot in junior in heat 1 earlier. Pedersen was off on the sidelines early, and I'm afraid Agerholm has had the same problem before him in senior in the second heat.
Yeah, what a disaster that is indeed. Quite unfortunate for Denmark, as we're here with the 218. This is further back in contention. Jevan David from Sri Lanka putting a good show. The 209. We're back with the leaders. Belgium against Sweden. Return game. This isn't about football. We ain't talking about World Cup, even though this is the World Cup of motorsport, the Olympics of motorsport, so to speak. But this is about kart racing, as Belgium and Sweden oppose each other once again, with Goldstein against Joel Bergström, and Spain and Nacho Tunion observing from a distance. Let's see what's going to happen between those two. Remember that this is the exact same scenario that we had in heat number 1, as Goldstein was putting his effort, trying to go defensive and keeping the others at bay. Bergström found that a little bit of extra pace on the way to turn number 11 and 12. That was enough for him to make his way through and lead to the checkered flag with the fastest lap on track. He must go for the same. He has similar ambitions. Let's see now if Eli Goldstein on that particular part of the track will be able to shut the door quite enough in turn number 12. And there he goes. The door was quite open for the 218. Beautifully made by Jevan David on Balázs Kurenski. So that's Sri Lanka getting a place up to 4th in front of Hungary.
So there is only one objective for the man in 3rd position for Spain, Nacho Tunion, and that is get past Bergström before Bergström gets past Goldstein, because we already know how fast Bergström can be. So Tunion has to put the number 221 in front of the man in 2nd place before he even has a crack at Goldstein. So this is important for Spain in 3rd position, but as you can see, the Swede has already got the message. He knows that the Spaniard behind him is very fast. So as Belgium, Sweden and Spain contest the victory in the 2nd qualifying heat, it is very clear that Sweden are going to want to push past Belgium nice and early here, because they've already got pressure from Spain in 3rd position. They work their way forward. Goldstein fending off Bergström, then Tunion. 4th place is Sri Lanka for the talented Jevan David, the hero, the motorsport hero of his nation back home. Then it is Balázs Jurancic, the Hungarian, in front of India's Kyle Kumaran. Great to see him do so well. Then in 7th it is Germany for Max Schlemer. For Chile in 8th place, Gustavo Suarez. Brazil is in 9th for João Maranhão. And then Poland for Adrian Labuda in 10th position, in front of the Hong Kong China driver Yu Kapo. So very exciting stuff. But Sweden is hustling Belgium, and as we complete half distance, it is still Belgium, Sweden, Spain up front.
Goldstein for just 0.2 of a second in front of Bergström and Nacho Tunion. I'd like to see Sri Lanka and Jevan David getting themselves into the mix. Still 1.3 seconds further back for Jevan David. Let's see what he can do, the former Forza racing driver in the OK class in the FIA Karting Championship. But now, this is the same scenario. We're going to have to be patient. Bergström is going to have to be patient as well.
He really had to think about that.
He came close. He came close to open that door. That could actually be the way in turn 11, turn 12. That's why he did it in the opening heat. But now it might be a little bit too soon, don't you think? This is lap number 8, lap number 9 could be completed out of 16. But I think he did it 4 laps from the checkered flag in the opening heat. Let's see if he can repeat such a scenario. But you can see that Goldstein, while leading in the great defensive. Oh, that was a good one indeed outside of the last turn.
That was Carmen Krav. The Estonian lady has charged her way forward. She's putting on a terrific show here so far, actually. Good to see her move up. Looks as though we've had a couple of drivers make good progress. Dimitri Moravchik has ended up losing out to Farhad Al-Khaled, the Kuwait racer, who is up to 15th place. A great comeback for Al-Khaled, who's doing a great job. But you just wonder, with the Swede in second place, you said it's maybe a bit early, but if he's still got pressure from Spain behind him, then he might think, well, I do need to get on with this a little bit earlier than usual, because obviously I don't want to lose ground and I don't want to lose momentum. If I make the overtake and it doesn't work, then all of a sudden Spain are going to be right there for the taking. And you can see some really aggressive lines from Sweden. Joel Bergström trying to cut through past Belgium, and Eli Goldstein in the lead. This is not going to be easy to separate the two, but Bergström getting very fired up here behind Goldstein. He's only got one thing on his mind, though. He wants to give Sweden the gold medal in the first ever FIA Motorsport Games senior sprint competition. He's going to go for it on the inside of the hairpin, but he's going to run out wide, and Belgium will get him straight back. Good work from Goldstein. Slow in, fast out. He got him and sold him a dummy.
Yeah, there was a gamble, wasn't it, for Sweden and Bergström. He might want to have another go with a couple of laps remaining, less than 5 before the checkered flag. But Eli Goldstein had to respond the way he just did, by crossing the line, responding and taking the position back. Otherwise, it would have been too late. But this is the first attempt. This is the first signal that he's going to have to go defensive. He's going to have to shut the door much better than that. And watch out for turn 11 and 12. This series of left and right into the last sector. This is where it might happen again, as Bergström managed not to lose too much momentum outside of the last corner. This is where you have to keep the throttle, but this time around he might miss maybe half a meter, as Nacho Tunan could have taken advantage of the situation to get close. This is the move, as you can see, is taking his kart on the outside. Yeah, he's taking too much momentum with him.
He just overshot by half a meter, and that was enough. Goldstein knew he was going to charge up the inside, and he knew there was a good chance he would overshoot, so he went, right, well, I'll just get on the brakes now, turn in slow, accelerate out fast, and I've got him back. But as you notice now with Eli Goldstein and Belgium, look at his lines as he comes through now. He's being a lot more protective, parking the kart in the middle of the road wherever it's possible to do. And that's really where you want to be, because you don't want to be too tight to the inside line, because that just risks the driver catching you out from the middle. Look, he manages to draw level, but Goldstein has just parked the bus in the middle of the road there. This is perfect defensive driving from Goldstein and Belgium. And with 3 laps to go, Sweden is going to get very frustrated here. Look, this is exactly what Goldstein needs to do. He's just parking the kart. Bergström will get alongside, but again, he just holds him at the line. This is going to back him into the path of Spain. This is exactly what Belgium needs. If Spain gets an opportunity and makes his own bid to get past Sweden, then that will protect Belgium. But it's not so easy to determine. Goldstein having to be ultra defensive, but he's got to do this for 3 laps. This is not going to be easy to hold on to.
Yeah, not at all. But it might actually end up sending not only Joel Bergström, Sweden, into the arms of Nacho Tunan, but also in the arms of Jevan David into the last sector.
So David has a real chance here, 4th position, making a good work of it. Here comes Bergström up and over the top. Goldstein knows he's there, so Bergström's going to try and cut in from around the outside and watch for Spain. Spain is suddenly going to have a piece of this, and so too is Sri Lanka. Jevan David is there in 4th position. They're all covered by less than a second. This is going to be a nail-biting conclusion to the second senior sprint. The second heat. Here they come, off the turn, round the far side. Belgium, Sweden, Spain, Sri Lanka. So close between these 4 nations now, as they will conflagrate together. Any overtaking move now could spell disaster for the opponents. And you can see Goldstein parking it. Sweden still finds a way to get through. Squeezes in on the inside line. And Sri Lanka's going to try and get past Spain in the same breath. That's not going to happen. Sweden snatches the advantage.
Yeah, that was expected, wasn't it? As Sweden is in the lead. This is the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your horses, because we might see still some overtaking maneuver coming our way into the last sector. Can Goldstein fight back from and taking Belgium to his first win of the weekend in the sprint after the endurance. It remains to be seen, but at this point in time in the race, you might want to actually keep that position alive and collect the points that you need, because what counts is the final tomorrow afternoon. But as it stands, Joel Bäckström from Sweden on the way to seal the deal for his second victory in 2 races.
It's definitely a lot closer than it was in the previous heat, but Sweden is going to make it 2 from 2 after so much pressure from the men behind. Excellent work for Sweden. 2 out of 2 for Joel Bergström. Belgium in second for Ellie Goldstein, third for Spain for Nacho Tunion, and fourth for Sri Lanka for Jovan David. All of them covered by a second. Hungary, Germany, India, Chile, Brazil and Lithuania come through behind them after a thrilling encounter, the second of the senior sprints. But it's 2 from 2 for Sweden. The lesson we have learnt today, though, is that he's not going to have it easy for the rest of this weekend. Joel Bergström's back is definitely up against the ropes.
You know, I do believe that after having seen those first 2 races and the way they played out and the way that Sweden and Bäckström managed their way through to take the win, I feel like, you know, if Goldstein wants to have a shot at the final and at the final victory, you know, he'd better actually start the races behind and let Joel Bäckström be the rabbit in the course, you know.
That's a good point.
Let's see about that. But I'm pretty sure. Let's see what's going to happen in the heat number 3. But as it stands, Joel Bäckström will be starting from pole position, depending on what happens tomorrow. With 2 wins out of 2 races, he's the main favorite to start from pole on Sunday afternoon. That could give the up edge to any of his opponents, knowing that, you know, leading is one thing, but winning and sealing the deal at the end of those races is something else.
So there's your provisional results. Sweden from Belgium, Spain from Sri Lanka, Hungary in front of Germany, India, Chile, Brazil and Lithuania. Hong Kong, China in 11th place in front of Poland and Australia. Kuwait coming all the way back to 14th for Fahad Al-Khaled. Ukraine in 15th position for Dmitro Moravchik. Good work from him in this one to fight back. Then we have Indonesia in front of Estonia. Israel, Ariel Elkin fighting back to 18th, but that's a missed opportunity for sure. Malta and Slovakia, Portugal and Venezuela from Costa Rica, and Chinese Taipei in front of Barbados, Nigeria, Mozambique, and then finally it is Panama. Well, we had the 2 retirements on the start, didn't we? Because we had Denmark's Valdemar Agerholm, and we also had Oscar Wirtz for Austria on the opening lap. A very difficult race for those 2 men, and a very tough end to proceedings for the start. Let's have a look back at what happened to Oscar Wirtz. Look in the middle, bang! He just suddenly gets spat out. There's nothing he can do. He's trying to slow the kart down, but you're already committing to that with so much speed and so much pace. He just tried to get out of the throttle, tried to get on the brakes, but the problem is, at that angle, you're only going straight back onto the race circuit. Oscar Wirtz completely blameless.
Yeah, we were lucky actually that no more drivers got involved into the incident, because Ariel Elkin was the unlucky one on that one. But in the middle of the pack, with one driver going sideways, that could you know, end up in a very, very strong incident with a lot of drivers involved. But unfortunately for them, it was down to 2. But they were not the only one running into trouble, as the battle for the lead and the victory raged throughout the race with Sweden against Belgium.
I really want to look at some of the finer points of this race again, because look, he knew he had an opportunity here on Goldstein. Look at Goldstein's protective lines. He's just slowing him up a little bit, trying to back him back up into Sweden. Great run from Jovan David of Sri Lanka. Got himself up into 4th position in front of Balázs Jurancic at exactly the right moment. The Hungarian managing to come home in P5. Now watch this. Bergström is going to make his dive on the inside of Goldström. Look, he comes from so far back. Oh no, this is going to be on the next lap, I suppose. We'll keep an eye on it. But
you'll try, Jake.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be the move, but it wasn't. Anyway, we'll have a look at it again the next time around. And you'll see the first big move. Now, Goldstein plays this move perfectly, because Bergström sees the gap, sees the opportunity. Look, he dives, he commits, but he's already overshot by half a meter. So Goldstein gets on the brakes a little bit earlier, flows out on the throttle. That was well retaliated. And look, he's now just parking the kart in the middle of the road, trying to back Bergström up. Bergström had to physically make this gap open up to Goldstein. If you watch the overtaking move, which is going to come up in a moment, Goldstein is parking in the middle of the road, and Bergström just will not have it. Look, he's just forcing, and there he goes. He creates the gap. So Bergström manages to make a window of opportunity past Goldstein. I don't think Ellie will like that terribly much when he looks back on it again and reflects on it. But it is Sweden that makes it 2 from 2 ahead of Belgium, Spain, and Sri Lanka, all covered by a second. It's going to be so close tomorrow.
And we could see Thibaut Ramakers actually from the junior class wearing the Belgian colors. Unfortunate turn of event in his race for Thibaut Ramakers, as we will get to see what happens tomorrow.
So some great battles here at the Circuit Paul Ricard. It was always going to be an adventurous day of the races. We know that the gold medal ceremony for karting endurance is coming up at 5:45, where we're going to get to see Belgium claim gold, Spain claim silver, and the Czech Republic claim bronze. But tomorrow we will have the third and final qualifying heat in senior and junior sprints, and then 2 more gold medals will play out in the finals for junior and senior sprint over the course of tomorrow. From myself, Jake Stanton, and my colleague Guillaume Alvarez, and everybody here at the circuit, it is going to be a fabulous day tomorrow. Make sure you're here for the races that decide the gold medals.
Lights out and away.